Welcome to the motherfucking News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism, aka the Harbinger. Big props to your boy Unsatiable. #1 in the chat. Gonna vote for Joe Exotic. I'm fairly certain after watching that Tiger King fiasco. I haven't seen the second season, but fairly certain after watching that first season that there is a high likelihood that he raped a tiger. So I don't know if you want to put your vote behind. The gnomes are around. I don't know if you want to put your vote behind Joe Exotic. Anyway, folks, have to remind you today's stream is, of course, as always, sponsored by Garbage Fuel, #1 drink mix company in the world. Garbage Fuel. Don't forget to pick up your Garbage Fuel today. It's the last drink you'll ever consume, likely to contain mercury or other dangerous chemicals or metals. This is hilarious. I'm tempted to leave this on the entire stream, but if you haven't noticed, this video every so often, it's total silence, but every so often it'll do a little gnome, and I'm tempted to leave this on the whole stream, but if we're going to be talking about very serious issues, and then this thing is going to go whoop. So I don't know. You tell me. Do you want the gnome the whole stream? We can do the whole stream with the gnome. I don't think we'll do that. Homeless Bag, welcome back. But anyway, folks, we want the gnome. It's an old meme. Should I also do the Knuckles Akendo? You don't know the way. Huh? Every 5 minutes. I think it's so funny though, just, oh man, right? I hit start stream and the phone call. All right, the Alaska Airlines story. Watch this, it's interesting.
Fleet after one of its planes made an emergency landing in the US state of Oregon. A section of the fuselage, including a window, blew out a few minutes after takeoff. Images posted to social media show a gaping hole in the side of the plane and oxygen masks hanging. There are no reports of any major injuries. The National Transport Safety Board says it's investigating the incident.
I hate the timing, dude. I'm trying desperately to produce a good show. I would like one time to transition properly into the video, into the subject, without being interrupted or going into a fucking tirade or blathering on about something ridiculous. And then the moment I hit start stream, and then of course I don't have the volume correct, whole goddamn thing is a fucking disaster. I got something from work going on. Locked out of computer assigned. Yeah, no, the boys will get on this. The boys will get on this. We have a system. I do IT. We have a system where if you don't respond, if no one responds, someone will get a phone call. Wait, what? Something's still playing? What is playing right now? What is happening? Is it this? Oh, it's such a fucking disaster. I'm so sorry. Okay, so anyway, that was just a stupid work phone call. Anyway, we got a big meaty it's unfortunately not AD even. It's a stupid cloud-based. Don't even get me into it. All right, we're not going to do the goddamn gnome. All right. Yeah, there was a couple stories I wanted to talk about before we get into the meat of the stream, but the meat of the stream is going to be January 6th. We're going to talk about that. We will do a couple Ukraine-Palestine stories just to make sure we're staying up on that story. Those two incredibly important stories. But the main focus of today is going to be January 6th and the fascistic Republicans who are trying to take over the country. Look, they've put us in a rock and a hard place. This is, I'm going to say what I said. I'm well versed after the Bernie situation. Everyone remembers Bernie. So I have an answer for this. You need, and it's Kyle, and I'm just going to, go piggyback right off of Kyle Kulinski here. You need to vote strategically. Okay? Pressure and primary neoliberal Democrats every opportunity you can get. But if they win, don't refuse to participate. Don't just support the fascist Republican, don't support the conservative, don't support a third party. And it's like, well, what are we ever going to do? We need third parties. We need third parties. I don't disagree about third parties. We need third parties. Well, how do we show our support for third parties? What we need, this is why we need to primary these neoliberal Democrats with real progressives, okay? Real progressives that want electoral reform that could open up the door for third parties. We can never in our life expect the neoliberal Democrats to do anything but hinder third parties. We will never, ever, ever get third parties if we continue to vote for neoliberal Democrats. But when a neoliberal Democrat gets into office and the choice is neoliberal Democrat or America-hating fascist, the choice is simple, because there is a difference between a corporatist neoliberal who is pro-war versus a fascist Republican who wants to dismantle the very foundation of our system so to please some insane authoritarian's ego, almost seemingly doing anything to the altar of for the altar of power. The right-wing fascist Republicans who are cowards and refuse to eject the fascistic elements of their party. This is how they've operated for the last, 40 years, 50 years? Since the New Deal, basically. This is the monster they've built. So yeah, the main topic of today's stream is going to be January 6th. But wanted to jump into these two incredible stories. And of course, the first story is the Alaska Airlines debacle. A whole panel of the plane comes off. Miraculously, nobody was sitting in these seats. Apparently, this is some kind of optional panel. You could have a window, you could have a door. It wasn't secured properly. And this is the 737 MAX, the same plane that had 2 crashes because of a software error. Hundreds of people died, I believe. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure a bunch of people died because of a goddamn firmware update wasn't applied. So this is a brand new plane. This is a brand new plane too. This isn't some wear and tear situation, them running these planes to the ground. This shit got off the factory line. Thank you for that context, Homeless Bag, pointing out that the software error was that it was pulling the plane down. Pilot desperately trying to pull up. What a nightmare. What a nightmare. It's like, that's the kind of shit you literally will have like a nightmare and you'll wake up from, right? In a cold sweat. Oh, my machine isn't working, and I'm going to get everybody killed. That to really happen. Twice, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, Homeless Bag. But let's get into this here. They're doing, they've downed all the planes. They're doing a full audit, yada, yada, yada. The real question is, will anybody really be held accountable? Thankfully, no one died, so probably not.
Made an emergency landing in the U.S. state of Oregon. A section of the fuselage, including a window, blew out a few minutes after takeoff. Images posted to social media show a gaping hole in the side of the plane and oxygen masks hanging. There are no reports of any major injuries.
Country.
The National Transport Safety Board says it's investigating the incident.
This guy
I
over
asked
here.
Aviation expert Stephen
Boy,
Wright.
I mean, total professionals on the plane. You got to give the stewardess, the stewardess, the workers. I don't know what to call them. Plane slaves. Plane slave. That's why I'm on a no-fly list. But no, the absolute heroes is what I'm trying to say. Is that these guys are really amazing. And total professionalism. Thank goodness no one was killed.
At Tampere University in Finland to explain how it happened.
It appears that in flight, the aircraft in a climb about 15,000 feet has experienced a mechanical failure of some sort. By this mechanical failure, what appears to have happened is the aircraft is fitted with effectively fake doors. So certain customers of this aircraft the operators, they can squeeze in lots of extra seats, which means that with lots of extra people on the aircraft, they need to have more doors available in the event of an emergency that have to be open to get everybody out quickly, like we saw in Japan recently. So not all airlines need to have extra doors. So Boeing's come up with this idea.
That is a pretty slick title.
Where they can deactivate, remove completely these extra doors for this ultra high density type aircraft for the airlines that don't need it, and then fit these covers, effectively fake doors that have got a window in it. So in all intents and purposes,
yeah, but you have the reason why the structural integrity, and no matter how good, you don't want that. You want a nice solid piece. Garants.
The outside of the aircraft, the inside of the aircraft just looks like a window. And it's this cover that has then separated, come off in flight.
So, Stephen, would you say...
My God, are you serious? And they're applying for exemptions? Boeing still hasn't fixed this problem on MAX jets, so it's asking for exemption? We don't want to fix it. We can't fix it, so can we just not fix it? It's a race to the bottom, man. It's a race to the bottom. Of course, I don't have time to read this whole article, but thank you, Homeless Bag, for this. This headline is shocking. I encourage everyone else to read it. Definitely going to put this in the Discord. Give that a read a little bit later. Asking for an exemption. Outrageous. Outrageous. Let's see. Do we have anything more here? I don't know. Let's get a little bit more about what Boeing says, but we know what's going to happen. They're going to down all the planes, do a safety audit, put them back in the air as quickly as possible, cross their fingers that everybody will forget in the next couple months. Luckily, it happened early in the first quarter. So hopefully by the fourth quarter, we'll be cranking in those profits, right? It's all damage control. Let's not fix the problem. Like fundamentally fix the problem, right?
That's a weak spot of types in this production process.
Well, I've seen some of the photos, and from what I can see, it doesn't look like where the cover attaches to has fallen apart. In fact, it all looks rather nice and shiny and intact.
Yeah, it's a brand new plane.
The interesting bit for me is that these covers will be held on by fastenings, bolts. And if you put the wrong type of fastening in, or you don't attach the fastening correctly, if it's not torqued, or if the fastening's not to the right specification, then that cover comes off. And this type of event, believe it or not, has happened before. So in 1990, a British Airways aircraft in the UK, its window fell out. Similar type experience in so much that the window in this case, it was held in by bolts. They put the wrong bolts on.
You mentioned the aircraft was at 15,000
feet. That's what I want to know.
How surprised are you that no one was actually hurt?
I'm really surprised, and it's very fortunate. It seems that where this panel completely detached and fell off, that because there weren't people sitting right next to effectively the hole in the future that appeared, that they didn't have significant injuries. Because even if the separating panel doesn't hit you, you then get things like debris being blown up and moved around the cabin at high speed, because the aircraft is still climbing and it's flying reasonably fast. So the passengers that would normally be sitting near there, if they were right next to that hole, they would be hurt quite significantly.
Nocturnal philosopher, welcome.
So, Stephen, what are going to be the consequences, safety-wise, because of this incident?
So what's now happening is Alaskan Airlines have grounded all of their aircraft because there's a big investigation that's just started.
This ideology.
The investigation will be conducted by the American investigators, which will be the NTSB. In addition, there will be input from Boeing, and this investigation will look at how the aircraft that are fitted with these fake doors, how they are at the moment for all of the other planes in this operation. And so they're going to be very keen to make sure that the doors, these door covers, have been fastened correctly. It's likely to be an inspection requirement, so the plane will not be allowed to take off before an inspection takes place to make sure that the fastenings are correct and have been put in properly.
Right. Okay. I didn't hear the part where somebody gets fucking arrested for putting human lives in danger. It's like one of the most dangerous things human beings do outside of getting in a car and driving 80 miles an hour down the freeway. Right? It's like one of the most dangerous fucking things we do. My God. But it's just like, where's the accountability? You know? Just so thank you, Davin, here for this Wikipedia list, all the different groundings. Look at this: 2016, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. My God. And look, it's all the jokers. I see this in every fucking comment section about these, these plane situations. It's like, oh, well, if I see that I'm getting on a Boeing, I cancel and transfer. No, the fuck you don't. No, the fuck you don't. You know how much of a pain in the ass that is? Oh, put me on this kind of plane, put me on that kind of plane. Yeah, fucking right. You can't even call them up if you're like stranded in the middle of nowhere. You can't get a hold of a person to help you. You're not going to be able to negotiate different planes and shit. Can you do that with the website? Can you like sort your plane request by the, your ticket request by the type of plane you can get on? No. And the solution isn't to pick and choose what plane you get on. The solution is to hold these fucking jokers accountable so that they can't just put our fucking lives at risk, cramming us into a goddamn sardine can up at 30,000 feet in the fucking air. Am I crazy? It's like I didn't hear about one motherfucker getting arrested. Nobody, at least in Japan, they'll do a little theater pantomime. They'll bow in front of the camera. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I won't go cut my salary. Anything, dude. Nothing. We don't even get the name of a Boeing executive. Everyone's on the internet stressing about Boeing stock, talking about putting in puts. Ooh, how can I take advantage of this? It's like, is anyone else worried? Because look, I got to get on airplanes sometimes. So does the rest of the fucking world, good chunk of it. But you know what I mean? It's like, I got to use this. It'd be like if I heard, the wheels were coming off of buses all over the place because they were just so cheap. They were using plastic bolts, right? And the fucking wheels are popping off these buses, right? And you're like, I got to take the bus. Can we make sure the bus is safe? The same thing with these goddamn airplanes. Hello, underpaid Delta employee. I demand to be put on a different type. Exactly, homeless bag. So because I just see these comments talking about how I get a different plane. It's like, shut the fuck up. No, you don't. It's your boy, Lenny, from South motherfucking Boston. Happy New Year, Lenny. I don't know if you've been streaming or not, bud. You got to put that link in the chat, man. You got to put that link in the chat. I'm not a big Twitch viewer. I got the kid. I'm cleaning out the garage. I'm making good progress on the garage. The news studio is still happening, folks. Okay, I'm making progress, but the more time, it's like I don't have any time. I don't have any time for this. So, So I don't have really a lot of leisure time to watch stuff. But, put that link in the chat. At the very least, let me throw you a couple likes and a thumbs up in there. All right, folks. Moving on to our next story before we get to January 6th here. Wanted to remind everybody, COVID is not over. In fact, there is a second biggest wave of COVID is happening right now. A massive COVID wave. What does the White House have to say with it? Because it's an election year and they're cowards and they're really, worried about messaging, and they still don't know how to push back against Republican nonsense. They still don't know how to fight Republicans. So this is how they handle the situation. This is the press secretary. I always have a hard time saying her name. But this is the U.S. press secretary. Basically, her job is to be a liar. And this is what her response is, because she's got all these canned responses in her little binder here. Isn't it cute? Do you even need to be here? You know what I mean? You got the binder. There's no, do you even need to be here? It could be a robot. It could totally be a robot. And would it make a difference? What is the point? It's theater. Is what it is. This whole press secretary comes out, press asking pretend hard questions, robotic canned responses. This is my response. But anyway, this is the cowardly, shitty response from our White House when confronted with the reality that we're hitting, we're starting to hit, pandemic level COVID infection rates here. What does Joe Biden's White House have to say about this?
Some hospitals in at least 8 states have brought back some form of masking now due to rising.
And look at the face. What about masking? Ooh, election year. Ooh, politics. What about people's health? Ooh, politics. Ooh. It's all messaging and posturing and what do people think? I'm not gonna ask this reporter a question for the rest of the year, is what she's thinking. Access journalism. The one thing she's not thinking about is the health of the United States citizens. Because if you were concerned with people's health, you'd be like, yeah, mask up. We're not mandating it, but we heavily recommend it. We're masking up in the White House. Ooh, politics. Ooh, politics. Ooh, that was a winning issue for the Republicans because we don't know what we're doing. How is public health and keeping people alive? How do you fumble that bag? How do you fumble that motherfucking bag, right? Oh, I don't know how to encourage good health for people. We're just that terrible as a party. Al Rakabi, happy January 6th. It is the 7th, but I had it was a couch fiasco yesterday that I had to deal with. So, all right. Anyway, let's get back to this. It's only a 30-second clip, but yeah. Flips immediately to the binder, puts a bookmark in her head that says, "I'm not going to ask this reporter another question for the rest of the year," and delivers this motherfucking gem.
Some hospitals in at least 8 states have brought back some form of masking now due to rising cases of respiratory viruses, including flu and COVID. Does the White House think more hospitals across the country should be considering that right now?
The masking piece, that is, and we've always been very consistent on this. That is something that is localized or hospitals, communities, cities, states, they have to make their own decisions. That's not something that we get involved in.
Wow. So brave. What a strong message from a strong party that isn't on the razor's edge of being defeated by a clownish orange authoritarian. Wicked smart. This wicked smart right there. Yeah. I heard her say it at the Dunkin'. I was at the Dunkin'. I was on my phone waiting for my 12 donuts. I eat 12 a day. Wicked smart. They're trying to take out Christ on January 6th. They're Mary Jan 6th. It's a war on conservatism. All right, folks, let's get into it. I'm sick and tired of this. I literally streamed this live. I literally streamed this live as it happened, hour by hour. I got the whole thing on YouTube. Exclamation point YouTube. Check it out. Stream this bitch live. I know I put this shit on YouTube. I'm sure I did. If I didn't, I got a copy of it somewhere. This really happened. It was really Republicans. You know, one of the striking things, and you'll see it in here, somewhere in here, Matt Gaetz was barricaded in his office, starting the rumors about Antifa, and I have him giving a speech, wearing a mask, by the way, because COVID. I have him giving a speech about how he was worried it was Antifa and not really the Republicans. Hey, Clutch Cargo. I'm shadow banned. Estonian, you're slowly learning about American politics, huh? Good God. It's essential, but it's also it's like learning how to give yourself a colonoscopy. You know what I mean? It's sometimes it's not very fun sometimes. Sometimes it is though. Like learning the history. Learning history is really interesting. I mean, all I have, as you can see here, big, beefy, basically we're going to be, ouch. Basically, I have two major sections here. Basically just January 6th related clips and content to remind you who did this, what the motivations were. It's shocking that we have to do this. We don't really, because the people in the chat, the people understand, but you know, they've done the mainstream media with its both sides are equal nonsense. Don't know how to handle the rebuttals about January 6th other than going, nuh-uh. Oh, it was Antifa. It was this. It was that. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. See the video? Oh, the fake news, fake news, fake news. And there's I don't know. Who are we trying to convince? If you think January 6th is fake, or was Antifa, or was anything other than what we saw with our own two eyeballs, what, you know, you're either really honestly like pitifully dumb. Like, I feel bad for you. Like you're a pitiful creature. And I pity you for being for being that stupid, for being that naive. It's either that or it's like, well, I know it's not Antifa, but I can't sit here and admit that my party wants to dismantle this country, even though that's what I want. They want that. They want a big tough daddy to cut through all the bullshit, to pass hard laws, because they have some fantasy about how that's going to somehow improve their life. What up, Marky? In the chat, it needs to be done. It was not a setup, and you know it wasn't. You're just pathetic. You're pathetic. Admit that you and your party want to destroy this country. Just admit it. You want to destroy the fundamental foundation of our country, which is democracy. You want to get rid of democracy, install an authoritarian, and then somehow that's going to make your pathetic life better. Admit it. That's what you want. Right? Because I don't really think there's a lot of stupid people. I don't think that. I really don't. I think a lot of people understand the situation, but they also understand what they want. And what they want is a permanent Republican dictatorship. Oh, yeah, you're an independent, right? That's why you're going to be voting Republican straight down the line, straight ticket. Fucking fraud. You're as transparent as can be, buddy. It was a setup. How about you set these balls? So that is interesting, Marky. Because I don't disagree with that. I saw it with my own eyes. And the neoliberals, Democrats, gave the Capitol Police and the Secret Service a big fucking pass. Obviously making the people that, because there were some real heroes of the Capitol Police that deserved to be lionized. There were some real heroes. But undeniably, there were police opening up the gates. We saw that. There's footage. There were definitely police that were friendly to what was happening. There were contradictory orders. There were contradictory orders over the radio about how you should treat them. So no, there is a lot of Trump. The big thing that people never talk about is that Trump 2 or 3 months before before January 6th, put in charge, replaced the leaders. I think it was the Secret Service is in charge of the Capitol Police, something like that. Well, he replaced the people running that with Trump sycophants. And no one really talks about that, is that the guys that were in charge of the defense of the Capitol were, the people that were at the very top were Trump supporters. It was an insurrection, and it was a riot, but yeah, of course it was a riot, but it was an insurrection. It was an attempted coup. It was an attempted coup, and the people that are continuing to support it, and of course attempt rewrite history on January 6th, like I said, they're either, I would say 5%, 10% are truly dumb. Grand majority of people understand, yeah, okay, we all saw it. They were wearing Trump shit. They were flying Trump flags. Ashley Babbitt was wearing a Trump flag like a fucking cape. We saw protesters rip down the U.S. flag and put up the Trump flag. We'll be showing that. Oh, yeah, we saw that, but, it can't, it doesn't, my politics right now, the political narrative that I need to repeat is incompatible with that. So I'm going to have to agree with the talking heads that are working extra overtime, Tucker Carlson, all the rest, to recontextualize January 6th, to reinvent the history of January 6th. Here's Trump praising Xi Jinping. This is a great clip from your boy Davey. Big props to Davey. Here's Trump praising Xi Jinping because, quote unquote, he controls 1.4 billion people ruthlessly. No games. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. We want to emulate that. That's the man that I want in charge of my life. I want to be ruled ruthlessly by a platinum spoon Nancy boy who wears diapers because he did too much fucking drugs in the 80s. That's what I want. I want my life ran by that guy. Give him all the power.
Somebody asked me, is President Xi of China, now he controls 1.4 billion people ruthlessly.
Like it's a good thing.
No games, right? They said, is President Xi of China a brilliant man? I said, yes, he is. He's a brilliant man. Next day, Trump said President Xi is brilliant. I said, yeah, I did. They want me to say, no, he's not a very smart guy. He just runs 1.4 billion people with an iron fist. It's crazy.
He's the most out and proud wannabe dictator in history. And we have an entire political party that is on the cusp of winning, a majority in this country. We have an entire political party that is on the cusp of taking over this country, fully supporting this. Yes, we'll be showing a clip from that ridiculous nonsense, but it's too entertaining not to show it. Somewhere in this is a clip, very good, I don't know. Would you call a food fight very good? It was a debate. It wasn't a debate. It wasn't a debate. It was entertainment. But yeah, we'll be showing a clip. Here's a little preview of what it looked like. So someone on Twitter said this is like Skibbity Toilet for divorced dads. I'm gonna get DMCA'd. I'm gonna get DMCA'd. Okay, so that was from this Benny guy who is a proud fascist. Proud, like, theocratic fascist. Big grin on his face, telling you, I can't wait to tell you what to do with your genitals. I can't wait to, as a woman, tell you to become my slave. Where if you marry me, I basically own you. And it goes on and on and on. Yeah, you would, Marky. You think Alex Jones and Glenn Greenwald, the Russia apologist, made some good points. So you agree that it was an insurrection, but you also agree that the right, in their little farcical debate, made some good points, huh? Boy, you're just a mess, man. You're a fucking mess. So is this is just a game to you, huh? This isn't really real to you. This is just another form of entertainment. Is that what's going on, Marky? I mean, anybody that could watch that Destiny Alex Jones debate, Glenn Greenwald debate, and say it was good and that both sides were making clear points. It's just a fucking game. It's not very real to you. Do you understand? Do you understand that Alex Jones side wants to take away your right to choose your leaders, to choose to democratically choose anything? That one of those sides wants to completely remove your ability to choose your destiny in your own country? Yeah, it was entertaining. Keep laughing, you fucking clown. You're an embarrassment. Speaking of an embarrassment, here's Joseph Biggs, father of a 6-year-old, and is caring for a mom with cancer. Joe will be spending the next 17 years in Christmas jail. Boo! For walking around the Capitol for 20 minutes. Walking around the Capitol for 20 minutes. That's all he did. That's all he did. He never did do anything else. He's got mom with cancer. Gonna miss 17 Christmases.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Celebrate! Celebrate! It's called justice, bitch. It's called justice. You think as if I did what he did in the name of single payer health care, people would be end wokeness would be retweeting about me. Oh, so sad. He beat up cops. This guy's one of the worst. Joseph Biggs. Extremely violent. Assaulted cops directly. You know how fucked I would be if I fucking did what he did to a cop? In the name of single-payer health care, in the name of free college education? Thank you, homeless. I have a beautiful voice. It's making me go insane. It's working. The gaslighting is working because I'm losing my fucking mind. He'll get 17 years. He ain't doing no 17. He'll get out on good behavior or some bullshit. In 5. Right? Roll hearings. He'll be a good little boy. That's all he really wants is a daddy. Well, he's got one now. No, that's not a prison rape joke. Prison rape is a real issue, and we should be looking into it and doing something about it. It's disgusting that rape is part of the punishment of going to jail in the United States. Thank you for following Zammy. Yo, Marky. Do you agree or disagree with the Constitution and the amendments? Specifically the 14th. Here we go with it. I was hoping we would get one. Here it is, folks. Here we go. The motherfucking define fascism clown. Yeah. Let's get tied up on what is and isn't a fascist now, guys. Let's get tied up on that. Let's have a big debate. Let's have a big scholarly debate so this Zammy asshole can disagree anyway and fucking fully support fascists anyway. Right? I could have the motherfucking professor of fascism right behind me sit in this chair and give you the 100% accurate textbook definition of what isn't and is fascism, and also agree with me that Donald Trump fits that definition. And what do you think Zammy would say about that? Nope. I'm gonna give that one a nope. I think the definition of fascism is when Joe Biden made me wear a mask. Yeah. I think the definition of fascism is when children, is when my 1-year-old child is forced to learn about gay people. Forced. If you support fascists, what does that make you? If I voted for a fascist, and I proudly did it, and I put it on my bumper sticker, and I wore a shirt, and I wore a goofy red hat, and I proudly supported a fascist, and I voted for him, and you said, oh, you must be a fascist. No, I'm not. What? I only proudly fully support a fascist, and a party that fully supports a fascist. But I'm not a fascist, and my party isn't fascist. They only put all their weight behind a proud authoritarian fascist. But we're not fascist. I'm so tired of this. Do all report? Technically, no. So I guess that means that matters, huh? Right? It's the party of MAGA, Zammy, and you know it is. It's the party of MAGA. Admit it. Come to terms with it. It's his party now, okay? And what's going to happen to your party when this guy finally kicks the bucket? What, you think Ron DeSantis is going to come in there and take over? Maybe Rick Santorum will come out of the lobbying world back into politics and really rock your socks off. This is you, buddy. This is you, Zammy. China. This is you, bud. This is what you support. This is what your party is. Hey, Zammy. Quit the bullshit. Who's gonna win next week in Iowa? Who's gonna win the primary? Who's gonna win? Who's gonna be the candidate for your party, Zammy? Who's gonna be the candidate for your party, Zammy? Who's going to be the candidate for your party, Zanny? And look at Marky over here. Don't you love it? Don't you love these little assholes in the chat? Well, okay, yeah, technically Trump's a fascist, but the Republican Party is it. Okay. Well, technically it was an insurrection. But it was a setup, so it was fishy. So maybe Antifa was there. But it's still not, but we shouldn't be held accountable. We shouldn't be held accountable. You're pathetic. Zammy, there's no definition I could give you that would please you. This is your party. This is your party. This is who you are. This is who you are, dude. This is what you are. Trump over here. This is, and he's doing this. Trump is specifically doing this because he knows his party wants this. Trump, this is the one thing Trump decides not to lie about. Listen to this. Trump just refused to sign a decades-old pledge for ballot access in Illinois that states he will, quote, not advocate for the overthrow of government if he loses. So he has to, it's just some stupid pledge. Every other politician just, yeah, of course not. Check the box. This is the easiest thing in the world. Sky's blue, grass is green. Trump refuses to sign it. That he won't advocate to overthrow the government. Why does he choose to not lie about this thing? The man lies about literally everything. He wears a diaper every single day. Wears a diaper every single day. Smells like feces. Why does he choose to not lie about this? Why? Because people like Zammy and people like Markey want this. They want an authoritarian government. They don't care about democracy. They don't understand. They think because they're going to be on top. They're like, well, it's going to be a Republican. It's going to be a right-wing authoritarian government, so I'll agree with it. It'll be good. It'll be good for me. I'll agree with it. They're going to hate on all the people that I hate, make my life better, get rid of all the weird people and brown people and people that are like gay or something. It's weird. It makes me uncomfortable. Get rid of them. Then my life will get better. My wife will come back. You know what I'm saying? It'll fill some gap in their life. It'll fill some void in their life. They don't realize what they are doing is taking away their right to ever choose again. And they're taking it away from everybody. Yeah, you bet Markey would vote for Vivek. Full-blown authoritarian fascism, baby. Yeah! Woo! Yeah! Yeah! I have never seen a candidate so wrong on geopolitics in my fucking life. And also, it's so funny that Markey supports a massive loser who would fondle Trump's balls on camera and lovingly lap them in his mouth for the joy of millions. And cannot get any more time on Fox News. He's sinking in the polls. Woo! Trump's not interested. Desperately wants that VP position. And of course, Markey over here. Well, I think he's a really good guy. Because you're a fucking clown, dude. And you think this is a joke. And you think it's going to be cool to have the rest of us lose our goddamn democracy because you don't understand the fucking world around you, dude. You're winning. Joe Biden and Donald Trump, neck and neck, basically. Joe Biden and Donald Trump, neck and neck. Markey over here about to win. You know, maybe Vivek will get himself a little cabinet position. Welcome back, Zio Duke. So here's your peaceful. Here's your peaceful. What do you want to call it? What, tourist visit? What is that? What kind of flag is this, guys? That must be an Antifa flag. That looks like an Antifa flag to me, right there. No way. That's a Trump "Make America Great Again" flag. No way. Yeah. So actually, if you go back real quick, if you can see, hold on. So there's an Antifa hat. There's an Antifa hat. A couple Antifa hats right there. You can see because they're red. Vivek is all of those things and a massive loser. And a massive loser who did everything in his power to pander to the people who are actually in power, who are actually in control, and failed. And failed. Wow, Zammy. So some people did violence and some people didn't. So it's a wash. It wasn't an attempt to destroy our democracy. Ashley Babbitt wasn't going after politicians. Let me guess, Zammy. Ashley Babbitt's a hero. Ashley Babbitt didn't deserve to get shot, right? There was no warning. All those other lies, right, Zammy? Right? You just suck it all down. You just suck it all down without questioning, right? Yeah, I bet you do. Yeah. The martyrdom of Ashley Babbitt started about 6 months. There it is. There it is. Hey, Zammy, what do you think of George Floyd? Did he deserve to be killed extrajudiciously? Zammy, was George Floyd murdered as well? You're such a fucking tool. You're an embarrassing tool, dude, of authoritarian fascism, right? You're those Americans that showed up to the, to that famous fascist meeting in New York. It was at Madison Square Garden. That big fascist. They filled the whole stadium. You're one of those guys, right? Oh, Zammy, there we go. Oh, he got me, guys. Ashley Babbitt was warned time and time again that if she were that this is the final threshold. There was warnings coming all over the place. Should I bring up the footage where it happened? We literally streamed it live. Had to censor it because she was shot in the neck. Died on top of her Trump flag. Very clearly visible. Secret Service right there. Gun. The Call of Duty idiots in the crowd were literally gun. Tries to cross into the threshold where the politicians are hiding and is shot. Rightfully shot. That was the final threshold. And but she didn't deserve it, guys. She didn't deserve it. Fascinating, isn't it? How hypocritical they are. We all know how massively hypocritical they are. But we still allow them into this conversation like they're honest actors. Some people weren't violent though, guys. Some people weren't violent though, dude. You know. By the way, the person who's doing this to this person with the face mask was sent to jail. He was, he got a couple years, I believe. Yeah, Zammy, no, because you believe George Floyd was, was murdered. That means that means Ashley Babbitt was a martyr. Yeah. Wanted to point this out here. I find this fascinating. Everyone's giving this woman who I don't necessarily agree with, the woman from Harvard there. It's I think it's because she was asked specifically, does Harvard just basically say, does Harvard disagree with anti-Semitism? And then she had to say it depends on the context. Like, I think you could have said something more clear. But it is interesting that the party that's attacking her is the party of Nick Fuentes, is the party of Kanye West, and all this other racist Confederate nonsense. There's nothing patriotic, Ronald, about demanding authoritarian takeover and dismantle democracy. There's nothing patriotic about that. I do find it interesting that the extremely anti-Semitic right-wing party is, doing this shuck and jive about how they're so, how they love Israel and Zionism and all that. Interesting. So I didn't have nowhere else to put this. But here is the new Twitter. This is what Twitter has been turned into. This fella here Hey, N-words. Hey, K-words. Hey, Browns. Stay on the lookout, you hear? Apparently, this was allowed. This was flagged. And after review, they didn't find a problem with it. They didn't find anything wrong with it. I'm going to go ahead and I've had enough of Zammy here, so we're just going to go ahead and give him a timeout. Hopefully he won't return. Bye-bye. And I had enough of your bullshit. I didn't really have anywhere else to put this. But just wanted to point out this is Twitter now. This is what it is. You know, and the advertisements are insane. Like the only thing that saves this site is the community notes. Community notes underneath the advertisements pointing out, oh, this is an AI scam. This is interesting. I was just scrolling through Twitter for January 6th tidbits, you know, just little memories. And someone was flying the flag of South Vietnam. Some right-wing conservative who was also South Vietnamese flying the flag. That's this yellow flag right here. And he was all over the place. He was like, you know, a bunch of South Vietnamese right-wing nationalists supporting Trump. You know, it's so weird, the connections, right? That, you know, because it's all about the extreme right-wing extremism. And there are a lot of people who are following politics understand what MAGA stands for. They understand what MAGA means. You know, they can read between the lines. They don't have little clever gaslighters to, you know, to interpret things. They know what this is. During the January 6th United States Capitol attack, many South Vietnamese flags were seen in the crowd of rioters. These were mixed reactions amongst Vietnamese Americans in Southern California. 45 Vietnamese American community advocates, politicians, and business leaders signed a statement condemning the use of the South Vietnamese flag in this context, and various Vietnamese American government officials also wrote statements opposing such use. See the new video of two people with guns in the Capitol on J6? I have that MSNBC footage, that never before seen MSNBC footage queued up, but no, I have not seen any rioters that got into the Capitol carrying guns. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so maybe it's part of that, but no, if you have a specific clip, I have not heard of rioters who actually got into the Capitol with guns. Yeah, we got to see that link if you got one, Lenny. That's just an interesting tidbit about South Vietnam there. And this is these are the Republicans that we're seeing in the chat right now do this. You know, because when it happened, remember, it was a liberation. It was a stop the steal. It was the greatest moment in American history when patriots finally said enough of this wokeism, right? They finally said enough, and they cleaned out the swamp. Nancy Pelosi, Mike Pence, and Mitch McConnell, all of them. It was stop the steal, baby. Trump, it's very interesting. Ben Garrison put Trump over the American flag. Very interesting there. But now Ben Garrison, 3 years later, oh, it was a trap. Just like we heard the stupid assholes in the chat, right? They set us up. Who? The government that Trump was running? Oh, they set us up. Something suspicious. It's, you know what it wasn't? It wasn't a attack against democracy. It wasn't that. Yes, the fuck it was. Yes, the fuck it was. Bitch. Put a period on that shit. Carve that shit in stone. Three years later, like we're fucking idiots, right? And they're doing it in my chat. I'm a nobody streamer, and we get these assholes in the chat. What do you think Hassan's chat looks like? Actually, it's actually this. Actually, reality looks like this. Sky's not blue. Actually, So even me, I get that shit in the chat by these fucking gaslighters. 3 years ago, like we're fucking morons. Like we didn't see that shit in front of our fucking eyes, in front of our face, right? You know, back when it happened over here on the left, it was undeniable that it was MAGA. Now, 3 years later, I don't know, 600 beers later, I don't know what's real. 600 beers and 400 hours of Fox News later, I don't fucking know. Someone over here pointing this out. This is fascinating. Look at this. Kevin Sorbo, Jan 6. It's happening. Ooh, baby, woo! Second American Revolution, 1776. History is being made. January 6th. Be there, you fucking cuck. To those storming the Capitol building, please be careful. Don't act like Antifa, okay? Respect the police and know they are mostly on our side. They're simply trying to do their job when they're cracking your skull because you're fucking trespassing. But don't be like Antifa. I don't know. How many times has Antifa smeared feces on the walls of the Capitol building? How many times has Antifa climbed the walls of the Capitol building, removed the American flag, and thrown it on the ground and replaced it with an Antifa flag? How many times did that happen? Oh, I'm sure a bunch. Trump says he's going to be a dictator. I believe I have that one queued up, Davey. We'll take a look, though. But now let's take a look and see what Kevin has to say. Couple years later, like we have motherfucking amnesia, dude. Antifa led the charge of the Capitol building just as Trump supported. Yep. There we go. I got him. They think we're stupid. And you know what? For some people we are. Some of those people are in the chat as we speak. Let's take a look at this link from your boy Davey.
You're not going to.
I'm sure we're just going to misinterpret this clip, right? Because we're liberal woke liberals.
Said okay, because they wanted to. You're not going to be a dictator. Is that you know? I said no, Sean. I'm going to be a dictator. I said that. He said.
Okay, well, it is a cut a little too soon because he's saying, I'm going to be dictator, but just for a day. We're going to build a wall, and we're going to make sure that all my legal stuff is washed away, and we're going to implement military, we're going to go into, military law, what the fuck? You know what I'm talking about. Just for a day. Just for one day. Just for one day. I'm just going to take over America just for one day. And I'm going to hurt all the people that you hate, and all the people that you love are going to get free money. You know what pisses me off about Alex Jones, Riddle? Is that he used to be the guy warning us about guys like Trump. He used to be the guy railing against George Bush. Being like, yo, this George Bush guy is all about the New World Order, and he's going to the Bilderberg groups, and we got to watch out, and he's trying to institute all kinds of attacks against your privacy. Now we got Alex Jones over here fully backing up the New World Order, the destruction of our country, the dissolving of our democracy for this comical authoritarianism. Just for one day. Thank you for that clip, Davey. So here's this exclusive, never before seen clip from MSNBC. Happened during January 6th. So just to give you a little context here. Well, we got some guys pissed at Trump in the chat. He's like, you fucking Trumps want to make peace with Putin. Didn't you hear? Well, you should listen to Vivek Ramaswamy, okay, who thinks we should trade Ukraine to Russia so that Russia will somehow cut its relationship with China. And he's supposed to be a smart guy. Supposed to be the smart guy in the room, huh? Imagine working for that douchebag. But no, apparently we got here 8 solid minutes of custom footage. So let me just set up here. So this is what's called the rotunda. This is like literally where the lawmakers sit and they vote on laws. So this is like the outside entrance. And this is like the center right here. So if the doors were open, you would see the podium. Remember that podium that the guy with the horn stood up and he did his little prayer at the podium? So you would see that directly, right? So what happened is the lawmakers had barricaded this door with furniture, and what we are seeing are, this is the angle from the protests, or insurrectionists. Protest. Freudian slip over here. Antifa. It's Antifa because, you know, it's Antifa. Look, I'm captain of the Antifa army, and this is exactly how I train my soldiers. This is a full-blown psyop, so I'm actually really quite proud of them. This is kind of really what we're doing here, is we're kind of covering everything, you know what I'm talking about? But anyways, this is exclusive footage from the rioters' side, aka Antifa. And then the other side here, we have Secret Service literally pointing a fucking Glock, like right here. Like, okay, here's, you know, okay, come on in, big boy. Like literally a motherfucking Glock, like right there. And these guys are like, it's the American Revolution. It's American Revolution. So the lawmakers that were barricaded in this room apparently spoke with the rioters, with the insurrectionists, and there was some back and forth here. I haven't seen this footage. Well, I've seen the first half, but I haven't seen the second half because I was like, oh, this is good. I want to watch the whole thing with you guys. So here we go. Exclusive footage from MSNBC. Ugh. But hey, what can I do? Exclusive footage from Rachel Maddow Network. Let's go.
I've never been so heartbroken. For Texas. Where's your messenger? Or your messenger?
These guys over here trading each other's motherfucking Instagram. What's your we gotta hook up, bro. We gotta smoke some weed at a hotel later, bro. It's American Revolution 2.0, bro.
Yeah, it's nothing. I'm not gonna.
I'll be right back.
Just type in your
Go to the back.
Your phone number. Clear the building so we can. As you brothers are beside me, go around and find another door. Go around and find another door. We want to help. We want another door. That we won't stand down for this. Okay? We're tired of standing around. Your Constitution said you're supposed to protect the Constitution. You're a traitor. No, if you go against the yes. If you no, we're not trying to start a fight. I'm trying to reason. Hey man, these guys cost my family $400,000. Okay, they need to address this problem. That's gonna scare us. Are you kidding me? Y'all are out of it.
Oh yeah, there he is. There he is, right there. There. What's his fucking name? God, what's his name?
Take it back. You don't know. There's a million here. Listen, I just want to tell you, put your gun away. Nobody's going to use better talk about it. What are you say it louder? What are you saying? Somebody asked me.
Oh, there's another one. Look, another Antifa hat, guys. Big red one.
I'll go first. What? We're trying to listen.
What does that say up top? It says T. Is it 2? And there's a T. I think it says Antifa.
We're trying to get in. We got the glass broken. These are all your patriots. This is our house.
Yeah, it's our house. We should get in here.
Our house. How do you handle this? Open the door, brother. How do you handle it? Come on, man. Open the door.
These guys are super ballsy.
You're gonna kill patriots who put this war together. What's wrong with you?
So this is the threshold. This is the threshold that Ashley Babbitt breached. She was up to the left. She was actually over here. When she broke through that window and she was climbing through that window, it was right over here, I believe. If I remember the 3D, you know, there was a whole video I showed, like a 3D model of all the different incidents and where they happened. But I think she was up and to the left. She breached this, right? Pretty clear warning. Pretty clear fucking warning, if you ask me. A fucking Glock right here. Pretty clear what's going to happen. Oh, she's a martyr. Yeah, Zammy, yeah. You're smart. Yeah, you're smart. What is the number one thing you hope Trump is going to do when he takes over the country in 2024? When your party votes for him as their candidate and he beats Joe Biden? What's the number one thing you hope that he institutes? He by fiat, his one day as dictator. What's your wish list? What's going to make Zammy's pathetic life better?
You got kids! We got kids! We're fighting for today!
Tax rate. So, tax rate, huh? Taxes. Lower taxes. You're fucking pathetic. Trump lowered your taxes, huh? Because I assume you're a millionaire. You're a multimillionaire. Because if you're not a multimillionaire, he didn't lower your fucking taxes. You're going to destroy the entire. You think you're going to just taking in fewer sun. Are you working the fields? Are you working in a restaurant? Huh? Is someone going to take your job? What? At the car wash? You're pathetic. You're going to dismantle American democracy so you could hopefully, maybe, without even being promised, get lower taxes, and maybe they'll go after poor people from third world countries. Maybe they'll get them out of here. You're utterly pathetic, Zammy. The party, they're not even going to do that, dude. They're going to bring in more refugees and more third world country. The authoritarian fascist right-wing government is going to bring in more cheap labor. Do you know how dependent right-wing states in the United States are? You know how dependent they are on migrant labor? Are you even remotely aware of how dependent the right-wing party is on immigrants? Okay.
Well,
thank you so much, Zammy.
I can't hear what this guy's saying. Hey, what are y'all saying? Where are your friends?
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Why?
I don't think they're going to gas this.
No, we just got pushed up the front. I've never had a ticket in my life. Hold on, man.
Never had a ticket in my life. I'm not doing anything illegal.
We're real American citizens who are sick of this. And we're making it knowing that we're sick of it. Okay?
Sick of what?
Would you? Huh?
Sick of what? Democracy?
Say again?
Every investigation, every challenge to this election has been thoroughly vetted by professionals and shown that it was a totally honest, totally legit election. There's no funny business. In fact, it was one of the least fraud-ridden elections in American history because of all the preemptive stop the steal stuff that Trump was doing after he lost before January 6th. Because of all that stuff, there was actually extra scrutiny that was applied to most of the areas across the country. So there was actually historically low fraud. In some of the recounts, they recounted and Biden got more votes because of some statistical error. But none of that matters. Truth, we live in a post-truth. This is all post-truth narrative. Because it's the goal is authoritarian control. How they get there doesn't matter, right? And it's not about being right. It's about delaying, right? The Antifa gaslighting is to keep us all tied up, keep us all doing what I'm doing right now, right? Which is like proving while I'm spending time proving that it wasn't Antifa. They're out there doing what's important, following Steve Bannon's plan to secure local votes, secure local governments, get out the vote, ironically, which is like not doing well in some places for right wingers because of their, it's an opposing narrative, right? Elections are all fraud, but make sure you show up and vote diligently. It's kind of a confusing message, and it hasn't been working out in some places. Interesting because Steve Bannon even has to do stop the steal, but I guarantee you he's telling everybody to vote because he knows what's really important. in this 2024 election.
I've been in law enforcement in Texas for 30 years.
Talk a little louder.
That's because you've never seen corruption like we have seen this last month. I'm ashamed. And I'm ashamed of my Congress people. They don't even stand up for it. They're giving away my grandchildren and your grandchildren's freedom. What? You need to back up. Freedom is at hand.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. You got a right winger who literally, you know, like these are the people that are voting for him. Is right in front of him. This is his constituency right in front of him. It does not matter. Reality doesn't matter. This is the environment that he's created, that he's helped foster. This is the monster that Frankenstein has created, and he's face to face with it. And he's like, no, he's got nothing. He's got nothing. This party has completely lost control over this monster called MAGA, and it has completely consumed them. Not completely, almost completely. Maybe when Mitch McConnell finally kicks the bucket, we'll see the deal finally sealed. But it's hard to argue that the extreme elements, even if they are a minority within the party, the extreme elements have captured control. It's Matt Gaetz's party. It's Marjorie Taylor Greene's party. It's Lauren Boebert's party. They're in the driver's seat because the majorities are so slim. They're in the driver's seat. You know, and as more Mitt Romneys leave, as more what's his nuts there, ex-Speaker of the House leaves, as more of those guys leave, and then, you know, finally Mitch McConnell leaves, either by hook or by crook. You know, the Grim Reaper pulls his ass down mid-speech. The old GOP, the GOP of Dick Cheney and George Bush is it's death gasps, the death rattles. You know, final few hours. Have a good one, homeless.
Door, everybody.
Do you understand we're fighting for you?
Yeah, I ought to put the guns down. We're not going to do anything. You know?
You're not going to do anything. You're not, and that was the attitude, right? And that was Ashley Babbitt's attitude. Well, they're letting us in. They let us in this far, and they haven't fired. They're clearly being, you know, clearly someone's on our side back there. We're on the right here, or we're in the right, and they feel ashamed and they don't want to shoot us. That was the attitude. That was Ashley Babbitt's attitude. What would happen to me if you know, like I said, if I was doing that shit for single payer health care?
That's dumb.
The Constitution,
Breathe. Hey, guys, you got to breathe.
You guys can get the same paycheck when the government gets replaced with real governors.
Yeah.
This is not going to be good for your future, man.
Real Congress people.
This isn't going to be good for your future.
Listen. This is about starting a civil war. If this doesn't happen, there's going to be a bigger civil war and a lot of bloodshed. We don't want that. We don't want more bloodshed.
It sounds like a hostage taker, right? You know, I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to hold democracy hostage. And we got no choice. It's your fault. If this starts a civil war, it's your fault.
Is there anybody in there?
Yeah.
Who's in there? Who's in the house? Can you see who's in there?
No, ma'am. I can't see who's in there.
Oh, look, a socialist. Are you getting paid by China?
A socialist? Are you getting paid by China? We're going to just let them run the country. We're really going to let these people make fake bad actor arguments, and we're just going to let them walk all over us, huh? Why? Because we were so tempted by Joe Biden's status quo. We were so scared to punish the neoliberal Democrats during the primary season that we just let them, let them represent us and lose against these fascists. It was China. Look at the socialist. Yeah, it looks like a real socialist to me. Real hippy dippy over here. Yeah, he's from China. That's definitely Chinese socialist. That's what I'm seeing.
You're all getting
paid by China. Come on, you guys, man.
You're all getting paid by China.
You guys are not going to lose a paycheck if we come in the building, man. And nobody's going to get hurt. But he can only kill so many of us. Now come on with that, man. We don't want nobody killed. We don't want. This is our house.
The guy in the back with the bullhorn, they can only kill so many of us. The guy staring down the barrel of the gun, come on, man, stop with that now. Come on, guys. Can't we all just get along? They think we're fucking idiots. That's it. They think we're stupid.
We paid for it. Why don't you get that? You know it's true. I'm fighting for my son and my grandchildren. Yours too. What is wrong with you? There ain't enough pay in this world to take out your children unless you're one of the pedophiles.
She's fighting for them, but she's not allowed to come to Thanksgiving anymore.
Pedophiles, we know about your pedophilia.
These guys aren't that. Come on, man. Listen, these are good people. Look, brother, they're trying to do their job. No, I don't want to get shot, man. Really. We want to do our part. We want.
What are you doing?
Hey, what's your name?
Well, wait a minute. Ashley Babbitt couldn't have known. She couldn't have known that there was danger when she busted down those guys. Like, come on, man. I don't want to get shot for real, dude. Come on, I don't want to be the first to die.
Look, brother, they're trying to do their job. No, I don't want to get shot, man. Really.
The reality.
We want.
What are you doing?
Hey, what's your name? We just want our grievances redressed like the Constitution says. That's all.
No joke.
And we know we'll have no homes to go home to. Look, man, this government's cost my family $400 grand, dude. I'm in the poorhouse over this stuff. Dude, you don't know what it's like to just about be on the street, man. It sucks. It's not cool to go to bed.
So that's after 4 years of the Trump presidency. But it's not Trump's fault. It was the deep state. It's the swamp. It's the swamp. It's these guys. It's the Chinese. I guess their fault. But that's why his business, $400 grand. It's got to be some business loan that he took. For try to do a llama farm or something. Didn't work out. And the thing is that the neoliberal Democrats and the fascist right-wing Republicans don't give a shit about small and middle class people and small businesses, and they don't give a crap about that. They don't care. They don't care one bit. So it is a shame. It is a shame that they're mom and pop shops like your back's against the wall. You don't have all the advantages of the big guys, and they take advantage of you, and you get kicked out of business, and then you wind up with almost $500,000 in debt, and there's all kinds of issues. And all you wanted to do was open up a humble business and live the American dream. So there's real grievance there, and that's one of my big problems with the neoliberal Democrats is that there's this massive opportunity to make the neoliberal Democrats the party of the working class, the party of because we're union, we're the number one union, we're party of unions. Bullshit, you are. You're the party of massive corporate unions that only align themselves with status quo politicians to help suppress our wages. You don't support real unions that are really they'll show like where's Joe Biden in the UAW? You know what I mean? If you're too effective as a union, getting your due from the business, the neoliberal Democrats don't have your back. They only have the back of unions that play ball with politics and Amazon and all that. That's the kind of unions they want. But there's a real opportunity for the neoliberals to become the party of the working class, the middle class, to really help them out. I mean, hell, we only put them in charge. We started them off with a full-blown supermajority for a couple months. Couldn't do jack shit with it though. Oh no, it's too much power. Don't give us that much power. Then we might actually have to do something progressive and keep our promises. Can't have that. They're just terrible. They're a failure of a party, and they're gonna hand over our country to fascist right wingers. Kissing Gonzo, yeah, Workers' Party. You got to stay away from that kind of stuff, right? Because it's very easily, gets into the whole fucking socialist, that kind of stuff. And it's not that I disagree with socialism. I'm a democratic socialist, but we have a very scared American public. So you would just have to find different language. But no, You don't even have to do all the commie socialist stuff. You just some tax breaks for small businesses, some tax breaks for the middle and lower class. You know, a couple stimulus checks in the mail. You know, around Christmas time. It's not really that difficult. Like they could rip us off and grift us and work us to the bone. If they just gave us a little bit more, we would shut the hell up. People are all like, "Oh, the 90s were so great. Oh, remember the 90s? Oh, it's so booming the economy, you know." Like, no, it wasn't. It really wasn't, but we were just given a little bit bigger slice of the pie.
It sucks a lot, man.
Come on, you know better than this.
Yeah, kissing Gonzo. I mean,
Texas is one of
it's
the greatest states in this country.
middle class, long term. Yeah, I agree. Kissing Gonzo. Yeah.
All right, that's where we stay.
We're camping out.
I'm in the house. We just want to check some.
We own this house, not you.
I can't hear anything right now.
Our house.
We got guns.
You just
Tax cuts for the wealthy. Don't forget that, brother.
your time has been fired now. You're doing a job.
I'm 52, man. I got a 9-year-old. He deserves to grow up with a government that treats him right. And a 16-year-old and a 22-year-old, man.
Hey, I'll call you back, okay?
I drove 14 hours to get here and stood in the cold for 3.5 hours to find out that Mike Pence is a traitor, man.
No.
And I voted for the.
Listen,
He's like, don't say that.
American citizens have
You're gonna get a shot.
He's
Are
been
you?
pushed. He could have done the right thing and certified those legislators, electors, and we wouldn't be standing here with a 9mm pointed at me right now.
So doing the right thing is literally doing something unprecedented. Literally just having somebody arbitrarily in the middle of this process of certifying the election say, I don't agree with the results, send them back. Never done it before in history. Doesn't, and a lot of scholars are just like, no, I don't think he would even, legally have the right to do it. Do the right thing is literally go against the whims of American democracy. Go against the election. It was a legitimate election. It was 100% legitimate. It was like I said before, one of the least fraud. Had the least amount of fraud than most American elections. You go back through the numbers. It just doesn't matter, though. It doesn't matter. They're useful idiots,
What? Isn't he going to do that? No. He's handing it back off the states to recertify. So you know
Protect
what
his
that's going to
country
mean.
from its government.
The same thing.
Who are you, pal? Who do you think you are, buddy? What's your name in a nice jacket?
There's a democratic way to hold these politicians to account. It's to vote them out in the primaries, vote against them democratically. Like there's a way to hold these people accountable for being corrupt. So I don't think Thomas Paine was talking about doing a sloppy insurrection in the Capitol when he meant, protect your country from its government. I assume Thomas Paine would encourage using the the democratic mechanisms of the current government to make those changes. But with that said, I don't disagree with Thomas Paine on that statement.
You're the lovely.
We should be absolutely. It's absolutely patriotic to hold the government
Have you
accountable.
ever lost your paycheck due to some crooked people in the government?
We destroyed millions of lives.
Once again, after 4 years of Trump government, he's losing his paycheck apparently because of the government. But it's not Trump. It's the deep state. It's amazing. It's fucking amazing. The guy's in charge. The guy it's his president.
Ever since 2016, man, I've lost $400,000.
We got to hang a bunch of crooked congressmen. We'll do
Yeah,
that.
and kissing Gonzo, that John Adams quote, patriotism is not short, frenzied outbursts of emotion, but the tranquil and steady dedication of a lifetime. And this is what I talk about, is that political activism is a lifestyle, and you got to accept it. It's not glamorous. It's work. You got to put in a couple hours a month. You got to do something, but you got to ask yourself, what am I doing to create positive political change so that my children can grow up in a better world than the one that I live in? Oh, I'm not going to have kids. I hate kids. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, maybe, maybe just for yourself then until you die so that you can enjoy a better world before you die. Whatever. But we can't sit around like nihilists with our hands folded. Things would be better if it was just total chaos and everything was shit. Yeah. Let's just destroy everything. Break it all down. That's what we need. Like some angry divorced dad in the kitchen shattering all the dishes. Yeah, well, who's sweeping up the dishes afterwards? Probably the dad.
Okay? We don't want to fight you.
This is why democracy exists, so that these people can be heard, but then overruled. So that's the best we can get. It's like,
don't push on me, bro. I'm moving.
Cops showed up. Come on. Can't get us all Patriots. Where are you at, Patriots?
Please. Hey, look.
Oh, wow. All these brave Patriots getting pushed around by the deep state. Oh wow! Look who we've been listening to. This is who we've been listening to. This is one of the fellas that was up right there. Maybe this is the guy that lost $400,000. Lost a paycheck because of the government. He says. Antifa hat. Yeah, it's interesting, Kissing Gonzo. There's this Republican push to release all the video. Like I said, it's just a delay tactic. There's no way that these people that are saying release the video think that they're going to find the magic Antifa video that that the government has been hiding, that Nancy Pelosi has been keeping it on her laptop. Right? There's no magic Antifa proof. It's just going to release more evidence of right-wing fascism, but it's a delay tactic. It's a delay tactic. Oh, we'll see. There's a shadow of a doubt. Oh, there is in one of those videos. There's the secret Antifa video, and then say they release all the footage, and there, of course there's no Antifa video. Oh, well, it's because they're still suppressing it. They still have it. It's a delay tactic. Whatever it takes to get to the finish line. And that finish line is authoritarianism. Some people have been here issues that has nothing to do with the government. They need this bullshit to vet. So true. So true. It's like conspiracy theorists are usually not very clever folks, and they glom onto conspiracy theories because it makes them feel like they're an expert at something that people don't see, right? Like they've figured it out. All the others haven't. It's their thing. It becomes like part of their identity. Problem is, though, is that those people can be very dangerous. And at the very least, they will do contradictory things. You can give them contradictory messages and they'll back you up. But I don't want to babble too much. I'm not a psychologist. But there you go. That's the exclusive MSNBC January 6th footage of those folks that were right there at the front door with their camera phones there, recording the whole thing, thought they were heroes, thought they were fighting the Chinese. I mean, really, the motivations were scattered all over the place. Thought they were fighting against the Chinese, thought they were blaming the government, but, they're there for Trump, who's literally in charge of the government. But I get it. Trump's not he wasn't a king. He wasn't in charge of all the government. So they were saying just only the bad parts of government, which is, how could you tell? They don't know. What that showed me is that they really just, it's just an emotional outburst. It was an emotional outburst. I think something should be said, though, as to why such mediocre losers, okay, how these mediocre losers were able to get so close to government. How was this allowed? And I do think it is ignored. The people that were put in charge months before this happened. I think it was maybe after or right before Trump lost. I think it was like right before the end of the election is when Trump replaced some of these guys. as like, because that's how early the planning for January 6th started. It started before the, because it was like, ooh, it's not looking good for you. Some of these numbers are not looking good. Well, how can we stay in charge? How can we stay in charge even if we technically lose? What are the avenues? What can we do? How could these mediocre individuals get so close to these politicians? And I do think the neoliberals are playing cover for what was clearly some corruption within the Capitol Police and within the Secret Service. But I mean, God, I mean, look, who did they put in charge of the January 6th Commission? Republicans. Oh, Republicans. Well, it's a double-edged sword, because I praise it, but I also criticize it, because it's like, I praise it because it's like, yeah, okay, you can make that really great point that, oh, January 6th Commission was fake and it was literally run by Republicans. But that doesn't matter, and that does, oh, it was rhinos, right? So that doesn't really matter. So you should have put lefties, liberals in charge of it, and they could have, gone after these guys. Oh, that would have looked partisan. We can't do that. And then it happens, and the Republicans are literally saying, while it's happening, Trump is literally saying, oh, when I get in charge, I'm going to do the exact same thing. I'm going to go after all my political enemies and big showboat trials and big investigations. I'm going to do all this erroneous investigation. Literally saying, I'm just going to investigate you if you're my political enemy. They do it anyway, is what I'm trying to say, is that they're going to, have these narratives anyway. So why not, why allow them? Why put them in charge and allow them to create cover? Because, I mean, it wasn't, the January 6th Commission wasn't bad, but, Liz Cheney running the whole thing. Was it Adam Kinzinger as well? You wonder what was left out. So this is the MAGA future, the snake eating. On to the next story here. This is quite something, but this is an example of the MAGA future of what we could look forward to when these fascists truly take control. When it's, when martial law, that was the word I was looking for. Like whatever they do, like whenever they finally get full control and they could just by fiat do exactly what Vivek Ramaswamy wants, as mentioned in Project 2025 as well, just, empty out federal government bureaucracies and replace it with nothing but, functionaries, and then just run the whole department by fiat. One person at top running the whole thing, and then that person listening to the king, aka the president. And this is what it's going to look like. Tribalism, disagreements, literally nothing getting done because personal feelings were hurt. So this is a little taste of that. Michigan Republicans vote to remove Chair Christina Caramo as she promises not to accept the results. Christina Caramo rose through Michigan's GOP ranks by spreading election conspiracies after the 2020 presidential election. Michigan Republicans have voted to remove state GOP chair. Michigan Republicans, have voted to remove state GOP chair Christina Caramo during a meeting Saturday after many of the party's leaders called for her resignation following a year of leadership plagued by debt and infighting. It just immediate corruption as soon as they get into power, because they're grifters. They're like George Santos. Oh, free money from the taxpayer. Oh, just spend. Oh, okay. I'm king now. I made it to the top. I'm now in charge of everything. Do what I say. It immediately goes to their head, and they immediately go bonkers. Large majority of these present voted to oust Caramo. Republicans. Said Bree Moggenberg, District 2 State Committee member. Caramo did not attend the meeting and has made it clear she will not recognize the vote if removed. I ain't leaving. Claiming the meeting was not official and has been illegally organized. The unfolding situation could set the stage for a court fight to determine control of the highest position within the Michigan GOP. This is, and this kind of stuff, these court fights, this is exactly what Steve Bannon talks about. Setting new legal precedents, challenging these democratic systems in an attempt to break them. No, like what? Well, because no one's ever left before, so they've never had this challenge. So it's like, well, technically it's illegal, but we've never actually had to do it through the courts. Well, I'm going to make you go through this whole process and set a legal precedent. And if you don't do what we say, then you're going to have people. They keep threatening us with like civil war, threatening us with retaliation if we hold right wingers to account. If a right winger receives justice by the criminal justice system, then people might get mad and fire their weapons. Poop you. They might shoot you. Is what they're insinuating. Oh, it's irresponsible. Some people say it's irresponsible. We can't hold power to account. The internal dispute takes place as Michigan Republicans look to rebound from the 2022 midterms in which they suffered historic losses. This is because of abortion, amongst many other things. Also just completely sloppy. They allowed another like George Santos style, not George Santos. I mean, no one's really like George Santos in terms of the sheer amount of lying, but a grifter who was just following the MAGA template. So then I think he got the nomination, and then he was outright disqualified for one reason or another. The whole thing was a total shambles. Party is aiming this year to flip an open U.S. Senate seat while also helping the Republican presidential nominee win the battleground state. And I'd have to double check that. George Santos. Good one. That was a good one. I like that. I'd have to double check my information on this one though. I'm probably not 100% accurate about the exact timeline of what happened in 2022 with the Michigan Republicans, but look it up if you're sipping some whiskey by the fire, you want something entertaining to peruse through, look up the 2022 Republican midterms in Michigan. It's quite a corker. It's pretty funny. I'm sure there's some podcast that's done a whole 45 minutes on it. Michigan is among several swing states where parties overtaken by far-right leadership have struggled to overcome infighting and money issues. Similar situations have unfolded in Georgia and Arizona, which pose a significant issue in the 2024 presidential election, where those states are poised to play pivotal roles. Another issue that these extremists are running into is that the old GOP money, the Mitch McConnell money, the Mitt Romney guys, the ones that are back in those kind of, turds, they don't really like these super extremists, right? For obvious reasons. When will Santos be dancing with the stars? Oh, I'm sure there's negotiation after that catty interview that I showed during the award show when George Santos, I think was the 5th in the in the garbage fuel dumbass of the year award. Everyone remembers that. George Santos over here getting 5th, I believe. The pain is fresh. That's when it's good though. That's when you do it, when the pain is fresh, right? Because who's George Santos after 2024? Bravo. That was fun. I had a good time doing that. I'm going to try to do more stuff like that. It took me like 4 or 5 hours to set that up. All right, moving on to our next story here. Just wanted to point this out that this hurts so good. So I just wanted to point out that this is what the future we can look forward to when MAGA, truly does take control. Like I said, the snake eating its own tail, just, infighting, petty bullshit, corruption, you're stuffing money in your pockets shamelessly, and then getting on camera like George Santos is saying, oh, squeaky clean. Oh, I'm actually totally innocent. I don't know what everyone's problem is. Oh. Sir, there's actually a paper record of you spending taxpayer, your donations, for your campaign on pornography. There's literally the receipt right here. I didn't do it. Sorry. What you gonna do? You keep inviting me back. And we do. Society, because it's good TV. Because it's good. We're gonna let these assholes destroy our country and destroy our lives because it's good TV, because it's entertaining. I mean, say what you want about Trump. Say everything you want about Trump. The man is funny. He's ridiculous. He walks to the podium and you're fucking chuckling already. You're like, everything he says is so absurd, and the way that he says it, it's so dangerous though, folks. And the founding fathers knew exactly the kind of clown, the kind of carnival barker You know, it's not like Trump is like some, mutant from, from outer space. Literally never seen this before. There have been populist carnival barkers in the past, and the founding fathers knew exactly what to do about them. They built this system to prevent people like Trump from getting in power, and that's exactly why Trump and this party, this Republican Party, is doing everything in its power to dismantle this system, because the system is antithetical to Republican conservative leadership. Democracy, representative democracy, is antithetical to how they want to run this country. So they need to dismantle it or cease to exist. It's a fight for existence. Mitch McConnell understands that. Wanted to show this here. Theocratic fascist Michigan State Rep Josh Shriver declares that he works for God, not man. Literally exactly what the founding fathers ran from. We only left to form a whole new country to get away from this shit. Freedom of religion, remember that. Oppression of the church and state working together to oppress the, the regular man. God, man. We literally formed America to get away from this guy. And now he's in government. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Wants to tell you what to do with your kibbles and bits. Oh, you can't put your dick there. You can't be a woman and have full control over your bodily organs. This guy who, some Tom Cruise casting call failure. He knows better. He knows better, and he's doing everything in his power, in his ability to get into a position of power to run your life. This guy. Are you okay with this? Oh, yeah, I'm okay with this because he's just going to go after the guys that I don't like and the stuff that I don't like, but he's going to do all the stuff that I like, so it's okay. You're a fucking moron if that's what you're saying to yourself. Right? Oh, he's just going to go after the bad people, and he's good and godly and stuff, and he's just going to be good stuff. Well, I'm not gay, and I'm a white guy, so it's okay. He's not going to go after me. Except you got a cousin that's gay, or you got something in your family, or something happens. Whoa, I should get an exception. I mean, I'm a proud patriot. It's not fair. Now I got a problem with this. But here's the thing: when these right wingers get what they want, and Trump is in charge, and the right wingers are in charge, and they've implemented Project 2024, and there's literally no contest to their power. You will no longer have an option. You will no longer get to bitch. You bitch all you want, but no, they're not going to be listening. There's no longer a mechanism to create change internally. Run your life. So if this guy does something you don't like to somebody that you love, right-wing conservative, there is literally nothing you can do about it. That is what authoritarianism is. It is a complete lack of control of your own destiny in your own country. And they're taking money out of your paycheck while they're doing it. More than you've ever known. You think an authoritarian government isn't going to tax you to oblivion? Look at the mighty emperors of history. Look at Napoleon. Look at Alexander the Great. He taxed, they both taxed their people to just unbelievable poverty so that they could run their adventures around the world and conquer the world and make their great empires. All for them, all for them. Want to trade their democratic citizenship for loyal subject. And they think it's going to help. They think it's going to help them hurt all the bad people, help all the people that I like. So they don't even need to make promises to them. Just some kind of vague idea of what things might look like. Make America great again. What could it mean? Kissing Gonzo. I don't know about that. But anyway, I don't have time to read it, but well, here we go. Just 2 minutes. Here's him saying, I'm sure he speaks to God and all that, but here's him saying, yeah, no, if you put me in charge, I'm going to listen to the church. I'm going to listen to the book, my interpretation of the book. I'm not going to follow, I'm not going to follow laws. Guess what is going to be used if guns start being, if violence really, in 2024 and the guns start being used and like there's some real civil war kind of shit happening. Guess what book and what religion is going to be used to justify all of it? And it's going to be guys like this. Guys like, oh, I told you. So tired of this, man. They're so mediocre too. They're so mediocre. And they want to run they think they can just tell us how to live our lives. The antithesis of freedom. They're not Dr. Doom. They're not going to create a Latveria of, peace and harmony, even though he's a full-blown dictator. They're mediocre, petty, milquetoast Nancy boys who get off on telling you what to do with your kits and biddles. They get off on it. They do. They get off on being able to tell you what to do with your what you can and can't do behind closed doors. They get off on it. They do. They get off on the power. Now, remember, upon the conduct of each depends the fate of all.
I actually am working on a policy right now. I haven't introduced it yet, but it's actually to really focus on making a distinction between the church, the Church of Jesus Christ, and this quote unquote Church of Satan.
Yeah. So what he's talking about is, the holiday displays, right? So they want to, they have for the longest time, they've been saying, well, it's okay. It's religious freedom. Every religion gets to represent themselves. It's okay. So we get to put up our Christmas nativity display in the halls of government, but everyone does. So it's okay. It's okay. So the Satanists show up, put up a fucking statue of Baphomet. And now this guy's talking about, oh, well, I think there should, it should be codified in the law that Christianity is, when we're talking about freedom of religion, it's really, we're just talking about freedom to be Christian and, because we're a Christian nation. So, it's, we just need to accept theocracy, guys. This is just, it's the natural way of things. There's no downsides to it, guys. There's no downsides to putting Josh with his book in charge of your life.
And so you really have an issue where they're seen as equal in the eyes of the state, and that doesn't seem right to me for many legitimate reasons. And so,
who thought it seemed right? The founding fucking fathers, Josh. Ever heard of them? I'm pretty sure Ben Franklin would start a fist fight with you, dude. He'd drag your ass to a French brothel and kick your ass right there on the fucking in a whorehouse.
Removing tax-exempt status from non-theistic churches, such as the Church of Satan, I think is
I saw
very,
that clutch
very
cargo.
well in order.
I'll show that.
There's
Thank
many
you.
examples of us looking at our First Amendment and how it doesn't really protect against obscenity. And I'm working on another policy.
Kissing Gonzo. Ben Franklin over here with the classic quote: "Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty or safety." And I believe he was also the one that said we can have democracy if we can keep it. And when he talked about keeping it, it was these individuals that he had in mind that we had to fight against, these snakes in the grass with honey laced words about how free speech. All of a sudden it's free speech to hold one religion above all the others, guys. Didn't you know that?
To make pornographic images illegal. There's no need for a moral and religious people to indulge.
Isn't that great? They define what is and isn't pornography, and then they say they get to ban pornography to protect the kids. Yeah, no, it all starts off reasonable, right? You know, the really extreme stuff, we all know what I'm talking about. But then it gets into like what? Interracial marriage stuff. That isn't right. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, anal sex. Oh, well, I mean, it's not like I have anal sex every day, but I never really had a problem with it before. It wasn't really affecting my life one way or the other, you know. And then it gets into the really crazy stuff, right? Like, you know, interracial marriage, you know. It's a power thing. It's a control thing. It's not about morality. It's not about you know, protecting children. I mean, has anyone spoken to a child who's been raised by a Josh Schreiber, one of those super hyper Christian families? Can we talk about how that's borderline child abuse? To raise a child in that kind of environment, to turn them into little spiritual warriors and unleash them on society?
In certain things, and we have a duty
Lenny,
to lead people.
Lenny bringing up the migrants that Texas has been bussing out of their, bussing out to where the Hamptons or some rich neighborhood. Really, I mean, it's really, you know, here's the thing, is that the neoliberals should flip it and set up a program to you know, accept these people, but, you know, give them a job. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like we can build a missile, but we can't build a town. We can't build a manufacturing plant to make some shoes or to make some chairs or to make some tables. You know, we can't get these people some jobs. Are the neoliberals completely incapable of, you know, fixing some bridges, fixing some roads? Anything. We can't give these guys any kind of work, huh? You can't think of anything, huh, Joe? It's all good. So pathetic. Welcome back, Quick Double Taps. Good to see you, bud. Welcome back, everybody else and all you lurkers out there. Thank you so much for enjoying the News Underground. Of course, I am Abandoned Nihilism. Motherfucking realest motherfucker on Twitch, guaranteed. So sick of this shit. Let's get back to it.
People as representatives who are appointed by God.
Kissing Gonzo, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
To make sure that we have a state that is not just good, not just great, but godly. Honestly, I work for God and not for man.
Clutch Cargo.
And so at the end of the
there it is right there. Get out of power. You know, step down. I work for God, not for man. Then you should step down. Because I don't think 100% of his voters were like, that's not what I voted for. I didn't vote for Jesus, Josh. I voted so you would lower my taxes, dude.
The day I answer to one person, and that's Jesus Christ.
If we let them take over our country, they will. There's no limit. There's no limit to the insanity. There's no limit. There's no limit to it. Just wanted to point this out here. Like I said, there's a lot of January 6th clips, but pretty sure this woman is now claiming.
When I look at the images.
Pretty sure this woman is now claiming that, you know, it's Antifa. Who knows what she's saying now? But this was interesting. While the rumors, this was this is like on January 6th, or like maybe the day after. But you know, this is, while it was happening, the rumors of Antifa, all the counter narrative had already started without any proof, right? But it was like, oh, this makes us look really bad, guys. We got to, a counter narrative started immediately. Matt Gaetz was literally barricaded in his office repeating this narrative. So we have someone here from InfoWars who was like on the ground, I think in some hotel room, right, covering it. And she's like, no, we need to be proud of this. We need to do this more. This is great. This is the big American revolution. It's not fake. These are all right-wing American MAGA patriots. So, it's like it needs to be said. But, look, and next time this comes up, you could say, oh, yeah, I watched 4 hours of Abandoned Nihilism point by point by point by point by point, going over how it was absolutely Trump supporters, it was absolutely MAGA. So, yeah, I feel very confident, Uncle Roy, telling you to fuck off with your fascistic nonsense about how it was Antifa or something or other. Because I got the receipts, I got the sources. I don't listen to Tucker Carlson pulling fucking literal nonsense out of his butt. No, I watched Abandoned Nihilism, who went through, sourced it, and showed videos and showed clips and added context. So fuck off, Uncle Roy. Yeah, exactly, kissing Gonzo. There is the downside. You do have at least a half hour to an hour's worth of therapy to decompress all the reality.
We need more of what happened yesterday, not less, and do not
Okay, so January 7th.
let the media brainwash you into thinking yesterday was some bad or evil or shameful thing. When I look at the images of what happened in the videos, because I was on the ground and I saw what happened and what we went through, I am proud. I've never felt more pride in my heart and soul than yesterday, and by seeing these images. And you should be proud too. And if you're not, then you were never a real patriot, and you were never down for the cause and never wanted to fight.
Yeah.
No one should be ashamed at what happened, and no one should also be blaming Antifa for what happened. American patriots did this, and it's a good thing. It's not a bad thing.
Someone please pull up the clip of her blaming Antifa. There has to be one. Three years later, if she's still doing this right-wing grift, I recognize her. I don't know her name. But if she's still doing the right-wing grift 3 years later, she has to absorb the narrative and repeat the narrative if she wants viewers, if she wants money and viewers, you have to repeat the talking points. You have to agree with the narrative. You can't go against the grain, or else you're a rhino, or else you're the deep state, right? So please, someone show me the clip. And I'm not really asking you, but I'm next. I recognize her, and if I ever see a clip of her talking about how it was Antifa, I'll make sure to bring it up. But I feel very confident saying that there's got to be a clip of her saying, well, maybe it was Antifa. I don't know. After some investigating, maybe it was Antifa. But who knows? Maybe I'm putting words in her mouth. Maybe she's still, to this day, proud and strong January 6th supporter. It was the greatest American Revolution 2.0. So this is what I was talking about here. Here is Matt Gaetz wearing a mask because he's a cuck. He's such a cuck. Or maybe because there was a legitimate deadly virus that we didn't have a vaccine for at the time. Might have been that. Aunt Tifa's coming. So here's cuck and potential human trafficking pedophile Matt Gaetz. We'll see about the old court case there. But here he is spreading the lie. This started, like I said, this started on January 6th in his office. This was already, I don't even know, like, what, you just check in Reddit, you just check in Twitter and be like, okay, what are we saying? What's the excuse here? Like, I don't even know how he, like, got this in, like, you know what I mean? Like, the echo chamber, the right-wing echo chamber is impressive. During January 6th, he's barricaded in his office, and he's already repeating talking points that have been pinged around right-wing social media for a couple hours while the riot was happening. So here's Matt Gaetz. I don't know what the exact day is, but here he is getting booed after blaming Capitol incident on Antifa. And also, big props to you, boy, Woke Patriot, for helping me find this clip in the Discord. Thank you, Woke Patriot. Yes, Matt Gaetz is a fascist. Yes.
Some pretty compelling evidence from a facial recognition company showing that some of the people who breached the Capitol today were not Trump supporters. They were masquerading as Trump supporters, and in fact, were members of the violent terrorist group Antifa. Now,
this is the day of. This was the certification that so it was like what, like 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning. It was late at night when they had to finish this because to their credit, the neoliberals said, no, we're not leaving until we've finished this vote. Get all these idiots, yahoos out of here. Make sure it's safe. And then we're going right back to it. So this is the vote. And Matt Gaetz, I think Jim Jordan and a few others voted to not certify the election after they're literally standing in debris. They're literally, the glass is broken, feces still wet on the wall, and they're voting. I agree with these guys. You know, ultimately, I do agree. Ultimately, they had some good points, the insurrectionists. And I think we should dismantle democracy for the sake of Donald Trump. That's a smart thing to do. These people were never held to account. They're, you know, every week, Joe Biden should be doing a speech. Every month. I'll give you once a month, Joe. By the way, here are the insurrectionists that voted against certifying the election after the, you know what I'm saying? Like, call these people out, use the bully pulpit. No, they're in charge. They're just honorable Matt Gaetz, guys. Honorable Jim Jordan. Insurrectionists.
In fact, we're members of the violent terrorist group.
So he's saying some facial recognition. I haven't seen any of this facial recognition, by the way. You would think if they had anything, if they had fucking a shred of evidence, something, they'd be showing it. So I haven't seen any of this facial recognition that he's talking about. Just it seems like it's a complete lie.
Some of the people who breached the Capitol today were not Trump supporters. They were mass.
Zammy, I'm talking about holding insurrection. So you don't think that's a good idea? You don't think the president should call out traitors? People who literally actively participated in an insurrection against the country? You don't think a president of the United States should call that out?
Masquerading as Trump supporters, and in fact, we're members of the violent terrorist group Antifa. Now, we should seek to build America up, not tear her down and destroy her. And I am sure glad that at least for one day, I didn't hear my Democrat colleagues calling to defund the police.
Matt Gaetz has blown.
Yeah. Wow. Great point, Matt. Really got him. Nailed us to the wall there, buddy. Yeah, look, Joe Biden is old. He shouldn't have been president, first of all, not because of his age, but because he's a bog standard 1960s style neoliberal who's basically, you know, more aligned with Richard fucking Nixon than he is with LBJ or sorry, crying baby. It's hard to fucking focus. Not LBJ. Sorry. FDR. Okay. On to the next story here. So Nikki Haley, who's, you know, you shouldn't vote for Trump. You should vote for me. Zammy, it's not your stream, buddy. Why don't you go ahead and take another 30-minute break? Thank you so much for watching me, by the way, for 30 minutes while you were timed out. Enjoy another 30 minutes. We're going to go ahead and keep... It's not the Zammy show. Okay, we're going to go ahead and keep talking about how your party and the people that you support are fucking fascists. And you over here carrying water and whatabouting and bad acting and shucking and jiving. Oh, what about this? Oh, what about that? What about the fact that your party is actively dismantling this country? Because to me, there's few other things that are as important in my life than the preservation of American democracy, quite frankly. I got my family, that's number one. I got my Nintendo games, maybe number two, and number three, American democracy. Maybe it's number two. You know what I'm saying, though? There's very few things that are that important to me. But the preservation of American democracy is pretty fucking important to me, even though I'm trying to move into Canada, for God's sakes. You think I want a right-wing fascist government taking over the United States while I move into Canada? United States already tried to invade once. Exactly, kissing Gonzo. That's what I'm trying to say. It's legitimate. So here we have Nikki Haley. You should vote for me instead of Trump. Trump isn't the right way to go, but, you know, I'll pardon him. Wow. So you just pardon a guy even though he's blatantly guilty? Well, you know, it's not about guilt or innocence. You just can't have an 80-year-old sitting in jail. Really? Really? I mean, does it even need to be said, you know? Does it even need to be pointed out that, of course, right-wingers are perfectly okay with 80-year-old people rotting away in jail? Have no problem if this was a liberal. If it was Bill Clinton in jail because he got busted because of Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, well, I mean, we should pardon. I mean, Joe Biden should pardon Bill Clinton because he's 80 years old. I mean, shouldn't have an 80-year-old in jail. I'm sure that's what she would be saying. I mean, does anyone, it's like, it's so pathetic. This is what you got? You got a whole team of people. You're sitting at the motherfucking, they're sitting at the room, right? They're sitting in the conference room talking about, okay, what's the angle? How do we say this? How do we answer this? Maybe this was an off-the-cuff thing. Maybe this was an off-the-cuff thing, and that's why it's so pathetic. Oh, we can't, it's not about guilt or innocence. That's why we need to pardon a fascistic traitor to the country who organized and perpetuated an insurrection. Oh, it's because he's old. So you pardon him. That's why I'm pardoning him. It's not because I'm placating. It's not because I'm, pandering. It's not because I'm pandering to my, fascistic and authoritarian right-wing audience that I want desperately to vote for me instead of Trump, which they're not going to do, Haley. Beyond the sexism, you just don't have that Trump je ne sais quoi. Je ne sais quoi. Yeah, thank you, Kissing Gonzo. I mean, there you go with the stats. Number of U.S. inmates over the age of 65, 4,562. It's not, I mean, no one even believes it. No one believes this. Not even the people she's talking to. Even the people that are nodding their head are like, oh, this is total bullshit. Okay, yeah, that's really dumb. But I'll just go along with it because it's my team. You're on my side. That's horseshit. No one believes that. Pathetic. They're pathetic. More evidence that Trump is really becoming just full-blown unhinged over here. Trump saying the Civil War could have been negotiated. It's like they don't even know what to pander to anymore. You know what I mean? They don't even, it's like, well, my audience are extreme white supremacist racists, so they'd like this. They don't even know how to pander to this anymore. It's so extreme they don't even know how to handle it. Yeah, if only, brother. Never forget, brother. Yeah, if only. If only Trump was a deal maker. If only that was the one thing he bragged about the most. Aaron Rupar, really good poster there. Check him out on Blue Sky and Twitter. There doesn't seem to be any. I mean, Al Rakabi, that gives them, look, and I'm not diminishing what you're saying because I agree with your sentiment, but that honestly gives them a pass. Because what we are dealing with are fully functioning adult human beings that are making rational decisions that's putting money into their pocket. There is a 1 + 1 quid pro quo reason why these assholes are as corrupt as they are. Right? It's not that they're, that they're just like, man babies and they're acting irrationally. I mean, yeah, that's part of it. But we can never forget that we are dealing with human beings that at the end of the day are making choices. And there is nothing wrong with holding powerful people to account. It is, in fact, one of the fundamental elements of our entire system. That no man is above the law, no man is a king. That all people are held accountable for their crimes, regardless of their status. And what the problem that we have right now is not a lack of laws. We have a set of laws, but we have a group of people that don't enforce them. There is a lack of enforcement. And this is where I'm talking about with the neoliberals. You put someone like Merrick Garland in charge who's going to be like, ooh, I don't know. Ooh, okay, we're not going to go after him for this, and we're not going to go after him for that. We got to be careful here. We can't set a precedent that might hurt the neoliberal Democrats, and we got to tiptoe around this. The failure of accountability, the failure to enforce these laws, is what is allowing the fascism to take advantage of our democratic systems. If our democratic systems if the people running our democratic systems were turning the crank, they would arrest the justice system would be arresting these people for the crimes that they've committed. It's on paper. guilty as sin, but they're not churning that crank. They're only, sometimes, maybe, some here and there. Half cranks, couple half cranks. We don't want to arrest them. Get them to wag the finger, but because they don't. The neoliberals don't want to set legal precedents that they think the Republicans will use to put them in jail. What they don't realize is that the Republicans are going to start doing that shit anyway. When the ball gets rolling, martial law instituted, my dictator for a day gets in charge. It was interesting. I thought for sure we would see Hillary Clinton arrested during Trump's 4 years, but we didn't. He kind of played the game. He allowed the Republican establishment to kind of push him in a direction that he wasn't totally comfortable with, but he was too busy watching CNN and dealing with his image. Okay, fine, I'll go along with Mitch McConnell, and you get all these judges in here, and he'll work with me and get out of my way, and I can do if I just do what they want, I'll just get to do what I want. But I think if he gets in charge, if he gets in charge in 2024, if he becomes president, he's not going to listen to the establishment Republican Party on anything. Anyway, let's hear these Civil War comments.
I love studying the. If you take a look, the wars. I don't know what it is. The Civil War was so fascinating, so horrible. It was so horrible, but so fascinating. It was. I don't know. It was just different. I just find it. I'm so attracted to seeing it. So many mistakes were made. See, there was something I think could have been negotiated, to be honest with you. I think you could have negotiated that. All the people died. So many people died. That was the disaster. If you got hit by a bullet in the leg, you were essentially going to die or lose the leg. That's why you had so many people, no legs, no arms. If you got hit in the arm or the leg, it meant you were up because the infection, gangrene. It was just such a, sort of a horrible time. But I was thinking to myself, because I was reading something, and I said, this is something that could have been negotiated.
He wasn't reading anything. He flipping through the channels, and something came up on History Channel about the Civil War. He watched it for 10 minutes.
No, it was just for all those people to die, and they died viciously. That was a vicious, vicious war. And in many ways, look, they're all this.
No, Dirty Bird, no. We're fucking stuck with Biden, dude. We're stuck with him. So if you make large nonsense statement and lies are easier and others, yeah, there's no end to it. Why not? There's no end to it. No end to it.
Nothing nice about it, but
Biden is very similar to, reminds me very much of Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Who thought apparently she was just going to live forever. Because what Ruth Bader Ginsburg should have done is step down in the Obama era gracefully and lived the, last 2-3 years of her life in peace. Let Obama put someone in charge, a young person in charge. But she didn't. You were in the Obama era. Would you think you were going to get another 8 years? You're going to get another 8 years? No. Dies first year of Trump's presidency, gives him a big gift with a bow. Beyond 24, who is next and electable? Dirty Bird, I don't mean to sound nihilistic, but if the Democrats lose in 2024, presidential candidates will not be our concern. Our concern will be organizing to fight against fascistic authoritarianism, likely in the streets. Yes, legitimate protests in the streets. We could have, the potential for right-wing violence, enforcement by right-wingers. Look, I don't want to get into fantasy right now, okay? But I'm just saying, I don't see much utility looking beyond 2024 at the moment. I think we got to stay pretty focused on 2024 right now. And then, once we cross that bridge, then we can talk about, is AOC the right way? Is a Gavin Newsom the right way to go? Something like that. Hey, welcome back, Strategy. So this is just hilarious. I just talking to January 6 rioters.
We're totally insane.
They pushed me out and paced me.
Those are the
Totally insane.
They pushed me out and maced me.
You got Smokey over there. Yo, you got Smokey in the chat. Oh, I love that. So yeah, this was
Inside, and they pushed me out and they maced me.
What's your
so this is a, you know, Trump insurrectionists.
And why did you want to go in?
Storming the Capitol. It's a revolution.
Storming the Capitol. It's a revolution, guys. Clearly Antifa. I mean, that's how I trained her. We went over this over Skype. Your Schadenfreude is showing. I know. I can't help but smile at these assholes getting a little bit of their just desserts. But yeah, it's not nearly enough. It's not enough until the Matt Gaetz and the Jim Jordans are in jail. You know what I mean? These people in power that are just totally skating above it, man. You know, attending January 6th parties. You know, it was great. It was great fundraising off January 6th. They need to be behind bars, man. These bonkers bros gotta go. We can send the Prince Andrew. You'd be viceroy, help, you know, and it's you know, the theme of today. I think it's official to say it. The theme of today is holding power accountable and why that is important. It's not about revenge. And the Schadenfreude is nice. And the revenge that does exist is nice. But that's not why you do it. You do it so that there's a precedent set in the future. That there is punishment for wrongdoing. It's important. It does help prevent wrongdoing. Next time you talk to a law and order conservative about law, shouldn't we arrest criminals? Pretty sure they would agree. I've never heard a person say we should arrest all the criminals that commit crimes except for politicians that I like. But somehow most people operate that way, right? Well, they're all crooks except my guy. Pathetic. Weak. Right? It's like, oh, well, there's no way I can be wrong. There's no way I can make a bad decision. Not gonna belabor this too long, but this asshole looking at me here, I had to say something. This was the interim speaker who took over when Kevin McCarthy, that was the guy I was thinking of a couple hours ago. But this was the guy, Kevin McCarthy, who took over when Kevin McCarthy was, was forced to step down by Matt Gaetz and the extremists. And he says $174,000 isn't enough money for members of Congress. Most of us don't have wealth. Bitterly shameless. Horrifically shameless. He's literally working with millionaires and goes to soirees with billionaires. And he's just like, almost $200K a year? That's not enough. I can't even afford a butler at that salary. That could start an OnlyFans account, yeah. But I just wanted to point out how shameless they are. There's no limit. There's no floor. They'll destroy democracy. Stuffing. The fucking Lady Liberty's bleeding money, right? Fucking gushing out of the neck. Sliced her neck and fucking money gushing out, and guys like Pat over here stuff them in their pockets before they dash for the door. Just stubborn and ignorant, which I think is a sign of intolerance, changing their own ideas. Strategy. I mean, and this goes back to accountability. They don't. Why would you change when there's no reward for changing, and there's no one pushing you to change? Homeboy over here gets called honorable. He gets to call me honorable. He gets to call himself honorable. Moving on from this. Kristen Welker, right-wing, fascist. I mean, look, just because fascistic, right? I don't really understand the difference anymore, though, between fascistic and fascist. If you support a fascist and you support voting for and putting into power a fascist, how does that not make you a fascist? Just because you're not Sieg Heiling and you're not like you know, you're not watching Nick Fuentes every single day. You know what I mean? It's like they want to make the definition of fascism so extreme, like basically Hitler cosplay. They need to make the definition of fascism right there to the hyper extreme so that they can get away with incredibly fascistic activities and still try to walk around and say, oh, I'm not a fascist. And that's what they do. They gaslighting in the chat, right? Well, what define a fascist? Yeah, no, a fascist is a person who puts corporate authoritarian interests ahead of the system that's in place, whether it be communism, democracy, doesn't matter what it is. Oh, well, that's not actually true. I define fascism as comical Hitler cosplay. So unless I see some Zeke Heiling and goose stepping, I don't consider it fascism. Cool. So all the other shit, the full-blown authoritarianism, dismantling of our democracy, burning of books, using religion and theocracy for your political control, all the check marks of fascism. Oh, well, it's not comical goose stepping Hitler cosplay, so it's not technically fascism, so I guess I'm okay with it. Kristen Welker, do you think it was a tragic day, talking about January 6th? Do you think that the people who stormed the Capitol should be held responsible to the full extent of the law? Says this law and order right-wing politician who makes laws. Do you think criminals should be held to account by the law? A question asked to this lawmaker, and this is what she says.
American people is so important because the American people, they deserve transparency and accountability.
A lot to unpack there. Of course, the White House has said that
transparency and accountability. So transparency, meaning we get to see their crimes. Accountability, meaning that if they're guilty of those crimes, which Trump absolutely is, name it, right? Name it. The documents, the sexual assault, the fucking lying about the size of his real estate, the emoluments clause violations, name it, right? So guilty as sin. Accountability would mean that person should be found guilty of those crimes if they committed them, which he did, and then sentenced and jailed like any other American in the goddamn universe, right? Not everyone. I don't think Jeff Bezos is going to see a day in jail for his exploitation.
Hunter Biden is acting unilaterally on the issue of election integrity, though. As you know, Trump took his case to court more than 60 times that there was fraud. He didn't win. But I want to get back to this key question. Do you still think it was a tragic day? Do you think that the people who stormed the Capitol should be held responsible to the full extent of the law?
I have concerns about the treatment of January 6 hostages.
Hostages. Transparency and accountability. Transparency in that we have video, as in the video that I showed you. I've shown you many videos. You can look up, watch all the videos. We see them committing crimes. Transparency. We see them committing crimes. This person named this attacked this police officer at this time. I have problems with those hostages because I want transparency and accountability. So I have problems with these hostages. Look at the poll numbers. Her party, neck and neck with Joe Biden. Her party, neck and neck with the neoliberals.
Tragic day. Do you think that the people who stormed the Capitol should be held responsible to the full extent of the law?
I have concerns about the treatment of January 6 hostages. I have concerns. We have a role in Congress of oversight over our treatments of prisoners. And I believe that we're seeing the weaponization of the federal government against not just President Trump, but we're seeing it against conservatives. We're seeing it against Catholics. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so proud to serve on the Select Committee on the Weaponization of the Government, because the American people want answers. They want transparency, and they understand that as you look across the...
It's so interesting to me, this committee on the weaponization of government is literally an attempt to weaponize government, because all it is an attempt is grandstanding attempt after grandstanding attempt for political posturing. It is literally, they are literally, this committee to investigate
this country, there seems to be two sets of rules. If your last name is Clinton or it's Biden, you get to live by a different set of rules than if you're an everyday patriotic American.
She says that while literally doing everything she can to make Trump king, to make Trump above it. And she does it with a big smile on her face, just totally shameless. Totally shameless. Total sociopath. Could you honestly say these things without cracking a bit of a smile? It's like, I mean, come on, yeah.
I've been clear, Kristen, if you go back and play the full speech I gave on the House floor, I condemn the violence just like I condemn the violence of the BLM riots, but I also importantly stood for election integrity and security of our elections, which...
So both then, you both sides, huh? Violence bad, but also they had a good point and they should have been there and it was a good thing and they're hostages for being held accountable for committing crimes. So it's kind of both sides.
If we don't have that, we do not have a democracy. So the real threat to our democracy is these baseless witch hunt investigations and lawsuits against President Trump, whether it's Tish James or whether we see in the D.C. Circuit Court. And that is undemocratic and it's shredding our Constitution. And you know who agrees with me, Kristen? The American people. That's why President Trump is winning in poll after poll against Joe Biden.
The Justice Department has indicted a number of top-name Democrats as well, including the president's son, twice. So, I mean, a lot of critics would argue that...
I don't know why the clip cuts off here. Great job, clip person. Great job. Yeah, I would have actually liked a response to that question. I guess I should have had a better clip. Hey, Ted Cruz, I want to ask you, has your wife started, allowed you to, back into the bed to sleep together? I mean, obviously not have sex, but like, sleep in the same bed after you went groveling back to Trump, after Trump called your wife an ugly hag or something? Are you two patch it up after that, or is it still kind of awkward? Yeah, hostages. Yeah, the poor hostages. There needs to be. We need some kind of advanced laws against this. We need some kind of accountability for this beyond, because she literally she opens up her statement saying, I believe in transparency and accountability. And then later in this interview, she goes on to justify why we need to disregard transparency. We need to disregard the transparent information we have about a certain person and not hold them accountable. Then she goes on to say the violence of January 6th was bad after she called the people who have been held accountable hostages. Wildly contradictory, right? It just doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem right that lawmakers can blatantly lie to us. But it's like, well, how do we do that keeping within the bounds of free speech? And how do we, like I said, like we need something like maybe AI will fix this for us, right? Like there'll be like AI will have lie detectors like over on the face. I don't know, man. It's so discouraging when people like this, they get all gussied up, right? A big thick cake of makeup, and they get up on TV. She sounds very sensible and just making a full-blown excuse for a serial criminal and sexual assaulter, amongst many other things. And just lie and lie and lie, and there just doesn't seem to be any accountability for it. Yeah, kissing Gonzo. Maybe an AI could do like a real-time fact check, right? Yeah, Ted Cruz, pretty crazy, buddy. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty crazy how you went groveling back to Trump after that. It was probably one of the most pathetic things I've ever seen a human being ever do to himself. And you did it to yourself. So these clowns got together and held a debate. Big air quotes here. Krasenstein, Brian Krasenstein. So these two brothers, Ed Krasenstein. So these two guys I've literally never heard of before in my life. And Destiny, who I have a lot of disagreements with, but You know, probably we would agree on a lot of things as well. I guess it's okay for him to represent the left. I guess. Up against Glenn Greenwald, Russian apologist, as well as just, you know, close friend of Tucker Carlson, and seemingly, you know, willingly, providing intellectual cover for what is very clearly despicable and authoritarian party. He kind of, like I said, he provides intellectual cover for what is a very disgusting and despicable party. We also had Alex Jones and Darren Beatty. Never heard of him. Never heard of him. So they did a debate, quote unquote. And this is what it looked like when worlds collide.
Way. Was this an attempted coup? Do you guys think this was an attempted coup?
Of course it was.
Obviously it was. The Hunter Biden laptop.
Oh my God.
Wow. Was this a coup, Alex Jones? Hunter Biden laptop, New World Order, Hunter Biden laptop. All right, dog.
I think this was an attempted coup.
Of course it was. Obviously it was.
The Hunter Biden laptop.
Oh my God.
The weaponization
Hillary
hearings,
Clinton's emails,
the censorship.
Russia.
There's no Russian connection. That's all.
mRNA vaccines.
Take your extra. I want you to take all the shots.
Global warming.
How many shots have you had?
None yet. You want to take some?
No, I want.
Debate, guys. It's debate. Here's another little piece here. Moderator. So this is where the moderator got fed up with Alex Jones's histrionics. I mean, why even have other people on the stage, right? You got who you know, Zero Hedge. I've recognized this. You got Glenn Greenwald on the TV back here. This is what passes for political discourse. This is what you see. A lot of people want this, right? They're like, they think they're into politics when they're into this. They think they're following politics when they're following this.
It was fake.
That's what. All right, you know what? That's it. We're done with this fucking conversation. We're moving on to the user questions. As told, Glenn, you had something to say? Glenn, please.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I want to say that we are.
Wow. What professionalism. Homie couldn't even put on a fucking suit coat. Look, I get it. I'm on Twitch. I'm some dickhead. I'm wearing a Christmas sweater. Okay? I'm not moderating a fucking political debate about the insurrection to overthrow American democracy. What a clown show. What a clown show. And this is supposed to be our politics. So those are my comments on this quote unquote debate. Yeah, strategy, exactly. The whole thing is a circus the moment this dickhead shows up. Bad enough you got Glenn Greenwald, who spent the last 2 years since the start of the Ukrainian war making excuses for Russian barbarism, right? Now shedding a tear for the people of Gaza. Close personal friend of Tucker Carlson, a gay man who has the back of a party that wants to see him disappear. Doesn't even live in the United States, lives in Brazil, having debates about American democracy. Which, I mean, I live in Canada, so whatever. I guess I'm being a hypocrite here, but it's just like, check the receipts on Glenn Greenwald. He's not an honest intellectual. He's a dishonest intellectual. He's weaponized himself. He is a weapon for right-wing fascism to provide an intellectual cover for this disgusting party. What are you defending? What are you debating, Glenn Greenwald? I guess I should have watched it to see what he was even defending. What, the existence of January 6th, or what? That it wasn't a coup, that it wasn't an insurrection? Oh, well, technically it was a riot, not a coup. And we should make that point, and that should be the most important thing. Well, technically you're wrong. The most important thing is that it was a collective attempt to destroy American democracy. But here's the thing: the people there weren't chanting "death to democracy." They were chanting for Mike Pence to do the right thing. So just because they weren't chanting "death to democracy," oh well, that see, they didn't want to destroy democracy. No, they were cheering for a man to disregard the votes of millions and just do what we wanted anyway, even though we lost. We lost. The right wing lost to Joe Biden. So here we go, folks. This speech apparently is exactly what Democrats wanted from Joe Biden. I don't know. Not that great. Pretty obvious shit that he should have been saying fucking years ago, quite frankly. But yeah, it's nice. He finally got off his duff. Pointed out that you can't be a pro-insurrectionist and pro-American. So I give this man a lot of shit. He deserves a lot of shit. He shouldn't be running again. He's running his own ego versus the safety of the country. And he's fundraising off of this, fear of insurrection, fear of all this. He's making money off it. But what we're going to get into is a full breakdown of the failure of this man and his party to pass the Voting Rights Act that would have prevented a lot of the chicanery that we're seeing right now. So, he takes it so seriously, It's such a big danger. It's a big danger. But, when we had the chance, when we had the opportunity, I don't want to hurt the filibuster. The filibuster is more important than American democracy. So we're going to go through all that. I got the receipts on the voting rights shit. We're going to get into that. But I wanted to give this guy the benefit of the doubt. Let's hear. That's not the whole speech. We're not going to listen to the whole 40 fucking minute speech. But this is the good part. If you take your banking advice from hobos, you should take your political advice from Alex Jones. They interpreted a government procedure. It was an insurrection. Yeah, how's he going to go up against Trump in the debates? It's going to be a car crash. I mean, look, Trump is not exactly winning any coherency points. But what Trump is able to do, he's able to gish gallop, and he's able to talk over. So if the moderator allows him to do that, it will make Joe Biden look feeble just in doing it, because Joe Biden will try to be saying something. He'll be saying it kind of slow and, trying to think it through because, he's an 80-year-old man, and that's just what happens when you get old. I'm not age shaming. That's just what it is. He's not demented. He doesn't have dementia. He's just old. It's what happened. It'll happen to all of us. Okay, we should be so lucky to be with it at this age. That's not defending him. He shouldn't run again. He shouldn't have ran in the first place. But I disagree. I'm not making excuses, asshole. I'm pointing out that the left and the right saying that this guy is delusional is inaccurate. That is not correct. But him, basically kind of like a doddering old man next to Trump, who is, 2 years younger, but Trump's incoherent gish galloping will make it look like he's making a good point against Biden. And of course, modern moderators are not going to do it. Biden might just skip the debate altogether, which might be the smart move. Skip this whole fucking debate. Because, I think there's a very good chance that regardless of whether Biden's correct or Trump is correct, it doesn't matter who's right. It's who looks right, who is perceived to be correct in that debate. And I think there's a very high likelihood that people will perceive Trump to be correct just because he was able to be more energetic and gish gallop his way through it. God, I hate this. Joe Biden sucks. He sucked since the 70s, dude. There's a goddamn clip of fucking late night legend Jimmy, not Jimmy. How's his name? I'm not I'm not proceeding until I remember this talk show guy's name. What the fuck is his name? Talk show guy from the fucking 50s and 60s. Everyone loved him. What the fuck was his name? Ah! Johnny Carson. Carson. It's Carson. Johnny Carson. But no, there's a clip of Johnny Carson making fun of a young Joe Biden because of plagiarism, because he plagiarized a speech. Because he plagiarized a speech. Why are you still rooting for the guy? Ronald McMahon, because politics is a game to you, because you don't take this shit seriously and this is just another form of entertainment, you are incapable of seeing that I'm not rooting for the guy. What I am rooting for is the party that you support, the right-wing fascists. What I am rooting for is I am fighting against them. I am voting against them. Begrudgingly supporting this corporatist neoliberal because I basically have no fucking choice. Because it's either the corporatist milquetoast guy versus full-blown the Civil War could have been negotiated fascism. Ronald. Well, let's get into it. We're going to 10-minute clip from this speech. I have no choice, Ronald, because your party is putting me in a very tricky situation. I either support Trump fascism and authoritarianism. Trump literally talking about how he wants to be dictator for a day. Oh, just a day. So I either go with that or this guy who is not going to dismantle democracy. You're over here trying to say both sides, right? Both sides exactly the same. As if Joe Biden gets into charge, he's going to be dictator for a day, huh? What's he going to do? What? Dictator for a day and erase the data on Hunter Biden's laptop? There is a clear difference between the corporate neoliberals and the fascistic right-wing Republicans. And Ronald McAsshole over here in the chat needs it to be both sides. Needs there to be an equivalency. Because you know what Ronald's going to do? Ronald's going to support the fascism. And he wants to feel good about it. He wants to feel good about it. Yeah, well, I'm voting for the destruction of our country, but you do too. You do too, kind of, in a way. You want to turn my kids gay and let them piss in a kitty litter box. So, same thing. Ronald. Fucking loser.
I just visited the grounds of Valley Forge. I've been there a number of times since the time I was a Boy Scout years ago. You know, it's the very site that I think every American should be.
Never forget, brother. I like your rap.
Because it tells a story of the pain and the suffering and the true patriotism it took to make America.
Yeah, kissing Gonzo.
Today we gather in a new year, some 246 years later, just one day before January 6th. A date forever shared in our memory because it was on that day
I can't
we
help
nearly
myself.
lost America.
His cadence is so slow. I really can't help myself. Look, I'll do you guys a favor, and we'll bump up the playback speed to 1.25. Okay, that's the best I can do for you here. We're gonna listen to the whole thing though, because we're an honest network, and we're gonna look. Like I said, I shit on this guy 24/7. I got to at the very least give him 10 minutes to give us what he has to say here.
Lost it all. Today, we're here to answer the most important question.
Quick double tap.
Is democracy still America's sacred cause? I mean it.
You don't mean it, but you're okay. You want to fundraise off it because you don't really mean it. And I got the receipts for this. This party doesn't really mean it. They don't really hold democracy sacrosanct. They don't. Because there would be action behind these words if he did. Plenty of emails, lots of phone calls about how you got to give him some fucking money. But when the push came to shove and there was real legislation and real policy that needed to be passed to prevent this kind of electoral chicanery that is being perpetuated in every right-wing state in the country, it's not just gerrymandering. You failed. You faltered. You farted. You and your party. And I haven't heard a goddamn peep about this legislation since. Well, actually, that's not true. I got a little update about it. But where the fuck are you, dude? Because when I care about shit, I do something about it, right? I don't go, I really care about my kid, and then I totally abandon him and just completely forget about it. And like anytime it's brought up, I kind of just, I don't want to talk about it. Get my press secretary to flip open her fucking book of talking points, and I'm never asking that guy a question again. Sorry, I'm rambling. Sorry. All right. Speech time, no more interruption. Let's get to it.
This is not rhetorical, academic, or hypothetical. Whether democracy is still America's sacred cause is the most urgent question of our time. And it's what the 2024 election is all about. The choice is clear. Donald Trump's campaign is about him, not America, not you. Donald Trump's campaign is obsessed with the past, not the future. He's willing to sacrifice our democracy.
Go take a piss.
Put himself in power. Our campaign is different. For me and Kamala, our campaign is about America. It's about you. It's about every age and background that occupy this country. It's about the future we're going to continue to build together. And our campaign is about preserving and strengthening our American democracy. 3 years ago tomorrow, we saw with our own eyes the violent mob storm the United States Capitol. It was almost in disbelief as you first turned on the television. For the first time in our history, insurrectionists had come to stop the peaceful transfer of power in America. First time. Smashing windows, shattering doors, attacking the police. Outside, gallows were erected as the MAGA crowd chanted, "Hang Mike Pence." Inside, they hunted for Speaker Pelosi. The House was chanting as they marched through and smashed windows, "Where's Nancy?" Over 140 police officers were injured. Jill and I attended the funeral of police officers who died as a result of the events of that day. Because of Donald Trump's lies, they died because these lies brought a mob to Washington. He promised it would be wild, and it was. He told the crowd to fight like hell, and all hell was unleashed. He promised he would write them. Everything they did, he would be side by side with them. Then, as usual, he left the dirty work to
strategy. I
others.
agree.
He retreated to the White House. As America was attacked from within, Donald Trump watched on TV in a private small dining room off the Oval Office. The entire nation watched in horror. The whole world watched in disbelief. And Trump did nothing. Members of his staff, members of his family.
He did next to nothing. He did more than nothing. He stymied enforcement. They were desperately asking him to call in the National Guard. Pence had to do it because Trump didn't want, oh, no, those are my guys. I don't want to send more cops after him. It was collusion.
Family. Republican leaders who were under attack at that very moment pled with him. Act. Call off the mob. Imagine had he gone out and said, stop. And still, Trump did nothing. It was among the worst derelictions of duty by a president in American history.
Yeah.
An attempt to overturn a free and fair election by force and violence. A record 81 million people voted
for
my candidacy.
Legitimate election. Whatever the fuck, Ronald and this other Zammy asshole. Legitimate election, guys. You have no proof that it was a fake election, stolen election. You have no proof of that. 100% legitimate election, you dickheads.
And to end his presidency. Trump lost the popular vote by 7 million. Trump's claims about the 2020 election never could stand up in court. Trump lost 60 court cases.
No one's barring you from you're the party, Ronald. You are the party that's barring people from voting. Liberals, people on the left, want to increase voting. Right wing parties are the party of anti or they are the party that goes after elections. That institute voter ID laws and all this other shit to make sure that voter count is as low as possible. Why? Because low voter turnout benefits right-wingers.
60.
Why am I even arguing with these bad? I mean, like, there's literally, you see what I'm talking about, though? There's literally nothing you can say. There's no amount of evidence, right? They constantly, they do this bad actor tactic of saying, I just want an honest discussion. I just want to have an honest debate. Once somebody gives me some evidence that pleases me, I will accept it because I'm very open-minded. No, the fuck you're not. You have an agenda. You're desperately looking for any evidence you can to kind of slot into this narrative that you need to enforce. Carrying water for insurrectionists and traitors and authoritarians that are proudly bragging about how they can't wait to be dictator, and you're carrying water and burning all this energy, spending all this time. Ain't no one paying you to do this. But here you are carrying water for authoritarians. It's pathetic.
Trump lost the Republican-controlled states. Trump lost before a Trump-appointed judge, and then judges. And Trump lost before the United States.
Zammy, you're pathetic, dude. And now you're literally going to be like, you don't spend as much time criticizing the left. I mean, there's no point in taking anything you guys say seriously, because there's no amount of effort I could expend that would please you, because it's not about pleasing you. It's all a big delay until you get your kingship, until you get your king.
Supreme Court. All of it. He lost.
And I'm done allowing you guys to delay
Trump
me
lost
here.
recount
I got to stay
after
on
recount
topic.
after recount and state after state.
So,
but in desperation and weakness,
you need to stay focused
Trump
on
and his MAGA
topic.
followers went after election officials who ensured your power as a citizen would be heard. These public servants had their lives forever upended by
100% clutch
attacks
cargo.
and death threats for simply doing their jobs. In Atlanta, Georgia, a brave black mother and her daughter, Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, were doing their jobs as elected workers until Donald Trump and his MAGA followers targeted and threatened them, forcing them from their homes and unleashing racist vitriol on them. Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, who was just hit with a $148 million judgment for cruelty and defamation that he inflicted against them.
Fake news,
Other
deep
state-level
state.
elected officials across the country faced similar personal attacks. In addition, Fox News agreed to pay a record $787 million for the lies they told about voter fraud. Let's be clear about the 2020 election. Trump exhausted every legal avenue available to him to overturn the election.
Every single one. Every legal and some illegal. He flirted around with some of the more crazy ones, like doing a full-blown martial law, right? But no, every single legal avenue to verify and check for fraud in the election was done.
But the legal path just took Trump back to the truth.
Because
That
I hate
won the
free
election.
speech,
He was a
Vid.
loser.
I hate free speech. That's why.
Well,
because I hate free speech. That's why. Clip it.
So knowing how his mind works now, he had one act left, one desperate act available to him: the violence.
I muted them. They got a chance to speak and give us their shitty opinions. I responded to them, and then I showed them the door for 30 minutes. I didn't even ban them. That fucking other Zammy asshole keeps coming back. Loves to repeat his right-wing talking points as if they're new to me, as if I haven't. It's like I just, oh, did you know? Did you know Republicans want to cut taxes? Right. So they got a chance to speak, give us their shitty ideas. I responded to them and showed them the door. Yeah, I'm not. This is my show, bitch. This is my show. This isn't the right-wing bad actor hour. Okay, where they get to take over, any show and any narrative with their fucking lies. They're lying to us, dude. Lying to us in the chat. Read the comments. You're willing to spend so much time justly complaining and talking about unjust and illegal violence from sections of the far right, and you don't spend half that time complaining about the extreme left. As if those things are the same. Once again, creating some false equivalency. Ronald McAsshole over here. When you have a DA who pulls BS cases from 5 years ago and actively root for his imprisonment without being convicted, talking about convicting Trump for the crimes that he committed. He's found guilty. Evidence was found. Criminals were tracked down. Oh, it's a witch hunt. It's a witch hunt against my baby Trump. You're pathetic. You're pathetic. You're not even getting paid for this. Back to Biden. Let's finish this up.
January the 6th. And since that day, more than 1,200 people have been charged for their assault on the Capitol. Nearly 900 of them have been convicted or pled guilty.
100%. I've already spent too much time on them.
They have been sentenced to more than 840 years in prison.
Yeah, strategy, yeah.
And what's Trump done? Instead of calling them criminals, he's called these insurrectionists patriots. They're patriots. And he promised to pardon them if he returns to office.
Bitch, shut the fuck up. This is the least echo chamber motherfucking stream on the planet. And if you're over here calling this an echo chamber, then you have an agenda. You have a fucking agenda. Neoliberals don't get a pass on this stream. All right? If you've picked a side and you're holding a flag, then you would see this as an echo chamber because you're pathetic. So go back to your little cheerleading squad, your fucking Tucker Carlson streams or wherever the fuck you're from. You're pathetic. Go back to your Nick Fuentes stream.
Trump said that there was a lot of love on January the 6th. The rest of the nation, including law enforcement, saw a lot of hate and violence. One Capitol Police officer called it a medieval battle. That same officer was called vile racist names. He said he was more afraid in the capital of the United States of America, in the chambers, than when he was fighting as a soldier in the war in Iraq. He said he was more afraid inside the halls of Congress than fighting in the war in Iraq. And trying to rewrite the facts of January 6th, Trump is trying to steal history the same way he tried to steal the election. But we knew the truth because we saw it with our own eyes. This wasn't like something, a story being told. It was on television repeatedly. We saw it with our own eyes.
So, I mean, what's the problem with him, like, once a month, getting in front of the camera, getting in front of a microphone and saying this shit? You know? Why did he wait so long to say this? Does Biden even do the fireside chat thing anymore? What happened to that? You know? What's wrong with the... I just use the bully pulpit, you know?
Trump's mob wasn't a peaceful protest.
We'll get it wrong.
Violent assault. They were insurrectionists, not patriots. They weren't there to uphold the Constitution. They were there to destroy the Constitution.
Yeah.
Trump won't do what an American president must do. He refuses to denounce political violence. So hear me clearly. I'll say
That's
what
not
Donald
very
Trump
kind,
won't.
Zio, dude.
Political violence is never, ever acceptable in the United States political system. Never, never, never. It has no place in a democracy. None. It can't be pro-insurrectionist and pro-American.
Yeah.
You know, Trump and his MAGA supporters not only...
I mean, there is the American Revolution, but yeah, I see what you're saying. Kind of. I don't know. I'm not saying violence is sometimes necessary, but I mean, violence is sometimes necessary, isn't it?
They embrace political violence, but they laugh about it.
I mean, because, like, look, if Trump, if my disgusting, prediction comes true, and Trump does institute a full-blown authoritarian dictatorship, the left is going to have to get familiar with defending itself against political violence, at the very least. The left might even have to learn how to push back. Oh! But I don't know. I think, this idea that that we can somehow avoid political violence, they're going to make it violent. They have every intention to make it violent, I don't know. I get the sentiment, though, I guess.
At his rally, he jokes about an intruder, whipped up by the big Trump lie, taking a hammer to Paul Pelosi's skull and echoing the very same words used on January 6th. Where's Nancy? And he thinks that's funny. He laughed about it.
It's true. It's a crazy video.
My God. I think it's despicable, seriously. Not just for a president, for any person to say that. But to say it to the whole world listening. When I was overseas, anyway.
Yeah, anyway, indeed. All right, so that was 10 minutes of the Biden speech. Pretty rambling. And yeah, no, I mean, you put him next to Trump, no matter how factually accurate Biden is, Trump is more entertaining. Entertainment, good TV is more important than anything to a lot of the diehard partisans on either side. Anyway, is this trademark? Yeah. Anyway. So anyway, we're going to get into the receipts about the Democrats, the neoliberals' failure to pass this Voting Rights Act that would have prevented a lot of the chicanery, the gaming of the electoral system that we're seeing. We're going to see in 2024 is going to be, it's funny because the last election was pretty fraud free, right? The gerrymandering, of course, was always there. So there's that kind of fraud, like kind of legal fraud. But I do believe in 2024, we're going to see the wheels fly off the cart. And we are going to see an attempt like no other to use every trick in the book, dishonest or honest, to get Donald Trump in charge, to get the right-wing Republicans in charge. Welcome back, Nidnack. A lot of right-wing states have been preemptively passing laws for this election, for the 2024 election, so that if they don't like the results, there will be a process for them to review and prevent voter fraud. Because it's like, well, of course Donald Trump won. All of my friends vote for Donald Trump. If he doesn't win, then there must be fraud. And we got to do what we can to prevent that. Prepare my banana peels right now. Help those that need to slip a little quicker than planned. Going to be a wild ride? Yeah, you bet it is. 2024 is going to be bananas, and I'm going to be following it every step of the way. We're going to take that road trip all year to the void. We're going to get right up to that void, that 2024 election night. I'm doing this year sober, but election night, I think I'm going to do mushrooms on election night. I'm going to get some mushroom tea, and I'm just going to get completely fucking cranked on mushrooms and watch the world burn, maybe. We either get a 4-year extension on the apocalypse, or we get the apocalypse. Like, not immediately. It's not like immediate everything goes to shit. But does anyone honestly, who's been following this, does anyone honestly believe that if Donald Trump gets another 4 years, that he's not going to do everything in his power to hold on to power, but also, to dismantle all of the branches of government, that were getting in his way, or that might get in his way, or get in his way in terms of power, not just his own personal thing. Martial law the instant anyone protests. That's what I'm saying. Look the abyss in the eye and spit as hard as you can. All you can do. It's just the abyss. You can spit into the abyss. Not gonna hurt it. So I wanted to start 2 years ago at the beginning, where the Senate Democrats fail. So it was a big promise, build back better. We're going to fix this. We're going to fix that. Vote for me. Vote for me. He'll try, probably fail in the long run to stay in power. He will definitely ruin a lot of stability made by the nation and probably destabilize the balance of powers. That's, that's a great point strategy. Because the guy is 3 sheets to the wind. He's about to kick the bucket. No offense to anybody in the audience that might be close to 80. You're wonderful folks, but he's not immortal. No one's going to be there to replace him. But what he's like a bull in a china shop, like 3 minutes before it's about to die, right? And he does as much damage as possible, wrecking the whole place, and then keels over and dies, and then we got to deal with the vacuum, right? What I'm worried about, and this is why Project 2024, 2025 bothers me, is that there is a clear understanding inside the right-wing establishment that Trump isn't going to live forever, but we're going to need to take over this project where Trump passes the baton, either by force or by hook or by crook, right? So how do we keep the momentum going? How do we continue this dismantling of American democracy and replacing it with right-wing authoritarianism? So that's, and that's what we're going to see. And here's the thing is that the neoliberals are not going to be equipped, as we've seen with January 6th, they're not going to be equipped to pick up the pieces and put Humpty Dumpty back together again and make everything better again. Because they don't want to hold themselves accountable. They just want to hold one party accountable and pretend like they've done everything in their power to prevent this. But no, I wanted to start at the beginning. And then we're just going to go through. It's not all articles. We're going to watch some video clips here too. But 2 years ago, January, from Reuters here, President Joe Biden and congressional Democrats suffered twin legislative defeats late on Wednesday in their push to toughen voting rights protections in the run-up to this November's midterm elections that will determine control of Congress in 2023. I'd like to remind you that the Democrats lost control of the House, and there was all kinds of chicanery, all kinds of I'm not even talking about gerrymandering anymore. Look into it. I'm not saying it was stolen, but it doesn't need to be stolen. What you do is you just prevent people from voting. You change the districts so that certain districts no longer have the same power as they did before. You diminish the power of demographics that you don't agree with. And then you also implement these 11th hour nuclear rules that basically allow in some places, I think it's Arizona and Texas, they've implemented a law that says all we need to do is say that there's fraud, and then we get to nullify the results of the Democratic election. We get to pick a candidate based off eight people from the Senate, it's a right-wing Senate. They get to pick. They vote on candidate and they get to pick. So they're passing laws under the auspices of preventing fraud, and they're implementing a system of fraud that allows them to keep their power, regardless of what the Democratic results are. So that stuff could have been prevented. Some of that stuff could have been prevented with this legislation. Yeah, Zio Duke, yeah. President just figured that goes around. I mean, I don't know if that's 100. I mean, he's not just a figurehead, but to say that it's not coached and not manufactured and strategic, the things that he says and the moments that happen. Yeah, I know that's true, but I don't agree that he's just a figurehead. He's just a puppet, because that basically then I agree with this whole deep state theory, right? That there's this whole actual government. Which that whole theory is blown out the water by Donald Trump. If there was some actual Illuminati deep state government that's actually, pulling all the strings, they wouldn't have allowed Donald Trump to take over, and they certainly wouldn't have allowed him to stay relevant. No, if anything, and I've said this before, if anything, Donald Trump is 100% stone cold proof that we have a democracy, because the only entity stupid enough to put him in charge is the American people. You're telling me brilliant ass Illuminati geniuses that are controlling the weather and every fucking else thing, turning all the frogs gay. They're doing all that shit, controlling everything. Got microphones in your goddamn everything, right? They control everything. They put a chaos agent who's going to completely destroy the entire system that they've built. They're going to put him in charge. Because the deep state argument made sense with people like Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld and George Bush. Some real schemers, right? Fucking connected to the Bilderberg, connected to the goddamn Skull and Bones Society, right? Some real scary shit, right? Okay, well, maybe we got some shit going on here. Trump pulled out of the motherfucking ether, dude. Pulled out of the goddamn chaos realm. He's not like a Manchurian. He's not like a brilliant, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like he's proof that democracy exists. So getting back to this, and back-to-back votes later, this is 2 years ago, Voting Rights Act. In back-to-back votes late on Wednesday, Senate Republicans first blocked Democrats' move to advance the voting rights legislation towards passage. It was the 5th time in less than a year that they did so, filibustered, right? And the Democrats, oh, there's just nothing we can do. The filibuster just getting in the way. It's just the sanctity of the filibuster more important than anything in the world. They employed the decades-old filibuster rule to stop the legislation, which requires the cooperation of at least 60 of the Senate's 100 members to keep bills alive. The Senate currently is split 50-50. This is a self-imposed restriction. And if this was in the way of Mitch McConnell's agenda or Donald Trump's agenda, it would be destroyed immediately, without question and without delay. If the only thing holding back the right-wing agenda from getting passed was a self-imposed restriction for a supermajority, where they could easily have a meeting, they have a Senate meeting, and they say, okay, this is official meeting to change the rules. Does anyone believe that the party of Mitch McConnell and that the party of Donald Trump wouldn't immediately change those rules to prevent the filibuster, to destroy the filibuster and prevent the filibuster from getting in their way? No, they would immediately. And the neoliberals, oh, it's too important of a... Kristen Sinema is correct. Joe Manchin is correct. I really agree with Joe Manchin on the Honorable Joe Manchin about the sanctity of the filibuster. Welcome, Thalen HD. Fuck Mitch McConnell. He's absolutely responsible. He's the reason why all these goddamn right-wing conservative judges, we're dealing with all these right-wing conservative judges. He shut his mouth with his criticisms on Trump as long as Trump went along with his plan to pass, to get all these judges in charge. Hundreds of judges. Right-wing partisans. I don't envy being American. Well, it's the dollar makes a big difference. I no longer make American dollars, and it sucks ass. It sucks complete donkey balls not making US dollars. Fucked up my whole life, in a way. Like all my spending habits have completely changed. In lightning speed, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, a Democrat, then moved to revamp the filibuster rule by lowering the 60-vote threshold to 50. Oh, wow. Look at that. Chuck Schumer trying. Oh. This time it was not Republicans, but Schumer's own Democrats. Oh, jeez. Conservatives, Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema, who put the final nail in the coffin by voting against the rule change. Okay, well, they're allowed to vote how they want to vote. Well, I'm sure Chuck Schumer and the Democratic Party punished Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema immediately for embarrassing them and embarrassing their party and preventing this incredibly important legislation that Joe Biden had been running his election on. Build Back Better and the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. It was all about the Voting Rights Act. So we got Kristen Sinema and Joe Manchin getting in the way, embarrassing the Democratic Party. So surely they were punished, right? Surely. I think you know where I'm getting with this one, right? Fact of the matter, Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, and Chuck Schumer agree with Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema. They agree with Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema, and they were happy that Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema took all the heat off of Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and all the other establishment Democrats so that they could tell and lie to their constituents, oh, we wanted to be progressive so bad, but we have some purple state Democrats that, just couldn't cross the finish line. We'll get them next year. Vote for me. This was 2 years ago. So they've had 2 years to come back from this fucking embarrassment. This is your own party. If I was in charge of an organization that made promises to a bunch of people that was giving me money and depended on me, right? And then I had two jokers in my organization make me look like a fool. What would I do? Gee, I guess I would just let them do it. No repercussions. Don't punish them whatsoever. Don't even bring it up in interviews. Yeah, that's what I would do. I'd be a total bitch. Because I'm a neoliberal Democrat. Clip it. I'm a total bitch. Just loop it over and over. All right, so that was 2 years ago. I just wanted to set the stage. Flaccid, failure, milquetoast. Pillar of your campaign, right next to Build Back Better. One of the reasons to vote for Joe. Shot down by your own party. Okay? So what the hell is this? We got a 1-minute explanation of what the hell is the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Why is this important? Why are you so pissed? It's not my alarm clock. I'm a bitch. I'm a bitch. What a horrific way to wake up in the morning. I couldn't think of a worse way than to wake up to my voice. But no, so what is I wanted to do this here. What is the Voting Rights Act? Why is this important? One minute summary here.
Vote wasn't something afforded to all of us. The freedom to vote wasn't something afforded to all of us. Many fought and won the freedom to make our voice heard at the ballot box. Americans have struggled to defeat slavery, the Klan, Jim Crow, and are working to live into the promise of democracy for all. It's up to us, we the people, to deliver the promise of democracy to everyone, regardless of our race, background, or zip code. For 50 years, the Voting Rights Act protected the freedom to vote with bipartisan support, including a unanimous vote in the Senate in 2006. But today, white supremacists and some state legislatures threaten the core American value that everyone should have a say in the future with our vote. The John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act will protect our freedom to vote by making sure new voting laws don't discriminate against voters based on color or background. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to strengthen our democracy. Call your senator now to demand...
Okay, so there you go. Just very brief, very general overview. I really wish I probably should have found a better video that wasn't from Common Cause. And I'd also like to point out that John Lewis is one of the reasons why we're dealing with this problem. Because yes, John Lewis, when he was young, participated in the civil rights movement and deserves full credit for that, marched with King, right? That's a big deal. But somewhere along the line between then and, you know, when he died, he had become a full-blown corporate neoliberal shill and is partially responsible for the terrible the condition of the neoliberal party that has created a vacuum that fascism is filling, right? There's not a neoliberal policy that John Lewis didn't think was great. And the support of the neoliberal party, even when they're failing us, and defending this party, even when it's failing people, is part of the problem. So props to John Lewis for his amazing, you know, history. But I did want to point out that look at his voting look at his voting history. Okay? Look at the stuff that he's voted against. And come back and tell me, "Oh yeah, this guy's a stone cold progressive who fought for, you know, human rights and you know and equality for black people and all that, you know." Look into it. Look into this guy's career, especially in his final years, and tell me that represents the agenda of Martin Luther King. Seriously, right? With a straight face, because you can't. Just wanted to point that out. I got problems with John Lewis, right? It's because I have a problem with a guy that uses the clout of the civil rights era that he rightfully earned to implement corrupt politics. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of gross, right? It'd be like a millennial who you know cut his teeth in the Occupy era, and he became popular because because of his activism in the Occupy era, and now he's voting for tax cuts for Jeff Bezos and liking every Elon Musk tweet. Like there's a disconnect here, man, and it churns the amazing work that he did in the civil rights era into this kind of corrupt, gross, metal that he used like to get votes and to stay in power, and it's like he didn't have the people's back. He wasn't representing Martin Luther King in every vote. Bothers me. But anyway, so that's the Voting Rights Act. So 2 years ago, neoliberal Democrats basically allowed Kristen Sinema and Joe Manchin to ruin one of the tentpole issues of Joe Biden's campaign to become president. Now we've gotten that history. We've gotten a little history of what the Voting Rights Act is and why voting rights is important in general. Here is 1 year ago, voting rights fails in the Senate along with filibuster changes. So they try another little half-hearted. You probably didn't hear about it. Just a little blip in the news. What Joe Biden isn't getting using it. Joe Biden at any time in his fucking life, okay? He could walk out of a porta potty in the middle of the fucking Mojave Desert and have a microphone right in front of him and a camera at any motherfucking time. But he just can't find the time to get in front of a microphone and say, you really should, American people need to get behind this, and this is important, and this is the mission. Because you didn't hear about this. This happened a year ago. You didn't hear about one of the 10 poll reasons to vote for Joe Biden failing yet again. You didn't hear about it. This is before the I don't know. Apparently it wasn't a seizure. I don't know what to call it. The episode, Mitch McConnell's episode, where he just, lights get turned up. Getting old sucks. Okay. Getting old sucks, man. It does. That doesn't excuse a corrupt asshole for his crimes, of course, but it's just like, There used to be something called aging with grace, and people like Mitch McConnell would step down and be like, I'm going to let someone else take. I'm going to live my life in peace and retire peacefully. But no, he's a stone cold reptile, man. He's got an agenda. He's going to die for this shit. You're going to have to pull his bloated corpse out of there. And that's the plan. He's going to die for this shit.
Us on this side of the aisle just spent 4 years, 4 years.
Failing, that's interesting.
And we were in the majority, and we had a president of our party asking us to do what they're trying to do tonight. And we had a one-word answer. No. No. We're not going to fracture the institution to achieve some short-term advantage.
We received 50 votes.
So here we go, Chuck Schumer over here, right? And this, these are the clips that's played on MSNBC, and they look, see, the Democrats have our back. They have our back. They want to do this. Does anyone? I mean, come on, we can't do a couple executive orders. At the very least, we couldn't have campaigned on this a little bit harder. We couldn't have, made a bigger stink about this. It's grandstanding and posturing for fundraising. That's what we're seeing here with Chuck.
And with the vice president,
cynical politics,
a majority. Unfortunately, under the current rules of the Senate, the door is closed to moving forward on these laws. Mr. President, I withdraw the motion to proceed to the motion to reconsider the failed cloture vote.
The motion is withdrawn.
So important to the Democratic Party. So important. We see the right wing shut down the entire operation over anything. Take every opportunity to procedurally slow down and grind and stop this to get what they want. claw and fight and tear their way into power. And what do we see the neoliberal Democrats? Oh, well, maybe it'd be nice if we could maybe get some voting rights. I don't know. Be kind of cool. Could we get abortion back, please? Maybe. Could we get some abortion, please? They're losing. And they're losing right in front of us. You know what I mean? They're getting their ass beat in front of us by clowns like Ted Cruz. It's not fecklessness, it's math. If you attack Manchin Simon too much, they switch parties. Both threatened it. So, Clutch Cargo, maybe you're right. The reason why they feel comfortable doing that, though, is because if they switch parties, they wouldn't be punished for it. The Democrats wouldn't punish them for it. They know it. They know it's a gamed system where the Democrats are fighting with one hand tied behind their back. And that's what I'm talking about. Is that Manchin and Sinema, they feel like they can act with impunity because they can. Because their existence, still as Democrats, exposes the Democrats for what they truly are. The fact that they're not punished within their own party, that they're not exiled within their own party, tells us what the real motivations of the party are. Because if the party stood for the things that these people disagree with, the party would do something about it. You know how I know that? Because Ilham Omar one time tweeted about Israel, show me the money. And she had every assignment, every committee seat removed, every millions of dollars from the DNC poured into advertisements to try and get her replaced with a pro-status quo Democrat. Can't talk about Ilham Omar on MSNBC without it being brought up, especially now with Gaza. But, not a peep for Kristen. Poor Manchin. Poor guys. They're in purple states. Okay, so there we go. That was 1 year ago. This is not the right spot for this. So here we go. 1 month ago, Voting Rights Act weakened by appeals court saying private individuals and groups can't sue. So not only have they strengthened voting rights, they have allowed the voting rights to be further diminished. Listen to this. Yeah, Dirty Bird and Clutch Cargo were willing to filibuster voting rights expansion, get most of the blame. No, of course not. No. And Clutch Cargo, you being like, that's unfair. Welcome to politics, man. What can I tell you? This is a fucking dirty game. This is a dirty game. Oh, well, how come the Republicans, they should be held accountable because they feel... No, that's not how it works. Okay, we got one party that can actually make change. And we got the other party that's guaranteed anti-change. But here's the thing, and this is why, why the neoliberals deserve more shit? Well, I mean, honestly, the fascistic Republicans, of course, for filibustering, deserve all the shit in the world for it. I don't disagree with you. But that's not the world we live in. But one of the main reasons why a heavy focus on the neoliberals is essential is that they fundraise off of voting rights, right? They fundraise off of progressive ideals and progressive ideas. And they tell everybody, we're going to protect these things. We're going to implement these things. We're going to make real progressive change for you. They don't say progressive. It's a scary word. But they use the language of progressivism to get their power, to get our vote. And then when push comes to shove, when the rubber hits the road, Christian Sinema, man, what they got to keep they might switch their seats, and we can't protect democracy. The filibuster is more important than anything in the world. Clutch Cargo, that is such bullshit. Fuck you. That's all I got to say to your comment. So wildly disingenuous to say such a thing.
The Supreme Court may soon weigh the enforcement of the Voting Rights Act after a federal appeals court drastically weakened the landmark law. The 8th Circuit Court, based in St. Louis, ruled private citizens and groups cannot file lawsuits under Section 2 of the Act. It found only the U.S. Attorney General could bring a legal challenge under this provision. Section 2 prohibits election or voting practices that discriminate against Americans.
You know, Fetterman deserves a little bit of nuance in that statement, because if you look at how he ran, he didn't do a bait and switch on almost any. I can't really think of anything he did a bait and switch on. I haven't seen definitive proof of him running one way and then doing something completely different. I think with Fetterman, there was a lot of hopeful projection. You know, oh well, he seems pretty progressive. Maybe he agrees with this and maybe he agrees with that. But if you look at how he ran his campaign, he really didn't do a bait and switch. Well, Dirty Bird is correct. Shit, yeah, I got to take it back a little bit. No, and you know what? You bring that up. I posted several posts in the Discord showing definitive proof that Fetterman did do a bait and switch. Fuck. I mean, yeah, no, you're kind of right, Dirty Bird. Fuck, man. I guess I want him. I want him to be better. I want him to be better. But no, Dirty Bird is correct. Actually, he did. And I have the receipts on this. I absolutely have the receipts in the Discord. Several statements during the election saying 100%, I'm progressive. This is how I do things. And he's now stated, while in power now, stated, I'm not progressive. I don't know where you would get that idea. Right, when pushing back on his support for Israel. Fuck.
Americans based on race. Jessica,
okay, so anyway, the Voting Rights Act has been further weakened. Let's get an explanation as to how.
Levinson joins us now. She's a CBS News legal contributor and a professor for Loyola Law School in California. A beautiful home. Jessica, this was a 2-1 decision made by 3 judges that were all appointed by Republican presidents. Talk to us about how the majority justified the decision.
So did you hear that? It's easy to gloss over that. But this is Steve Bannon's plan. This is Project 2025 in action, okay? You install partisans that used to be an unelected position where there was some expectation of nonpartisanship. And now that's out the window. Shamelessness is the new way. And what do we see here? Three of these guys appointed by Republicans. It's all about getting as many of these people in the deep state, right? It's about getting as many of these people in there so that ironically, they then become the deep state. They become this right-wing monolith that the only result, no matter what you put into the machine, the only thing that is ever spit out is vote more Republican. Republicans win, no matter what input goes in there.
Presidents. Talk to us about how the majority justified the decision.
Kissing Gonzo, I agree.
So what the majority said here is that we have assumed for decades, and they mean since the passage of this landmark piece of civil rights legislation in 1965, we have assumed for decades that there's a private right of action, meaning you or I or a private group can say, my voting rights were harmed. There were voting practices and procedures that were implemented by a local
Look how far back this
official
goes.
Or state.
This has been, this is why Liz Cheney needs to shut the fuck up, because this is not new. All right. Project for the New American Century, Newt Gingrich talking about the permanent Republican majority. This is the monster that this Republican Party has created. And this is it. They've installed these theocratic, not listen, la types, right? I'm Republican and that's all I know. I'm 100. That's all I do is defend Republicans. It's my side. It's my team. It's us against versus them. And I'm going to use my power to bend the rules and bend the law around Republican ideology and ideas. This has been going on since even before the Bush administration, but it really kicked off after 9/11. After that Patriot Act passed, it was no holds barred for a little bit there.
And that harmed my right to vote. My right to vote is diluted because I'm a certain color, for
exactly,
instance.
Kissing Gonzo. But there's no accountability.
We could bring a suit. What the Eighth Circuit said today
neoliberals are dropping the ball and implementing policy that could create accountability.
The federal government, or excuse me, yesterday. It's only the federal government.
And going back to what I said earlier, there's actually no need to make new laws half the time, because really what needs to happen is that the current laws, existing laws, need to be enforced. And how do you do that? Who's watching the Watchmen? Where's the check and balance on a bad actor? an unelected, judge put in place by a partisan for the specific purposes of being partisan. Where's the check and balance on that? Where's the legislation to implement checks and balances on that? Oh, well, we can't do that because then they might go after Democratic friendly judges. We can't have that. We got to protect my party too. You got to protect democracy.
Only the Department of Justice that can bring those suits. What I think is important for people to remember is that the vast, vast majority of those suits are brought by individuals or by nonprofit groups. So this would eliminate a huge avenue that people have to vindicate their right to vote, and it would put enormous pressure on the federal government to try to step in and fill the vacuum. There's frankly no way that any Department of Justice could possibly do that.
So I think, Jessica, people will be wondering why this happened, because it sounds like the real impact of the decision is to make it much harder for people to have action taken if people are discriminated against when they try to cast a ballot.
The weed, you got to get the weed out of it.
That's right. So what we have here are two judges who looked at the wording of the Voting Rights Act, and in my view, took a incorrect approach to just looking at the words and saying, you know what, we've always assumed, but we've never found that there's a private right of action. I'm looking just at these words, and I don't think that there is a private right. I think it has to come from the federal government. Now, that, in my view, goes against not just decades of precedent, not just the Supreme Court assuming that private individuals and groups can sue, but also goes against the legislative history. Let's think back to why the Voting Rights Act was enacted in the first place, because people's right to vote was under threat and because we wanted people to be able to vindicate those rights. One other thing I think that's important for people to remember, this is the Eighth
There's
Circuit.
the future. Thanks, Lenny.
About 10 days ago, the Fifth Circuit came to a different conclusion. But what's the Eighth Circuit picking up on here? It's Justice Gorsuch on the Supreme Court and Justice Thomas, who have both indicated that maybe we need to look at this issue. I think they're picking up on those cues.
That's interesting, and a very good point that you raised, Jessica, that different courts are coming up with different decisions on this. At this point, if the Supreme Court doesn't take it up or before they do, what options are left for people who felt like their right to vote was blocked?
So in the Eighth Circuit, there can be an appeal to the entire panel, an en banc appeal to try and say these two judges were wrong. At that point, they're kind of out of legal options. They need to bring this case up to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, they're kind of fucked.
All right, Jessica Levinson, thank you.
Yeah, and any regular citizen can bring anything they want up to the Supreme Court, because just like Donald Trump, right? I mean, with that said, I mean the question of Donald Trump, should be brought up to the Supreme Court, but it's a damn shame the Supreme, thanks a lot, Ruth Bader Ginsburg. I mean, I think it's fair to say, is the president a king? Is probably one of the most important questions of the 21st century. And because Ruth Bader Ginsburg thought she could last another 8 years, well into her 90s, instead of stepping down in the Obama era and being replaced properly, because of that, we now have a Supreme Court that may very well say, nope, presidents are kings and are officially above the law. So great job. Once again, neoliberal Democrats and these do-gooders, these so-called do-gooders on the so-called left. So you get my point. Look, I'm not going to belabor this probably four videos on the subject's probably enough. But you get the point. Is that the Democrats are all too happy to fundraise and fearmonger and tell you got to support us or else the fascist Republicans are going to take away your right to vote. And they're not wrong. They're not wrong. But are they doing all of the things? Because like there's talking about it, and then there's maybe doing a couple things, like with Chuck Schumer, right? Oh, okay, we'll bring it up. I know it'll be shot down, but I could say I brought it up, and see, we were trying. But then there's the next level, where they could really put their power behind it, really, really campaign, get all their talking heads talking about it, really getting people whipped up, making that conversation, making that part of the narrative, and really shaming the right wing that are blocking it, right? And saying, look how anti-democratic they actually are. But they're not doing that, are they? You know, Chuck Schumer a year ago, he got up and kind of limp-dicked and, okay, maybe we should, you know, protect democracy. Mitch McConnell shot it down without a problem. Anyway, back to business as usual. That was the point I wanted to make. Is that these bastards are happy. I'm almost done. Is that these bastards are happy to fundraise and take your money and scare you to death, telling you about what is going to happen to our democracy. But are they really putting in the work to stop it? I say they're not. And I've shown receipts to that effect. People would, of course, disagree. Oh, no. It's all the Republicans' fault. My team isn't bad. My side is the good side. Their side, bad guys. But there's this great Robert Reich video about what happened to the Voting Rights Act. Maybe we'll do this one next stream. Just pop that in next stream. Okay. So this is it. The final. This is the end of the U.S. January 6th segment. Fucking finally. We can finally. Right. Finally. This is the end of my 4 hour long January 6th rant. I knew this was going to take 4 hours, but this is so important because we like the Epstein shit that we're seeing on the internet. You know, memes like Trump wasn't on the list. Trump was on the list. They're just straight up denying reality. It's not misinformation. It's just disinformation. And that's what we're seeing with January 6th. Complete rewriting of history. And I just refuse. So 4 hours. Here's the receipts, and this is the final thing I wanted to show you. This, to me, encapsulates the entire situation, just how dire this is. Because these guys, if you were to ask them, real quick, what the picture is, this was the moment when Trump supporters took down the U.S. flag, threw it on the ground so that they could replace it with the Trump flag. These guys were utterly convinced. Thank you, Lenny. These guys were utterly convinced in the moment that they were saving America. And they were so caught up in this. They were so delusional. They were so wrapped up in the cultish mindset. And yes, it is a cultish mindset. I don't know, call it a cult, call it whatever you want, cult of personality, whatever this MAGA movement is, right? This political fervor. But they were so wrapped up in this that they thought one of the most American things possible, the most patriotic and American things that they could do, was to throw the symbol of America on the ground and replace it with the symbol of their leader. So, you know, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because we saw it in the chat, right? Define a fascist. What is a fascist? I'm not a fascist. Republican, there's a lot of Republican politicians that aren't fascist. You can be a useful idiot for fascism. And I believe if you are a useful idiot for fascism, yes, there's maybe some innocence there because you're a fucking moron or you're easily lied to or you want to be lied to. So sure, you get a little plausible deniability there. But at the end of the day, you're acting as a useful idiot for fascism. And it's not like this is just some joke. This is and I've showed you the receipts. I just spent 4 hours doing it. It is an honest-to-God attempt at dismantling American democracy. Could have probably had more receipts proving more specific policies, exactly what's going on. You know, News Underground's been covering this for, you know, years, so it's terrain well tread. But I could have probably provided a couple more receipts, but it's all there. Look it up. There's legislation, like I said, legislation being passed where they can basically say, oh, there's fraud in this election. We get to nullify the results of the election. We're going to do a committee meeting and a board of Senate members gets to pick who the winner of the election is. Shit like that. All under the color of fraud prevention. Kissing Gonzo with the official definition of fascism. And the reason why I never responded to that is because there's literally nothing I could say that would please them. Like I said, if I had Professor Fascism right here, right, and I sat him down in the chair and I said, okay, here we go. We got the question, Professor. Literally the most knowledgeable man on fascism who totally agrees that Donald Trump is a fascist, give the textbook definition of fascism in full context of everything. And the people in chat, no, I disagree. No. You see, it's not, because it's not this thing, it's not actually this. So let's get bogged down in a big debate about the definition of terms while we're not talking about my attempt and my party's attempt to dismantle this country. Because that's what that attempt is. That's why they're talking about that. That's why define this, define that, so we can have a big argument about the definition. While we're not talking about my master plan, my Steve Bannon Project 2025 plan that I fully support, by the way. But I'm not fascist, but I fully support it. Going to save America by destroying it, by throwing it on the fucking ground and putting your tacky Chinese-made flag up in exchange. But what I'm trying to say is that, yeah, okay, you're not goose-stepping, you're not wearing the swastika, and you're not doing Hitler cosplay, and you don't even like Nick Fuentes. But you vociferously put your energy and support and sometimes even money behind a party that supports this. By a party that supports this. Oh, I'm innocent. I'm not a fascist. I believe in equal rights. I just support a party that is destroying equal rights. I'm so sick and tired of people saying shit like that. And then I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy for saying, well, you support fascism. No, I don't. Right? No, I don't. I only put all my money and effort and time behind a party that is, by any definition, technically fascist. But I don't support fascism. I'll just vote for this party until I die, no matter what they do. But it's not a cult. Here's the thing, guys. Soy Voss. Ooh, you typed that too quick, huh? I bet you wanted to say soy sauce. That's all right. I won't give you an opportunity to say anything else. And you'll just have to sit there with the embarrassment of that typo for 30 minutes while I continue speaking. Fuck you, Mr. Folly Spar. All right. Well, real quick, because I'm not going to do a stream without talking about Ukraine, but I'm running out of energy here. Okay, wanted to talk. This is so funny. So if you've been on social media, so we're done with the January 6th talk. But I wanted to bring up, we're going to talk about Ukraine, we're going to talk about Gaza, just a couple stories before I end the stream. Because I'm not going to forget about Ukraine, I'm not going to forget about Gaza. Soy sauce is great. I love soy sauce, yeah. That's why I'm such a cuck. My wife's boyfriend loves soy sauce, right? That's what I'm supposed to say? Yeah, okay. It's so funny. These right-wingers who are so uncomfortable with their own sexuality, like imposing their own, phobias and fears, everybody with their so-called humor, Ooh, don't gay people make you uncomfortable? Ooh, that's kind of funny. The gay people don't make me uncomfortable, and you're kind of an idiot. Folly is a funny word. I like it. I do, yeah. Folly. It's very whimsical. So anyway, if you've been on social media, you've been seeing the latest trend amongst kids and women. See what I'm saying? No, she doesn't. But that doesn't matter, right? Because I'm a cuck bitch anyway, just like you want to be. Just like the people you vote for, right? Like Jerry Falwell Jr.'s son. Yeah, Jerry Falwell Jr.'s son, a literal and actual cuck. But no, guys, so if you've seen this, so the Stanley Cups, this company called Stanley, they make that thermos, that green thermos, you know, with the silver top. It's like every construction worker in the world probably owns one, right? You know, it's like you know, so that's that company. So they've made a pivot to these fancy cups with, you know, funny colors, and women and children have been going gaga. So they've been going gaga for these damn cups. And someone on Twitter, I didn't think of this because I love this show, but I did not think of this. But someone on Twitter posted this clip from Tom Goes to See the Mayor, which is a Tim and Eric animation, and it's 100% spot on to this cup trends. This is hilarious. You got to see this. This is so funny.
I wanted to tell you about my new store that I'm running at the mall.
Great. I'd love to hear about it.
Yeah, it's called My Big Cups.
Okay.
You know, basically they're just big cups with some decorative designs on the side, and they hold just about 2 liters, 1.8 to be exact. As you can see here, we have a little soda left over in the bottle.
Ugh. What are you gonna do with that?
Well, what I like to do is take one of my disposable cups here and just empty out the rest. And we take one of our free baggies, which we include with the cup, and you can just seal that up and put it in the trash. Can I use this line here to return the page, or?
That's not a phone, Tom.
Yeah. It's a big one, baby. Come on. Check my big cups. Double up, heavyweight size. Fill them up and guzzle till you're satisfied. Big and wide, 10 feet high, 1.8, and I'm feeling right. Yeah, we stack them up high. Take them on a drive. Put them in a belt holding 1 + 5. Damn, that's big.
I love my big cups.
Big cup.
I love my big cups. I like my big cup.
I love my big cup.
My big cup.
So I just thought that was really funny. I'm really glad someone posted that. This is hilarious. Yeah, no, I like to drink soy milk when I'm fucking your mom. Is that what you want? Is that what you want, you little bitch? You want to get fucking pissed on by the big boys? You want an adult to talk to you, honey? How about I open that fucking mouth up and put cookies in it? Yay, cookies! Yay! I don't mind soy milk. I don't really like it though. I prefer real milk on my cereal. I know. I'm not fit to be a liberal. I'm not fit to be a lefty liberal hippie. I don't keep your almond milk too. I don't like that shit either. It's gross, man. Give me some real milk. Real ass milk. God damn it. All right, folks. Ukraine time. Are you ready? If you've stuck around, if you haven't left and you want even more news after that 4 hours of January 6th, you are the hero. You are the hero. You're pathetic, Vit. Go fucking waste someone else's time. You're absolutely pathetic. Fascism supporting mama's boy over here. You want an orange turd as a daddy. Pathetic. Anti-democratic, anti-liberty, anti-equality. You strut around the internet like it's something to be proud of. Fucking pathetic. I'm over here. I'm standing for liberty and democracy. I'm not a Republican. Sure you're not. Yeah, you only fucking carry water for the entire fucking establishment, the right-wing establishment on the internet. Thinking it's some fucking big game, right? Some entertainment. Yeah, Lenny. Well, I made the title the way I did, right? Republicans are fascists. I made it for a reason to attract assholes like this, so I can shit on them personally and let them know that you are an enemy to democracy and therefore you are an enemy to me. I believe in liberty and freedom to my fucking core, and I'll die for this shit. Do you remember that? You remember that when you're supporting right-wing militias, right? Oh, defending Trump. Yeah, we shoot back. Lefties shoot back. You know that, right? Lefties own guns, and we shoot back. But don't think you're going to walk all over, roll all over us, do some little Republican purge, and it's all going to be good. Oh, no, honey. Meal Team 6 gonna get a buffet sent to them. Meal Team 6 gonna get a big buffet. Back to Ukraine. Over here, Putin. Just look at the cynicism, the cold cynicism. Putin faced with grief of widows of Russian fighters who died in Ukraine. Did he just say ratio? Did I just get clown nose ratioed? That is actually funny. That is legitimately fun. But no, Putin over here using the I mean, American politicians do this as well. It's disgusting when they do it. Okay, well, you're not American, and you're interrupting my stream to talk about American politics. So I'm just going to go ahead and time you out. You're 100% irrelevant to the conversation. So thank you so much for injecting yourself into it, jackass. Enjoy your time out. So yeah, here's Putin disgustingly, really cynically and coldly using widows of his war of choice to further his political goals. It's pretty disgusting. And yeah, look at this rug. It's really quite epic. 30 feet from everyone else. Scared of the bug. I mean, COVID is, there's a brand new virus, brand new outbreak. He's not exactly wrong. He's basically doing social distancing, but just for him. Everyone else can kick sand. I don't give a shit. But stay the hell away from me.
Как и договаривались, мы так и делаем с вами. Рождество один из самых, вы знаете, многие наши мужчины, мужественные, героические наши ребята.
I think their father was murdered.
И сейчас в праздник.
Basically murdered by Putin because of his war of choice.
Нашей страны. Поэтому я, во-первых, хотел бы,
so now they have to sit here in front of the guy that got their father killed and
с этим праздником.
Smile and, oh, thank you so much. Getting my dad killed for no good fucking reason.
Хотел бы, чтобы наша встреча была таким ясным, понятным сигналом.
Showing how weak the Russian military actually is. Yeah, you did a great job, jackass.
Огромной территории Российской Федерации, причем на всех уровнях, чтобы было ясным сигналом к тому, чтобы
some handsome fellas and beautiful women there.
Мои коллеги, повторяю, любого уровня власти, управления.
How many families of widows and pictures do you think they went through before they picked, these? Because look at them. They're like the definition of Russian stoicism, handsome, and look at the yeah, look at that. Oh, beautiful and Aryan, and very very photogenic, perfect Russian children. How many widow families do you think they went through? Right? How many photos? It's so preened. It's obvious why they picked, these people. They're extremely photogenic. It's very clear to me.
Рядом с вами были мои коллеги.
All right, well, okay. We're not going to give Putin 2 whole minutes of my time. You get the point. Cynically using these widows and children for his own political purposes. Pretty fucking gross stuff. But, like I said, I mean, the United States, Biden and Trump, happy to put a widow next to them. Meanwhile, Putin gets to claim he's some saint in the eyes of delusional enablers. It's malicious. Yeah, it's pretty fucking gross. Wanted to point this out. Some bad news, but, bad news, but also, kind of indicative of the current ammo situation. It's also interesting that Russia has been dealing with artillery shells sent by North Korea that have been failing because they're not constructed properly. But Russia got a couple 7,500-pound rockets from North Korea and promptly blew up a pair of Ukrainian supply bases. So bad news here. And the 7,500-pound that, I believe the JDAM that we're seeing used by Ukraine in Russia, but also by Israel in the Gaza Strip, are these bombs that will literally level an entire building, create a massive crater. Just wanted to point this out, try to keep it honest. It's a two-way fight here, but I do have some red meat. If you like to see Russians getting messed up, you found the right stream. And no, we're not going to see dead bodies, but we will see the results of Russia's strategic failures in full display. We will see that. Full transparency. You know, because I showed the Ukrainian, you know, at the very start of the offensive, 6 months ago, you know, we showed that failure. But honestly, I follow this stuff. I'm on the social media, you know. There just isn't as much video evidence of Ukraine making massive blunders as there are on the Russian side. Almost every single day, there's a video of a failed Russian attack or an attempt to charge a trench just getting completely demolished. Almost every single day. And it's because how Russia, you know, operates its war, right? But here we have some good news. This is from your boy Chem Goblin. Thank you, Chem Goblin, over there in Ukraine, providing us with a source. But here are all the air targets destroyed in 2023 by the Ukrainian military. Excellent job. We got 887 cruise missiles. I believe that's what these are over here on the right. 15 aeroballistic missiles, which I think are these up here. 41 other ballistic missiles, which I guess are these. Looking like drones, though. Or no, maybe... Oh, there's some different icons here. It's kind of hard to tell, so maybe it's over here. 2,691 assault UAVs. Those are all the drones. The Shahid Iranian drones, the ones that sound like a lawnmower. These lawnmower drones, almost 3,000 of them. 35 Lancet drones and 131 Orlan and other drones. So that is a lot of hard work from that Ukrainian military. Great job, guys. Great job. Keep up the good work. And hey, United States and Western allies, this looks like money well spent to me. You know, you don't get these kind of results stuffing money in your pockets. And of course, I don't think the corruption problem in Ukraine is completely fixed. And, you know, I do think Zelensky needs to do more. Like I said, I want to see every month, I want to see new anti-corruption measures from Ukraine. Which is a hard, you know, it's a hard take. Come on, I'm just some jackass. But, you know, it's just like, I think for the narrative to keep up that Ukraine is trying to fix corruption. So I don't think every red cent is being spent properly, but I think a grand majority of it is going where it belongs. And hey, look at how well it's being utilized here. Great stuff. So in the news a couple days ago, 3 days ago, this was in the news, massive prisoner swap. Ukraine and Russia announced largest prisoner swap since the start of the war. So I think this happened just a few days after Christmas. Not bad numbers till you think about shooting down $2,000 drones with $2 million missiles. Yeah, I mean, I don't think every one of those drones was shot down with a $2 million missile, but yeah, no, there is, you know, it costs money to defend yourself, right? Israel should know. Our entire Iron Dome system funded by us. What you know and don't know. Yeah, Kissing Gonzo. Yeah, sure. Well, you know, I'm not a genius like Hassan or Destiny or Vosh. You know, those are the real experts. So, but no, here we go. Big prisoner swap. Love to see it. You know, this is why this is why the Ukrainians are risking their neck to, you know, manually pull these guys out of their holes, and, you know, they're putting themselves in a lot of danger. It'd be a whole lot easier to just blow these trenches up and kill these guys on sight, as we saw the Russians do a couple weeks ago when we saw that footage of Russians cold-bloodedly, you know, coaxing Ukrainians out of their trench and just shooting them dead right there on sight. This is why you do it. This is why you take those prisoners. Bringing them home. Look at how emaciated they are. They're bald. You know, they're shaved bald because they're kept in dungeons that are, you know, filled with rats and other you know, rodents and lice, and get in their hair because of the conditions that they're kept in. You know, handing out them flags. Handing out cigarettes, handing out, you know, drinks. Oh my God, I want to smoke so bad. I want to smoke so bad. Released Russian soldiers were seen getting onto a bus. Now, in contrast, you see their heads are not shaved. They're usually well fed. They don't look emaciated at all. I wish they would have shown more Russians there, because the contrast is really quite clear between. I mean, look at these guys. Look at this guy is crying, man, because he's like, I just left hell. Russian soldiers over here. Ah, yeah, okay, whatever. Back to the front lines, back to the meat grinder. I'm sure there's some Russians that probably don't want to be, traded, because that's exactly where these guys are going. I wouldn't be surprised if this bus doesn't even take them home and just literally takes them straight back to the front lines. I think I've heard of that. Wasn't there a story about that? Some of the Russians choose not to go. That's true, Davin, and they deserve credit. Where credit is due. I agree. Russian soldiers will be punished for being caught and then returned to the war. Yeah, dirty bird. Yeah. Crying is not allowed, and there might not be tears coming down my face, but I'm not crying. That's beautiful. Beautiful. And it's beautiful. I don't want to see Russians die. I want to see Russians happy and going home. Right? I would cry tears of joy if the Russian military mutinied and said, we're just not doing this anymore. Ukrainians are our brothers. But unfortunately, that's not the world we live in. If some butts were candy and nuts, huh? All right, got to be a cynical realist, but that's just the reality of it. That's realpolitik, right? A lot of those Russians are there to support their family, to keep money coming into but they don't have the ability to, like, why are we in this economic situation where I have to risk my neck to get money to my family? Who's in charge of that economic situation? Who's taking advantage of that situation? They're not thinking about that. Some of them are. You'd be surprised what a couple days in the trench, get the brain thinking, being like, why am I here? What is the nature of man? Why are we fighting again? Get a Metal Gear Solid rant going. Why are we even here? Otacon. Not going to show the whole 6 minutes here, but wanted to point out Scott Ritter. I don't know, confirmed. I don't know, the people have muddied the water on Scott Ritter and the pedophile stuff enough to where I guess I'm on the fence. Okay? Maybe he's not a pedophile. Maybe that is, some CIA psyop, something going after him, right? What I do know about Scott Ritter, who is often referenced and quoted on Democracy Now!, my beloved news channel that continues to disappoint me when it comes to Russia, literally treating Scott Ritter like a source. And here's what Scott Ritter gets himself up to. These are Carterites. Doing another one of these. Doing another one of these big slick. Remember when they did this, and then they went into Russia in a column and got their ass completely handed to them? That's the last time we saw one of these slick drone, these embarrassing, everyone look at me, I'm so important, I'm such a big tough guy speeches. And look who's here. Look who's here to defend this empire. Scott Ritter doing a speech to the Carterites. Cardiovites, however you say it. So just remember that. Remember that next time Scott Ritter is being brought up. All right, forget the pedophile stuff. The guy is an English mouthpiece for the Russian Empire and the Belarusian Empire. But here he is doing the same, like, oh, you're all tough guys, you're all super badass, you're the true definition of men, right? While your country is being used like a little bitch by Putin, right, to help enforce this invasion. Meanwhile, you're honestly too scared. Mr. Ramzan Kadyrov, however you say his name. Meanwhile, you're too scared to pull the trigger and do a real invasion. He doesn't want to do a real invasion, right? He just wants to look tough. Look, all these, were they given sunglasses? Were these guys handed sunglasses? This is such a joke, man. All right, head on over to the front lines, big boy. These people want to be friends with the whole world, says Scott Ritter. These people want to be friends with the whole world, he says, showing a dictator whose hands are soaked in blood. This guy just put his like 16-year-old son in charge of the whole military. He's like general or something. Textbook definition authoritarian dictator. Scott Ritter. Oh, they just want to be friends. They just want to kiss and hug everybody. Yeah, they look like it. They look like it. They look like they're friends to the world. Look, she looks like a supervillain. Just wanted to point that out. Scott Ritter is not to be trusted. Scott Ritter is absolutely not to be trusted. Here we go, folks. Red meat time. You ready? Fucking ready for this shit? I don't think you're ready for this shit. Ukrainian battle Russian soldiers in Serberansky forest with machine guns and missile launchers. Frontline video, here we go. News Underground. Where you at, Hassan? Where you at, Bosch? Play some of this shit. They tried stealth. That didn't work. You don't get to reload your save.
Пустей, Культура, пустей! Плюс! Отходь, Копач! Что? Отходь!
Tense, dude. Look at that. Look at that, dude. Look at the chips. The wood blown off from artillery shells and bullets, dude. Look at that. This tree's completely stripped. He's sitting on wood chips like he's at a sawmill. Maniacs. These guys are some of the toughest sons of bitches on planet Earth. Maniacs. Did I read that correctly? That Russia took a bunch of, many of the fighters are former POWs? Hold on, let me read this here. Ukraine's battle-hardened Azov Brigade has been rebuilt. Many of the fighters are former POWs. What? Wait, these are Russian POWs? They're rebuilding the So wait, are they replacing the white supremacists in the Azov battalion that died on the front lines with white supremacists from Russia? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make, look, Azov battalion is not a white supremacist battalion. The 15 to 20% of the Azov battalion is from a region that does have white supremacist leanings. Every military on planet Earth has their problem with white supremacists, yada, yada, yada. I just had to make a joke about that because I think this is hilarious. Because, you know, the Russians are constantly saying the Ukrainians are Nazis, and then you look at how the Russians behave, and it's like, you guys got your own Nazi problem, dude. Wow, Russia took many of its soldiers captive during the Mariupol battle last year. Oh, they're former Ukrainian POWs. So these are veterans of the Mariupol debacle. Wow, where, what was it, it was like a couple hundred Ukrainians were taken POW? Wow, okay, so these are Ukrainian POWs rejoining the fight against Russia right here on the front lines. Exciting stuff. And it's like, and once again, what are they shooting at? It looks like, it's like, what are you even shooting at? There are, I assure you, there are people there, but it's just, you know, video games have never captured this element of gunfighting, this, you know, this element of war. It's just, you know, because it's like, there's no risk to dying, right? So it's just, there's none of this, but it blows me away how it's 99% of the time, you're just, you know, you're just shooting, you're spraying and praying. But that 1%, right? You get that clean shot. But what is he even shooting at? I really don't like the Azov logo, though. Change your logo, guys. Come on. It does make me uncomfortable, that Azov logo. It's a little too, you know what I'm talking about? It's like we added an extra S. Come on. Yeah, put a big dick on it. Big, fat, veiny one, right? That'll make all the homophobic white supremacists leave. Good way to flush them out. Guys, our new symbol, it's just a big sweaty cock. Oh, no. Oh, so this is a great clip. Yeah, big brass steel balls. That'd probably work a little bit better, like cartoonish style testicles, brass ones. No, had to make at least one Nazi joke when it comes to the Azov battalion. But like I said, I don't think that they're a Nazi battalion like some have described them. I don't think that's fair at all, to be quite honest. So anyway, Davey posted this link. Have you ever wanted, I mean, I have never seen such a clear video when it comes to what it looks like when an army attempts an attack and it completely fails and it totally collapses, right? I mean, the Ukrainian debacle, you know, like I said, early in the offensive was really bad, but they followed the right procedure, right? They didn't panic. So they got, you know, the Ukrainians, they got caught out in the open, a big column of vehicles. They got caught out in the open and they didn't panic. They got out of the vehicles, right? And they like set up positions, right? And then they found an escape route and they got out of there. Of course, some guys died and, you know, some of those vehicles got blown up in that process. But that's the procedure, is that we're in a minefield. We're in a minefield. It's an ambush. We're getting shot at from multiple directions. We got rockets coming in, targeting. How do you handle that? Well, you get out of your vehicle and you actually secure an escape route, and then you get the hell out of there. If you can, on a vehicle. If you can't, right, whatever. I'm an amateur, and a real military guy would be laughing at me. But what I'm trying to say is that there's a procedure, right? There's a procedure to follow. What you're going to see now. Why would you group up your tanks like that? Yeah. No, I mean, sometimes you have no choice. Sometimes you have no choice but to drive down a thin corridor, right? Because you're like, the mine detector that was in front of you cleared this path. So you can't move left or right. You were stuck on this path, right? And then people that aren't trained very well, they get right next to each other. Anyway, I'm an amateur. You shouldn't be listening to me. But what I'm just trying to point out is that there's a proper procedure, and this is what it looks like when that proper procedure is not followed. When amateurs are trapped in an ambush and they're piloting these tanks and they're piloting these vehicles, what it looks like when they panic, and why you shouldn't panic and why you need to be trained on how to handle this properly, because this is what happens when untrained amateurs get caught in an ambush and the attack completely collapses. Once again, thank you, Davey, for this clip. So we're gonna see here. So we already have some the music. So we already have some. I think these are disabled vehicles already. So what they're sending out here is a mine detection. You know, one of those things that's supposed to like throw chains, and it found a mine. It did its job, right? But the mine completely destroyed the mine destroyer. Not good. Not good. And, you know, as you can see, this guy's trying to get the hell out of there. So there's a procedure to follow when this happens, right? With these three vehicles. And I don't know the exact procedure that they should be following, But you'll see here, whatever procedure they should have been following, they did not. And it just went completely tits up. So this one, okay, so then the back one is attacked, right? So you kill the front one, you kill the back one. So what do these guys do? Ooh, and they're hit. Ooh, you could see that. That was like are they called tow missiles, TOW, where they get steered in by like manually. Look at that. Look how it comes in. Look at that right there, right here. This guy. Oof. All right, so time to go, guys. They should have already gotten off. As you can see, Tracer. So they got, they're getting shot at right now. Yeah, okay. No, and that's why you don't do that. That's why you get the hell out of the tank. Catastrophic. So you see how close? Look at how close this guy is to a mine. Look at that. Right here. He was literally right in front of a mine. He was literally seconds away from driving over that mine that this guy drove over. Yeah, Mazel Tov. So this guy, right, just witnessed that. He just witnessed that, right? What do you do when you see that? Literally, right, the vehicle directly in front of you, all the people inside it completely destroyed instantly. What do? He panics. He panics. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here. I don't care what it takes. I gotta get out of here. Takes a big, into a minefield. Takes a big circle, right? Just as it looks like he's about to, just as it looks like he's about to make it. And look at all the shots. Yeah, never forget, brother. Just gonna send in more. Yep. It's your fault. It's your fault, soldier on the ground, that this didn't work. It's your fault. I mean, look at the ratty condition of the anti-mine vehicle. Of course, this is it blown up. But it was already pretty rough condition. And this thing is designed. It should be designed to take a mine. It should be armored properly for it. Nope. I don't know if it even had extra armor to prevent this. Just literally just sacrifice men and an entire tank to get a couple feet forward. And you still send your guys. You're still sending them in. I'm not a numbers man, Sarge. My fault. Didn't think this one through, Sarge. These after this is amazing to me. This is amazing to me. After the front tank is blown up, after the back tank is blown up, these guys are still on the tank. They're still riding. They're still inside. And look at this fucking missile coming in. Get out of the tank, guys. Look, what kind of vodka are you drinking, man? What kind of vodka are you, like, what is in the vodka, dude? Look, and it's easy for me, an armchair general here, to I mean, because it's like, this is one of the most intense human, this is one of the most intense things a human being can go through, is like frontline combat, right? And you don't know how you're going to act. But this is why you have to be trained properly, because when you're in the heat of the shit, it's like, okay, fall back on your training. What do I do? What was I taught here? Get out of my vehicle and run to the trenches. Immediately, get out of here. Yeah, kissing Gonzo, that is a part of it, where it's any kind of retreat whatsoever, even if it's retreat from a bad strategy that is failing, is considered cowardice, is considered you're less than a man, because you didn't listen to your commander who made a bad decision and sacrifice your life to fail. See, this is a better logo. That's a better logo than the three kind of Nazi S's. Can we not do the Nazi S's? The A's Up Battalion. Let's throw a bird on there. Throw a bird with like holding a big brass testicles. Right? Just saying, it's just not good optics. It's really bad optics. Okay, I really hope that there's nothing nasty in here. It doesn't look like it. I've vetted it mostly, but it gives us this warning here, but think you're going to be okay, but I'm going to have my blur filter ready just in case. Cool. Nature holding weapons of mass destruction. Screw the tank, save yourself. Yeah, I mean, like I said though, it's really easy for me sitting here in my comfortable chair, armchair general over here, right? But like I said, that's why you need proper training, and it's a failure of the Russian military because they said, we don't need to train him; he's going to die anyway. Why invest in a soldier that's just going to die anyway? We got 4 Russian tanks here. Ooh, minefield. Ooh. Nasty. Pretty foggy out here. Still got snow on the ground, so this footage is probably a couple weeks old. Man, if it wasn't for the fact that a bunch of people are dying, some of these scenes would be truly haunting and beautiful, you know? But there's nothing beautiful about this. You know? I just want these Russian soldiers to go home, have a happy life. Looks like a complete bust. Stalemate until spring. Yeah, I mean, that's fair to say. People are always saying, you know, the Ukrainian counteroffensive was a failure, but I think it's also fair to say that, yeah, the attempted Russian offensive was a total failure. You know, how many men did they lose? You know? Oh, we got Avdiivka, we got Bakhmut. Like, what, 300,000 soldiers in the can? Adam Smith, mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent. Theory of moral sentiments. I totally agree. I 100% agree with that. And it goes back to the theme of the stream, right? Which is accountability. And the failure, when you fail to hold powerful entities accountable, how it can get out of hand. That is a great quote from your boy Adam Smith. Thank you very much, Kissing Gonzo. All right, so we got 2 little clips here. This is kind of a long clip. It's a lot of propaganda. So yeah, we're just going to watch the first part here, the first minute. Horrifying moment, how Ukrainian Bradley destroys Russian frontline defenses. Let's take a look. I've heard that near the front, there are often 3 landmines per square meter. I mean, it's an ocean of mines. It's an ocean of mines. And, you know, it's not exactly the wrong strategy. You know, Russia is not new to this, unfortunately. Damn.
Russian soldiers packed into Moscow's tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, IVFs, are afraid to launch operations when they know that a Bradley will be against them, said Kach, a Ukrainian commander of the country's 47th Mechanized Brigade who goes by his call sign, as is common among Ukrainian fighters. Kach is adamant, the U.S. supplied Bradleys saved Ukrainian lives along the hottest parts of the front line against Russian troops in armored vehicles. The central role of the M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicle was to provide protected transport for the infantry squad into close contact with the enemy. It offered a significantly higher protection for the dismounts than the M113 armored personnel carrier. The vehicle...
Dude, I'd be so pissed. You know how my luck is so bad, right? I'd be so pissed. We got Bradleys running around, but they give me this fucking thing. Nah, man, nah. Can I dig some trenches, please? Oh, that's okay. You got a little gun up here. Nah, I'm good, dude. Can we not? Can I be with the Bradley guys? No. Get the short bus, new fish. I'm gonna go dig some trenches, man. I'm gonna go shoot myself in the foot and dig some trenches. Why are Republicans fascists? Why, huh? You still don't know? Why don't you tell me? Why would you think I would say that, kitten? Why would you think I would say such a thing? There you go. I just wanted to show that little bit of US propaganda. So you have no idea, huh? No idea why I would think that. Totally oblivious. What, Kitten? Why do you think I think that is you being dishonest? So you have there's no idea. You have no idea why a lefty would consider the modern Republican Party fascistic. You got nothing? Not even a guess? You see how that makes you seem like pretty dishonest? Right? You can't think of one reason why? You haven't... A liberal, we just hate you because we hate you? All right, last video for the Ukrainian section here. More amazing Ukrainian kick-ass. Ukraine Special Forces. I asked you a question, Kitten. You didn't know I'm a lefty, huh? Okay. Kitten, let me answer your question honestly. You're going to leave anyway, but let me answer your question honestly. The Republican Party is a fascist party because they are currently implementing a plan to fundamentally dismantle and destroy American democracy and replace it with an authoritarian, fascistic government. So I hopefully that answers your question. So moving on over here to our last clip of the day for Ukraine. Ukraine Special Forces ambush enemy commanders inside Russia near city of Belgrade. Well, Kitten, it's a shame that you weren't here 4 hours ago. I literally just did 4 hours on your how. So if you want your how answered, go ahead and once the stream is over, go back and watch the 4 hours of content that I did before you showed up. No, it's okay. You got a life to live. I get you. But I answered your question. I'm not going to answer your question now because I literally just spent the last 4 hours answering your question. So I apologize. I apologize. But I'm not just talking shit. I'm sourced. I'm backed up. I got proof to every single fucking thing I say. I can tell you that with 100% confidence. I pulled nothing out of my butt. Wink. He's sober. Almost. Getting there. I'm more sober. All right, last clip of the day. Ukrainians ambush enemy commanders inside Russia near Belgrade. Yeah, kissing Gonzo, yeah. I take him seriously. I take him at his word. The only thing I don't believe is the 1 day. Dictator for 1 day, what is just going to implement martial law, make a bunch of changes, and then reverse it? Absolutely not.
Of course you didn't see him. He's invisible. He's what? He's invisible, I said. Quiet, please. But why do you think I'm mad?
Kitten, am I mistaken, or do you actually understand what's going on? Oh, Jesus, that was loud. Oof. Damn, that's an ambush. Damn. Just mag dumped him. Mag dumped the whole area. It's weird, you know, Kitten. You're pretending like you don't understand what's going on, but you're asking questions in defense, seemingly in defense of the right-wing narrative. I'm so confused, Kitten. I thought you were an honest actor. I thought you were just perusing politics and wanted to learn more. I didn't know you had an agenda. And who's this we that you're referring to? Who is this we? So there you go, folks. That's my last clip. Ukrainians continue to kick ass, and yeah, things aren't sunshine and roses for literally everybody. You know, and the United States and the Western allies need to kick it into full gear in support of Ukraine. We need to stop with the nonsense and start funding Ukraine, this Ukrainian conflict once again. You know, I'm not going to sit here and make predictions. It really does depend on the results of the 2024 presidential election Hopefully in the interim, though, Joe Biden, I mean, it's amazing, right? Joe Biden is like all wringing his hands. Oh, I can't help the Ukrainians right now. The Republicans are getting in the way, and we're encouraging them to pass it. And then he can just sign something and hand $150 million worth of artillery shells over to Israel. No vote, no debate whatsoever, no hand wringing. Just, yep, oh, you need that, BB? Yep, you got it. Here you go. He does it in the same day. So I got a lot of problems with Joe Biden. Go fucking figure. And his pretend support of the Ukrainian fight for freedom. Moving on to our final section of the day, Palestine. We're gonna, just a couple things to bring up here. Gaza, just got to remind people that this is not over. Still happening. We're gonna keep it pretty short, though. Don't worry. We're not gonna sit here and do another 4 hours on this, but. There's some really shocking, horrific footage that I need to show people. I need to remind people what is happening here. Well, what is happening? Israel is implementing an ethnic genocide of the Palestinians currently in the Gaza Strip. The goal is to push out the Palestinians, to muddy the waters, and occupy the area long enough to then have settlers move in. This is a very distracting video. To then have settlers move in very slowly until eventually there's, it's just like with the West Bank. It's intractable. It's going to be nearly impossible to move all these Israelis from their settlements. It'd be a legal nightmare. All right, so we just got to, I guess it's Israel's now. They just passed a bill for $1 trillion. Doesn't that include Ukraine and Israel war materials? I didn't hear about a bill passing today, Lenny, so that might be news. That might be news I didn't hear about. And if that is the case, they passed $1 trillion and what, half a trillion to Ukraine, $500 billion to Israel. That's way too much for Israel. But I really don't know how I feel about if the only way to help Ukrainians is to assist Israel in its ethnic genocide campaign. Fuck you, fuck. Anyway, marchers in New York City here supporting Palestine. Make sure you look out for the Hamas. I support Hamas. Hamas #1 signs that all the bad actors on the news media says that all these guys pro Hamas, they just love Hamas. Hamas lovers, terrorist supporters, they'll call these people. It's funding government, not aid. Oh, thank you for coming back. It's 1.7 trillion. Yeah, that was the budget? Or was that the temporary extension on the budget? Gorps Inc. Thank you for coming back, Gorps. Honestly surprised that you continue to come back. It's shocking. But yeah, no, we got protests here. Help Ukraine. There is no helping Ukraine unless you're trying to send troops. That's not true. That's the last thing they need is troops. What they need is ammo. It's the extension. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it's the extension here. So let's see here. Oh, here we go. To the river, to the sea. There we go. Pro Hamas. What does this say? In our thousands, in our millions, we are all Palestinian. Oh. That doesn't sound very pro-Hamas. All right, let's find another one. Enough is enough. Oh, that's probably a smart repurposing of the Jewish no Holocaust slogan, I think. Some of them are masked up. Yeah, we do have some mask usage here. Gosh, guys, I'm not seeing too many pro-Hamas signs. We support resist. Oh, here we go. This has to be a pro-Hamas sign. Let's see if I can read this. There and the sea to genocide. Let's see if I can read this better. Hold on. Oh, here we go. There is no two sides to genocide. Stop U.S.-funded ethnic cleansing. Free Palestine. Well, I mean, that person clearly supports Hamas. Did the Israelis bring it upon themselves, huh? So if I say the Israelis implemented a brutal occupation and apartheid state, I guess I would be saying yes to that question. If I acknowledged the history of oppression that the Israelis have been putting the Palestinians under, am I then saying yes to your either or? You're just asking questions, baby. Just asking questions. So look, no, of course I don't support Hamas. Of course I don't support terrorism. Like that matters. And yes, history did not start on October 7th. The Palestinian people have been under a brutal occupation and apartheid in the West Bank since the 1940s. That's a fact. Yes, Kitten. Yes. Well, here's the thing, Kitten. We have a lot. I attract a lot of bad actors, a lot of assholes that think they're clever, that think they're smart. And I try to bring them down a peg because it's really disgusting to carry water for empires and authoritarians and fascists and terrorists and, you know, fill in the blanks. So that's why I'm so defensive, is because there's a lot of people who think they're clever, who want to spread a very negative message, a very nihilistic message. And I'm here to stop that and prevent that at all costs. From Gaza to Jerusalem. How dare you, Clutch Cargo?
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
How dare you? Interesting video from Al Jazeera. Jazeera. Israeli embassy caught offering political staffers millions to take down UK politicians critical of the illegal settlers on occupied Palestinian land. So here we see the Israeli lobby, just like in the United States, doing everything that it can to corrupt politics in favor of Israelis' ethnic cleansing campaign.
And just now got the money. It's more than £1 million. It's a lot of money. And then and now I got the money. So from Israel. So
see, I knew Kitten was going to leave. You literally checked every box, Kitten. Good try, nice attempt. You got intimidated, and now you leave. Thanks for wasting everyone's time.
it's not physical, yeah, it's improvement. and now
have it in your bag.
Their dinner party also included an undercover reporter from Al Jazeera's investigative unit.
Just asking
who captured
questions,
a most
Lenny.
undiplomatic conversation.
Can I give you some pieces that we suggest that you would take down?
Sickle and hammer fascist. What?
Well, you know, if you look hard enough, I'm sure that there is something that we're trying to hide.
Yeah, I have some of these.
Let's talk about it.
Okay. No, you know we can't be the one to question.
Yeah, it's good to remind me.
Deputy Foreign Minister.
He's referring to Sir Alan Duncan, a minister in Britain's Foreign Office, who has publicly opposed Israeli settlements on occupied Palestinian land.
This exchange between the political officer of the Israeli embassy and a parliamentary staffer about taking down, is the phrase used, Alan Duncan, is outrageous. It's
outrageous. Outrageous. Sure it is. But this is how Israel does it, right? Oh, you're against our brutal campaign against the Palestinians. Ooh, how can I twist your words and turn you into what you're not, and you know, call you an anti-Semite and all these other horrible things, destroy your career, ruin your life, eliminate you. It's worked really well up until very recently. You know, this campaign to call you an anti-Semite.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remark.
Ooh, that's really loud for you. Sorry about that. All right, we got a few more clips here. So, you know, to a lot of people, this is not new news because images like this have been coming out of Palestine for decades. Very common occurrence here. We see the IDF defending itself from a small child throwing stones. gun fully loaded, ratchet back, ready to fire. This is how the IDF operates. Yeah. And if Iraq were to hit him and he shot her, he'd get a slap on the wrist. He'd be back to work in a couple months. Where propaganda is real-time rated and ranked. That would be cool, Kissing Gonzo. I would like to see more viewer engagement in that way. Well, that was one thing that was really cool about Mixer, was that there was a lot of extra stuff like that. There was like a really cool API. You could do some cool stuff like that. Yeah, Kissing Gonzo. So I mean, this is before October 7th, but this is nothing new. History didn't start on October 7th. Yes, not that it even needs to be said, but I'll say it. October 7th was horrible. I don't support it. And quite frankly, Hamas doing that, I think, was extremely counterproductive. The murders especially. It's interesting to me how terrorists allow violence and their Bible and their teachings or whatever to blind them from the fact that they're basically acting like useful idiots for the tyranny, for the empire that they're fighting and dying for, and fighting against. Hamas is the perfect boogeyman for the extreme right-wing government of Bibi Netanyahu. Literally checks we can protect you. You need to be afraid of them. They put in their charter that we don't exist. They want our destruction. Every single man, woman, and child, they say every single man, woman, and child is dedicated to this goal. Hamas is the perfect foil, the perfect villain for the extremist Bibi Netanyahu government to cynically use to secure and hold on to power. They're perfect. If they were a proper resistance, they would do things that would mitigate civilian deaths. But they do utilize civilians cynically. I don't know about this whole human shield business. It's definitely, they've redefined the term of that, because apparently a child is a human shield of Hamas if he's caught up in a building that's blown up. Pretty insane to me. But yeah, no, it's not a resistance, ecophagy. It's not a revolt. I guess in a way it is, but it's not. It's not a freedom fighter movement. Like I have a hard time believing guerrillas. Like you thinking of like Che Guevara and other revolutionaries, other guerrillas. Like would they really put their headquarters like under a hospital? I mean, but there's a different dynamic in Gaza, though. It is different. I'm not trying to like what about both sides, but Gaza is an open air prison. They're really the only places to fight are civilian locations. That's the only place to have a resistance. But it's undeniable. If there's a school, if there's a hospital, if there's like a maternity ward, if there's like a water treatment plant, you can bet Hamas has a presence there and is, cynically weaponizing that location. Like I said, just giving all the propaganda Bibi Netanyahu needs. The perfect boogeymen. And I find it hard to believe that people that would act as people that would be such willing, useful idiots to the people that they're fighting. I find that hard to argue that is not counterproductive to the aims of liberating Palestinian people. Hamas isn't the only group there either. There are less horrible resistance groups in Palestine that don't get any press. But I mean, do you see how good of a job Hamas, like any resistance you talk about in Palestine will be, oh, well, that's basically just another Hamas offshoot. They're basically just another Hamas. Now you got to fight that narrative. Now you got to provide context for that. But you see how counterproductive they are towards Palestinian liberation, how useful they are to the extremist Bibi Netanyahu government. Speaking of the extremist Bibi Netanyahu government, this is what they're doing to the people of Gaza. Israel has forced about 90% of the Palestinians in Gaza, almost 2 million people, out of their home. I would like you to picture now 2 million people homeless. Could you put that in your head? While bombing, starving, and dehydrating them, now they're also battling heavy winds, rains, floods, and cold temperatures as winter arrives in Gaza. So this is this was put out in October. Or no, I'm sorry, this was put out in December. So it's a couple weeks old. But this is what American taxpayers are supporting and funding. This is what Israel has chosen to to achieve. This is, to them, this is what victory looks like, I guess. All right, Lorano, you're going to go ahead and get timed out for that. What a disgusting comment. Absolutely not. There is no support for Hamas in this chat. That shit can go right in the trash. Yeah, this is what winning looks like according to Israel, I guess. Should probably turn off the rap beats while we're watching this. Dirt floor, tents. I mean, are these Hamas members? Is that a Hamas member right there? This woman? They're all, according to Israel, it's all justified. It's all justified, guys. They're all associated with Hamas one way or the other. This is all good. This is holy and good. That seems like a pretty binary way of thinking, Ecophagy. I definitely don't agree with that. I mean, I agree. I agree generally with your statement, but I disagree because you're bringing this up in the context of Hamas. You're bringing this up in the context of Hamas, Ecophagy. So I don't exactly disagree with your statement, but Hamas is not revolutionary. Hamas held one, they got voted in with one election, and then they basically made elections impossible afterwards. They're not freeing the Palestinians. They're holding the Palestinians hostage for their own political gain and their own political power. Because they're okay. They're okay. The members of Hamas are perfectly okay living in a pile of rubble as long as they get to be in charge. Cynically using the Palestinian people to further their aims. Hamas isn't perfect or ideal. No, Hamas is not. This left attempt. Have you seen the videos of Hamas cutting people's heads off? Ecophagy, answer my question. Have you seen the videos? Because I've seen them. I've watched them. I've watched them smiling and dancing as they're cutting the heads off children. Well, at least a very young boy. So you saw these videos, and you're going to sit here and say they're not perfect or ideal. They do not represent. Okay, they don't represent Islam because Islam is a religion of peace. They don't represent Islam. They don't represent the Palestinian people. And to call their flaccid and embarrassing attempt at pushing back against the Israeli military resistance is a joke. People are animals. Who represents the Palestinian people? Unfortunately, too many different elements do. The PLO, Hamas, to some extent, unfortunately, whether they deserve it or not. There are other groups, Palestinian groups, that are often interviewed by independent outlets like Democracy Now! But it's I would be furious. I would be furious if I was a Palestinian and I saw an organization like Hamas doing what they were doing, basically feeding right into the hands of the Bibi Netanyahu government by, being the perfect villains, being the perfect boogeymen. And I would be very mad. But if I was a Palestinian, I wouldn't dare speak out or push back against Hamas because I would probably be murdered almost immediately. That's supposed to be a resistance movement? You are not allowed to operate as a Palestinian and be against Hamas. They will punish you. That's oppression. That's holding that entire population hostage. So while they were voted in democratically, as democratic as it can get over there in Gaza, they have not operated like a democratic representative, like the PLO, like the Palestinian Authority have. As pathetic as the PLO is a much better government than Hamas ever could be. So no, this lefty attempt to this is a resistance movement. These are freedom fighters against big bad empire. You're putting your motherfucking support behind disgusting terrorists. Look, man, there's no video of Che Guevara cutting some kid's head off. What I'm saying. If the only way to resist against Western imperialism in Israel is to do what Hamas is doing, then I guess I'm not a free. I guess I don't agree with freedom and I don't agree with resistance. So you're telling me the only way, and I'm straw manning here a little bit, but like the only way to resist Western imperialism and in Israel is with brutal terrorism. If that's your definition of resistance, lopping the heads off children and doing God knows what to women and shooting people in cold blood in their own home, whether that's a Knesset, whether that's a home on occupied territory or not, that is not how you solve that problem, by murdering a grandma and grandpa sitting on their couch and then filming it and celebrating it and putting it on social media. There's got to be a better way to resist Western imperialism than with fucking stone cold medieval brutality. Ecophagy, I don't disagree that the PLO are disappointing, but I vociferously disagree that Hamas represents the Palestinian people and are doing so, they're doing so under the auspices of a organized resistance. Elections of the West Bank are indefinitely postponed, so Fatah ain't that great. No, I agree. PLO, Fatah, Palestinian Authority, which I believe is the PLO. They're not. They're Islamists. They deserve autonomy. Palestine is not exempt from, just because they believe in Islam, the Palestinian Authority, that doesn't remove the credibility of the Palestinian Authority because they have a religion that you don't like. Isn't that the definition of bigotry? Isn't that what you're supposed to be fighting in the Middle East? Bigotry, and here you are. Well, they're Islamists. You can't trust them. They have a different God than me. I don't trust them. Pretty fucking pathetic. Here's someone that's not pathetic, an absolute hero. This is an Israeli teenager that has refused his mandatory service and was sentenced to, I believe, 30 days in jail. We're seeing this actually as a little bit of a trend. We're seeing several young people do this. I wouldn't be surprised if Bibi Netanyahu and the rest and Ben Gvir up the punishment for people. Yeah, 30 days. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that 30 days increase to 30 years, soon, if this becomes popular. But we have an absolute hero right here. Big props to this guy. Here he's receiving applause from Israelis. The applause that you hear are from Israeli citizens. Here he is going to jail. Good for him. Good job. Yeah, Ecophagy, we're done talking to you, buddy. You seem to be a bigot. I'm not interested in arguing with you anymore, man. How about you go ahead and do me a favor? Declare victory. You triggered another liberal. Good job. You're right. Oh, you're so right. Clip it. Ecophagy, you're so right on all your points. Can you go away now, honey? CNN's Brianna Kilar pulls no punches when questioning Israeli spokeswomen. Are children justifiable enemies to you? Spoiler alert, the answer is yes.
Look at the
kind of media player, kind of maybe could just not be embarrassing me a little bit. Media player. I mean, media is in your name. Shitface. Thank you, Shitface, for that follow. Look, Shitface loves to eat ass. That's great. Oh, Shitface loves to eat ass. Classic. Total classic. All right, so let's see if the company with media in their name, can make a proper media player. That's rude.
Look at the
And until
pictures
the
coming
state of
out
Israel
of
will
Gaza.
cease
Tal,
to exist.
Tal, when you
And
see
until
those
the
pictures
state of-
coming out of Gaza, do
Oh,
you
shit
see why?
face.
Do you see why some people don't have hope looking at those pictures?
Well, we are in the middle of a war that Israel did not start and did not want. Well,
But
when
it is
I look at
prosecuting
what
it, Tal.
Hamas
It
has
is
done to us-
prosecuting it forcefully, and you see the pictures here.
But we were attacked, so we get to do whatever we want to anybody. We were attacked on October 7th. That means we get to ethnically cleanse. That's the 1 + 1 = 2. The U.S. did ethnic cleansing. How come we can't do ethnic cleansing? It's not fair.
When Hamas started this war,
Excellent,
hope
Shitface. Good for
is,
you, buddy.
is hope and peace and a better future for the region. That is the greatest enemy of terrorists.
Yeah.
Once we eliminate these terrorists, we eliminate the rule. We hope that there will be other voices, pragmatic ones that want to work with us towards peace. This is what we want.
Yeah.
We want
peace.
Live.
Yeah. Every bomb we drop has a peace symbol on it. We have no choice. No choice. We had no choice but to make 90% of the homes and buildings in northern Palestine, northern Gaza, uninhabitable. There could be look, there's a tunnel right there. Look at that. Hamas tunnel right there. Whole building's got to come down. And anybody that died in there, member of Hamas. So there you go. All justified, guys. God. Did I mention that? Yahweh? Yeah, there we go. We're good. Okay, bye-bye.
In this region peacefully. That's what Israelis have always wanted. But first, Hamas must be gone, and then we hope that the Palestinian society will de-radicalize.
Right.
And
and if they don't, they're not getting it back. And guess what? We define what is and isn't de-radicalization. I got a feeling northern Gaza is going to become Israel. I don't know. Are they going to do it really quick? I think they're going to do it slowly. They want to do the West Bank where it's like, bit by bit, piece by piece, but they kind of have to do it quickly. They kind of have to do it quickly and kind of get it over with. They're not going to be able to let this linger.
We can't have, what our troops are finding right now on the ground in certain neighborhoods in Gaza, pictures of children, women with guns, Hamas uniform tailored for children, and a Hamas terrorist that we have arrested.
Yeah, if a kid puts on a silly costume, I mean, you get to kill him. You get to kill him. I mean, the kid knows what he's doing. If the kid puts on a silly costume and plays soldier, well, there you go. Shoot away.
Just admitted on record.
Does that make the children? Does that make the children justifiable enemies to you? Is that what you're saying? Does that make all of the children justifiable enemies to you? I mean, you're raising the specter of them being used in military uniform.
This is not what I'm saying.
No,
I'm saying that a Hamas terrorist that we have interrogated has admitted in the interrogation that Hamas are exploiting children. They're using them to transfer ammunition. That is out.
Once again, are you, and it's funny, we see this in the chat too. People always go, well, what can you do? What else, what else can you do? What are you insinuating? They're insinuating, the insinuation is that kids are targets. That's what the insinuation is. But they'll never, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'm only making every single point possible that it's justified to kill kids.
Outrageous. And where's UNICEF? No, of course not.
Yeah, where's UNICEF? Where's UNICEF? You mean the aid agencies that you're blocking, that you're not allowing to enter Gaza? Yeah, okay. Now, that, there's a lot of rules, right? But this idea that, how come these aid agencies are coming in there and just saving everybody, huh? How come aid agencies aren't coming in and saving the people that we're bombing? You're really disgusting.
We want to see a better hope for this entire future. And for that reason, we say that this education to glorify martyrs, that, you know, Jews must be killed, that the Jewish state should be obliterated.
It's justified.
This can be no longer.
Yeah.
So when we
Kill
say
everybody that says that.
de-radicalization for a better future, this is what we mean.
Yeah.
We can no longer sustain this reality, right?
All right.
All right. We're not going to push back on any of that because we want to keep our jobs. Okay. See you later. Thanks so much. Spreading lies on my network. That's great. Yeah. I get paid to do this. So Clutch Cargo over here saying he doesn't think it's an ethnic cleansing. So I can see why you might think so. There are leaks in the press about talks discussing about who's going to control what, how after the fighting. All scenarios assume millions of Palestinians will still be living there. I've seen some of that, Clutch Cargo. And I've also seen representatives of the Israeli government, close Israeli government people, making the rhetorical preemptive justifications for why there'll never be Palestinians coming back. Because as the asshole in the chat earlier there, what was the name? Ecophagy there was implying, well, they believe in Islam. Islam is an inherently violent religion. So as long as they continue to be Islamist, there's literally no way we can trust them. So there's literally no way we can give them back, unless they reject Islam, there's literally no way we can give them back Gaza. We can't do that. Because if we give Islamists back Gaza, they are instantly immediate. Every man, woman, and child in Islam are terrorists. This is the logic. This is the logic. Clutch Cargo, I hope you're correct. I don't think you are, but I hope you're correct that the adults in the room, that, you know, sensible heads will be listened to over the extremists. But yeah, I have my doubts, as you can tell. I have my doubts, but I honestly, I hope you're right, and I hope I'm wrong. So I will be eager to give you credit when I see that, you know. So Israel, who throughout its entire history, almost exclusively, I think there's one, maybe two examples of Israel respecting the right to return. So almost throughout its entire history, Israel has never respected the right to return. Millions of Palestinians have been removed from their homes by force, by the force of violence, and no legal procedure can be done to return Palestinians to that territory that's been conquered by Israel through settlers. So this entity, Israel, that has never respected the right to return, is going to magically allow millions of Gazans back into northern Gaza after they have successfully flushed out the entire region. After that, it's a massive undertaking that required incredible amounts of violence. Israeli soldiers died doing it. Spent millions of dollars to push all these people into southern Gaza. And Israel is just going to give up those gains, huh? Israel is just going to hand that back over. I do not believe that is the case, but I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. This maybe if it was 20 years ago, and it was before Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir. But Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir are some of the most extreme politicians in Israeli history, especially Ben-Gvir. But hey, I'm eager to be proven wrong. So let's hope Clutch Cargo's correct. I really am. I'm not shitting here. I hope you're correct. Mossad is the third most advanced intelligence agency in the world. You telling me they didn't know? I mean, shit face. There's a lot of interesting evidence to that would point to that to Bibi Netanyahu maybe knowing more, or the Israeli government maybe knowing more than what they put on. Egypt fought with Israel in Kippur, expelled from the Sinai, and then Egypt took over Gaza, but the Egyptian government gave the Palestinians away, which is the biggest mistake in 1973. I have no comment on that. I would like you to look at this and read the comment. I will read the comment for you. Up to 1,000 children, likely more, had their limbs amputated without anesthesia during the aggression on the Gaza Strip. This news was from December 26th, the day after Christmas. These numbers are likely higher. And once again, I'd like you to look at this. This child had his limbs removed without anesthesia. Even though it's blurred, you can see blood coming from the child's mouth. United States helps pay for this. And Israel says this is necessary to eliminating Hamas. But somehow Hamas will exist. Hamas will exist after this. and Israel will have failed in their attempt to demolish Hamas. It's not about destroying Hamas. It's a cynical, everyone knows you can't defeat terrorism. You can't defeat terrorism at the barrel of a gun. You can only defeat terrorism with politics by making a strong middle class and, you know, a real justice system and a real democracy. You're not gonna eliminate terrorism by bombing it. In fact, if I was this child, I would be seriously considering that career with Hamas. You know, I can't obviously use my legs anymore, but hey, maybe I can make some rockets. Blowback is real. When you kill somebody's family, the people that survive want revenge. That's a reality. And don't you fucking dare tell me that if a government dropped a bomb on your house and killed your mother and father and your family, that you wouldn't harbor some feelings of resentment, that you wouldn't harbor some desire for revenge. And you probably wouldn't care who's doling out that revenge. You probably wouldn't care about whether they're terrorists or what their politics are. Blowback is very real. And God help us all for the crimes we are committing to ourselves. Last few clips here. I don't have time for the James O'Brien one. It's extremely good, so we're going to save that till next time. But I do have time for this final clip from Michael Walker here over there at Navarro Media. Mr. Sexy himself, Mr. Handsome, Mr. Moby Cosplay. No, he's great. Great journalist over there at Navarro Media. The whole organization's blowing up, getting extremely popular, lots of buzz. 100% deserved. These guys are awesome. Totally support Navarro Media here. But the last clip pertains to an interview that was done on Talk TV. This might look familiar if you've been following this, but this woman has an absolute meltdown to this Palestinian politician. So this is one of the people that represents Palestine officially as a government official. I think he's a member of the PLO. I think this guy's a member of the PLO, and what they're talking about is the Hamas deputy that was recently assassinated, seemingly by ISIS. I believe wasn't it ISIS that took credit for this assassination? Or no, I'm sorry, that's a different assassination. That was a different assassination. Sorry, no, this was not Iran. I take that back. Correction. All right, so let's go ahead and watch this clip, and then I'll let you go for the day.
Mustafa Barghouti is a leader.
There's one more kid that'll never go to school, never get to fall in love, never get to be cool, keep on rocking in the free world. Yeah, okay. Never forget, brother. No, I mean, amputees can live full lives. It's just so shocking that there's billion-dollar entities that are justifying that in any way. If that child was wearing a Nazi armband and Sieg Heiling, I would still feel horrible for him. It's a child. Children, hot take, children are inherently innocent. Hot take, I know. How could I?
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Children are inherently innocent. Throw me in jail and throw away the key.
Leading Palestinian physician and politician who is an MP in the Palestinian Legislative Council. He's also head of the Palestinian National Initiative. That's a secular democratic socialist party. But according to Julia Hartley Brewer, this man warrants zero respect. Here she's conducting a pretty disgraceful interview with Barghouti where they discussed the recent assassination by Israel of a Hamas leader in Beirut.
It's a good thing when terrorist leaders are assassinated, isn't it?
No, it is not, because they are not terrorist leaders. And I am so surprised that you are encouraging the assassination of political people.
So, it's like that. And this is my problem with the other Palestinians, because where is the firm rejection of Hamas? Can we draw the line at Hamas? Look, I get it. It's complicated. And yes, there is some representation there, but it would be really, really hard for Israeli propagandists to continue this narrative that there are like nobody can represent, like all the official representation that Palestinians have all agree with terrorism. It'd be really, really hard to keep that going if members of the Palestinian National Initiative, whatever the hell, could just say, yeah, no, atrocious. We don't condone those actions. But time after time after time, and this is the second interview I've shown of this guy, makes excuses, defends Hamas. What are you defending, man? I know it's complicated, but there's got to be a better way to deliver a message of Hamas definitely bad, Palestinian resistance justified. And this, like, it's complicated. But no, they're just like, they're too lazy. They're just incapable. Well, Palestinian resistance is Hamas resistance. And yeah, no, I disagree with the assassination of a Hamas leader. The hell I do. You mean the ones that pointed to, that planned out an attack against innocent civilians? Just go ahead and give me a 1 in the chat if you want me to ban this Sereno guy. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, but it seems pretty stupid.
I'm encouraging the assassination of people
encouraging. Wait a minute, let me answer, please.
Mm-hmm.
You are encouraging the violation of international law.
True.
Not only Israel is assassinating a Palestinian leader and provoking a reaction for sure.
One more one, and we do it.
But more than that, they are doing that on the land of another country.
Timeout secured.
In Lebanon, insulting the Lebanese government, the Lebanese security structure, and insulting the Lebanese people.
So I just want to clarify. No, can I just clarify? You think it's terrible that everyone assumes it's Israel, that Israel went into another country and killed somebody, and that, yes, that would provoke a reaction. Did you make the same comments about the October 7th massacre?
Well, okay, look, Serrano made a comment here I'm going to allow. The Nazis didn't just kill the Jews. They murdered everyone who wasn't German. I don't know. Okay, it just told me, okay, it just said added kill the Jews to the exception list. No. That is not an accepted term. I just removed kill the Jews from the permitted terms list. Yeah, no, someone going to get in big trouble over here. But that he wasn't, he was talking in a historical context. He was not speaking as an anti-Semitically, like we got to do all that. I don't necessarily agree with that comment. All right, let's give him a little bit more rope to burn himself with here. We'll give him a little bit more time.
Did you also condemn Hamas for entering Israeli territory, provoking reaction from Israel and killing innocent people?
I mean, it's just, why can't we, look, why do we have to go, oh, no, deny.
Do you condemn that Israel is occupying us since 19?
And that's a fair, look, all I am asking is that you go, yes, and then say this about oppression and occupation, right? Yes, Hamas gross, Hamas bad. Also, history didn't start on October 7th. We've been under occupation since the 1940s. That will create some desire for resistance. And some of it is uncontrollable. Some of it is, this man doesn't have every Palestinian under control. Doesn't work like that. It's not a hive mind.
Since 1967.
Didn't
Do you condemn that Israel is practicing ethnic cleansing against Palestinian people since 70?
To be fair, she will never admit that. She would never accept that. She would never in a million years accept that Israel is doing anything wrong. The narrative is very clear. Israel, perfectly innocent, minding its own business on October 7th. Nothing was happening. There wasn't a brutal occupation in Gaza, and there certainly wasn't a full-blown apartheid state in the West Bank as small chunks of the West Bank is whittled away by settlers. No. Israel doesn't do any of that. And those settlers are technically in the wrong, and they're punished sometimes, very briefly, slap on the wrist. It's very embarrassing. You get called into court. You bad, don't do that. And then they head right back out to the settlements.
5 years. Do you condemn that Israel has evicted 70% of the Palestinian people from their land, erasing to the ground 520 Palestinian towns and villages?
Okay.
Okay. Didn't happen. Hamas numbers. I'm not going to answer this.
That, and then I'll answer.
She won't condemn it because she doesn't understand it. Right?
That's, and that's fair, right? Okay, all right. Condemn it. Admit and condemn the crimes of Israel, and I will admit and condemn the crimes of Hamas. But honestly, it shouldn't require any coaxing to get you to call out Hamas's disgusting atrocities and to say it's bad. I guess it's too much to ask for, man. Like, I get it. It's a PR thing. You can't, it's like a narrative thing, controlling the narrative and pushing back against false narratives and not allowing them to clip you out of context. And it's like this dance you have to play, right, when you're on TV, when you're in these news interviews. Still, though, is there any way we can squeak in Hamas? Not, I saw the images and that's atrocious. That's really bad. I'd like to also add some context that Palestinians, are under assault. Gaza's an open air prison.
Condemn that, and then I'll answer.
She won't condemn it because she doesn't understand it. Right, Julie Hartley-Brewer never talks about the fact that Palestine has been occupied since or the Palestinian territories, the occupied Palestinian territories have been occupied since 1967. She never acknowledges the ethnic cleansing that's going on. Right?
Davin, I mean, that's a really good question. How long is this sustainable? Joe Biden is receiving substantive negative feedback from this. He had a slam dunk with Ukraine. Right. And all that pissed away, all that goodwill from the left that believes in freedom and democracy pissed away now with his support of this. And yeah, I think it's going to be a real, because Joe Biden has showed no interest in changing anything about how he's going to handle this. And I think he's going to ride it right to the election. And I do think it's going to hurt. The margins are already so tight. Biden is losing a lot of support with young people. He's, it's just like, it's so tight, neck and neck with him and Trump. And a lot of Muslim people, a lot of Arab people, a lot of people supporting the Palestinian resistance. They're not, it's not like they're going to vote for Trump, but they're not going to show up for Biden. They're not going to be enthusiastic and they're just not going to vote. They're just not going to show up. And that's going to allow the Republicans to win.
Right. And you can see that actually by the comparison she made, because when Israel takes out a Hamas leader in Beirut, they are entering sort of an independent sovereign country, right? Lebanon has nothing to do with Israel, right? When Hamas enter Israel, now, obviously, killing civilians is wrong, right? Killing civilians is wrong. But when Palestinians enter Israel, that's not a foreign country, right? Israel is occupying the Palestinian territories. You're not going across an international border when you go.
I would like to see proof. Do you got any source for that, Serino? I mean, that's funny if it's true, but I would honestly be surprised if there was communists joining Hamas. Maybe not as surprised. I don't know. I want to be surprised. Give me a link. I want to see proof. Dispute anti-Zionism just like the Soviets. Yeah, maybe that does make sense, actually. I guess it depends. If you're like one of those hammer and sickle pro-Russian Bolshevik, cosplayers. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you'd be anti-Semitic because that's the cool thing to be, I guess. I don't know. I just when I picture communists, I picture like a comfortable Twitter poster. And I just have a hard time picturing that person, hanging out with Hamas. They're a separate communist resistance group in Gaza. Doubt many commies are joining Gaza just because of that. Interesting, Gorp Sync. I'd like to see proof for this. I mean, I'm not trying to call anybody out, okay? But I think it's kind of fascinating. There are communists pushing against Western imperialism in Gaza. That's fascinating. I'd like to know more.
Go from Gaza to Israel because there aren't two states, right? If Israel had agreed to a two-state solution where you had a viable Palestine, a viable independent Palestine, then when you cross from Gaza into, well, it would have been Palestine, wouldn't it? When you cross from Palestinian territories, occupied Palestinian territories, into Israel, then you would.
I mean, clearly Gorps Inc. streams. So if you want to be cool, make sure you like and subscribe to Gorps Inc., who's been coming back to the News Underground. And I do appreciate it. Thank you, Gorps. Like and subscribe to Gorps Inc. From your image, it looks like you do gaming content. I would have to see because your RGB. Are you playing some Destiny 2? Some Valorant, maybe? Counter-Strike? Oh. Does news? Okay. Your image makes you look like a gamer. All right. Like and subscribe, folks. Gorp Sync. Check it out.
Be crossing a foreign border, but you're not at the moment.
Better not be a communist.
They aren't two independent countries. There is an occupying power, Israel, and people who are being occupied. So those aren't international borders that actually make much sense, right? So it's not an analysis that really works. It speaks to someone who doesn't understand what they're talking about. Now, as you can imagine, there was then a very long standoff about whether the Palestinian politician would condemn Hamas. I really thought we were past this. And then this happened.
The way out.
Gorp Sync, that picture better be a picture of you with macaroni. It's just AI macaroni as your hair. Please tell me that's the case. When Trump comes, I will attack. Sereno, provide me that source to the other bullshit you were saying earlier, please.
Condemn Hamas. I really thought we were past this. And then this happened.
The way out of this is not to provoke another war with Lebanon. That's what Netanyahu...
Okay, sorry. I keep interrupting. I'm not talking over this guy. Let's listen to what he has to say. Sorry. It's a good profile picture. I like it. Good. It's hard to get a good one. Move Western capitalism from the Middle East and ultimately establish a communist Palestinian state with Jerusalem as its capital. God. It's all the same. It's all the same shit, man. Popular Front for the Liberation. I have heard of the PFLP. I have heard of this organization. Interesting. If all their leaders are deceased, incarcerated, and their current key leader is incarcerated. Wow. First by Palestinian Authority and later by Israel. So he was arrested by the PLO and then Israel. Well, that is very interesting. PLF is a terrorist group based in the Gaza Strip. The PFLP. It combines Arab nationalism with Marxist-Leninist ideology. Yikes. AKA the fun group at the party. Okay. Watch out. Here comes the Arab nationalist Marxist-Leninists. Hide your weed. Or maybe get your weed out. I don't know. No, these guys wouldn't be smoking. They wouldn't be drinking. There'd be no music. It'd be nothing but arguing over communism. What a nightmare. What a nightmare.
You had mentioned before we had
Stalin's last crime, the doctor's plot, Stalin, Hitler, and Hamas. Interesting. I will listen to this because it looks like it's a little boring, even though it's 3 minutes. Look, and I got to worry about the stream. I'm going to put this in politics. I will watch this, and we will, if it is as interesting as I believe it is, because I believe you, I will definitely play it. At the very least, I will summarize it. Okay, it's very boring. Okay, not to be mistaken with People's Front. Oh God, this better not be, dude. Okay, hold on. Y'all throwing me the links. I'm trying to get out of here.
Toss noses, toss lots spleens. Got any nuts? I haven't got any nuts, sorry. I've got wren's livers, badger spleens. No. Otter's noses? I don't want that Roman rubbish.
Why don't you sell proper food?
Proper food? Yeah, not those rich imperialist tidbits. Oh, don't blame me. I didn't ask to sell this stuff. All right, bag of otter's noses, then. Make it 2. 2. Thanks, Reg. Are you the Judean People's Front? Fuck off. What? Judean People's Front. Well, the People's Front of Judea. Judean People's Front. Come wankers. Can I join your group? Nah, piss off. I didn't want to sell this stuff. It's only a job. I hate the Romans as much as anybody.
Are you sure?
Oh, dead sure. I hate the Romans already. Listen, if you wanted to join the PFJ, you'd have to really hate the Romans. I do. Oh, yeah? How much? A lot. Right, you're in.
You're in.
The only people we hate more than the Romans are the fucking Judean people.
Yes.
Okay, so it's okay. If you don't understand what's going on here, they're making fun of how revolutionary leftist organizations immediately establish themselves, under anti-establishment banner, but then immediately start infighting and separating and doing the work of divide and conquer for the empire that they're fighting.
And the Judean Popular People's Front.
Oh, yes.
Splitters. And the People's Front of Judea.
Splitters.
What? The People's Front of Judea. Splitters.
We're the People's Front of Judea.
Oh. I thought we were the Popular Front.
People's Front.
Whatever happened to the Popular Front? Eh? He's over there.
He's over there. Waker. The joke is that leftist organizations can often be up their own ass and counterproductive in creating the change that we so desperately need. And honestly, if you are a lefty, if you are interested in political change, you need to be very aware of that, because it is a very real thing. As funny as it is, it's real. It's funny because it's true. And if you are a leftist organizer, you need to be very aware of it. This desire amongst the left to tear each other apart, to tear our own organizations apart, right? And because it's a fine dance. You don't want to have naked fealty to an organization. You don't want to just, like the right wing style of, offering up yourself, as a vassal, right? You want your own independence, but of course you want freedom and liberty, and you have to fight for those things. And to fight, you need to organize, and to organize, you got to work with others, and to work with others, you got to compromise. And it's the communist revolution. I just want a communist revolution. Just make it all communist. There we go. Fixed it.
Would condemn Hamas. I really thought we were.
Oh, sorry, super loud.
Past this, and then this happened.
The way out of this is not to provoke another war with Lebanon. That's what Netanyahu wants. That's, by the way, against the will of many Israelis who don't want to see their soldiers.
But the interesting thing is that Israelis who disagree with their government are able to do so in a democratic country, which, of course, doesn't exist anywhere else in the Middle East. Okay, you say you don't approve of...
And do you think that Israel is a democratic country?
I know that Israel is a democracy. They have elections.
No, this man is now has 4 courts against him because of 4 cases of corruption. This man knows if the war stops,
we haven't got time to do the entire history of Benjamin Netanyahu, who is not a popular figure in Israel. I'm not here to defend Benjamin Netanyahu. Mustafa, is it possible to...
Whenever I speak about Palestinian rights or Palestinian situation, you claim it is history. Yes. I'm talking about what's happening today.
No, I know, and
this is not history.
Can we
wave it away?
You talked about how you don't want Israel. You're saying Israel that October the 7th happened. You're placing that in historical context. I understand that. Please don't say that again. We don't have time for it. You've made that point 5 times already.
No time.
I don't know what you have time for.
Oh my God! For the love of God, let me finish a sentence, man. Maybe you're not used to women talking. I don't know, but I'd like to finish a sentence, sir. Anyway, so...
No, you are misleading the public now by claiming
Right, I've got 20 seconds left. I'm not even going to bother trying to answer. If you don't think Israel's reaction is acceptable, what would have been an acceptable reaction to you? You've got 10 seconds left.
Great answer.
To end occupation and allow peace to prevail for both people.
That's their reaction. Sorry to...
Impossible. Impossible. That would require the Israelis admitting that the Israeli government admitting that they were wrong and that they perpetuated ethnic cleansing against people. And no one's ever going to admit that they're wrong. I can't believe you would even bring that up. Peace with people. What?
Reaction to you. You've got 10 seconds left.
To end occupation and allow peace to prevail for both people.
Absurd.
That's their reaction. Brilliant.
Absurd.
Yeah. Sorry to have been a woman speaking to you, but there you are.
Yeah, it's sexism, jackass. Sexism. All right, folks, there you go. There's your News Underground for the day. Motherfucking News Underground, biatch. 4 hours on January 6th, half an hour on Ukraine, and another 45 on Gaza Strip and Israel. Woo! Woo! I'm so newsed up. I got so much news flowing through me. I'm gonna turn into a news monster. Big motherfucking props, and never forget brother Davin, Siski. Big props to you, boy. informed, it hurts. Who else on here? Lenny, your boy Lenny, #1 financial contributor to the stream. Lenny, make sure you buy that garbage fuel merch just like your boy Lenny. That's right, boy. Check out that Garbage Fuel merch. Garbage Fuel, the #1 drink mix company in the world. This stream is definitely sponsored by Garbage Fuel. Make sure you buy Garbage Fuel. Drink it from the garbage. Drink Garbage Fuel from the garbage. What happened to my Garbage Fuel? It's not here no more. It's gone. Where's my Garbage Fuel? It's gone. I have no more Garbage Fuel. It's gone. No, big props to all you lurkers. Shitface, welcome to the stream. Welcome, Shitface, to the News Underground. Echophagia, you pissed me off. No props for you. Props to your boy, Clutch Cargo. Thank you, Clutch Cargo. Props to your boy, Kissing Gonzo. Thank you, Kissing Gonzo. Wrong button. That is the wrong button. KittenNet. Bye-bye, KittenNet. Nice try. Nice try, KittenNet. I'm just asking questions. Why are you so aggro? Why are you so aggro? I'm just asking questions. Like what the definition of a fascist is. I have no idea. No, she didn't say that. Big props to Dirty Bird. Big props to you, Dirty Bird. All right, folks. If you want to create real political change, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. Step 1, inform yourself, which is what you did today. Step 2, join a progressive political organization in your area. Be it a union. Maybe it's a march against for single-payer health care or against the war. You got to put your name down, because step 3, you got to put in the work. Step 3 means showing up. Step 3 means asking yourself, what am I doing for the political movement? What am I doing to create real political change? And if you're not asking that to yourself, then you're not a political activist and you really don't fucking care. It's just an entertainment. It's just entertainment to you. This is people's lives. So peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. And God help the people of the Gaza Strip and Palestine. Thank you for being here. I'm Abandoned Nihilism. That's right, motherfuckers. Realest motherfucking news channel on Twitch, bar none. Fuck you if you say otherwise. I keep it so real, it fucking hurts. It hurts at my core. It feels like I just got done doing ab crunches. It hurts. It's the motherfucking News Underground. Don't you forget that shit. We're gonna see each other again real soon.